Darren buried his wife beneath the roses just after midnight. By morning, I was sleeping in her bed. This is The Wife Beneath the Roses. He thought Britt was gone. He thought the dirt, the dark, and that perfect backyard would keep his secret safe. But I saw everything. I saw him drag her across the lawn. I saw him dig the hole. I saw the way he looked back at the house afterward, relieved, like his life had finally become simple again. Poor Darren. When he wakes up and finds me smiling beside him, he'll think I'm insane. He'll wonder how I got inside. He'll tell me I'm not his wife. And he'll be right. But I know things Darren doesn't want anyone to know. I know about Britt. I know about the lies. I know about the women, the money, the promises he broke before the wedding cake was even cut. He buried one wife. Now he gets another. Prologue. Burying a body looks a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. First things first, digging the hole isn't easy, mostly because you have to go a lot deeper than people imagine. The last thing you want is a curious animal to go poking around and to end up with fingers or toes sticking up from between your zinnias. That would be a disaster. But more than digging a big hole, which would be easier with a backhoe but would definitely draw the wrong kind of attention, getting the body in the hole is tricky, especially if rigor mortis has set in. I watch as Darren carefully drags his wife's body across the backyard. She's wrapped in a blanket, but the fabric catches on a stick and pulls back, revealing one slim ankle and a bare foot. Shame. She was really beautiful. Darren Reed, defense attorney extraordinaire, a man who has never once in his entire life come in second place or been told no when it really matters, shoves his wife into the hole. There's a thud as she hits the bottom, and I'm surprised to see him wince. Did he think it was going to be pretty once she was in her grave? Did he think she'd look like she was sleeping? What a load. That's the biggest lie in the funeral industry. He looks like he's sleeping. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. It doesn't matter who he is. He looks like a corpse with too much makeup and waxy skin and hair that isn't ever styled the way it's supposed to be. That's what happens to corpses at a funeral home. They're poked and prodded and primped like they're about to make their TV debut on Good Morning America. But it's not what's happening to Britt. She doesn't get makeup and a cute hairstyle. She gets a ripped blanket and dirt and the cold embrace of the backyard. It's not how she should have ended up. Even after everything that happened between us, a grave in the backyard isn't what she deserved. I can't undo what her husband did. I'm too late to stop him. But I'm not here for that. Chapter 1. Darren. Sunday. My wife is dead. The thought is terrifying. I spend my life keeping criminals out of prison for doing exactly what I just did, and I've judged them every single time for their actions. And now look at me. I'm a murderer. I don't move, overcome by the memory of her gasping her last breath. Sure, the memory is fuzzy. It really was all a rush. But I remember what it felt like to bury her in the backyard, her pale face unseeing as I wrapped her in a tarp, the sound of her body thudding into the grave. I didn't mean to kill her. It just happened. That's not a defense that would keep me out of prison. So I did what I had to do to cover my tracks. "Goodbye, Britt," I whisper, my voice thick. I pull the covers up higher on my chest. Our sheets are, what, Giza 45? Something like that. Something costly, which was Britt to a T. She liked expensive things, which was why she liked me. Honestly, I think it was the only reason why she liked me by the end. I stretch, then turn to glance at my clock. A little before 5, which means I'm right on schedule. So many men get married and get soft. That was never going to be me. I'm usually up before 5 and in our in-home gym before 5:30. Well, it's my in-home gym now, isn't it? My stomach drops at the realization. It's fine, even though it's different. I can lean into my new normal and have the best possible life ever. It was a surprise how it all ended with Britt, but that doesn't mean I can't make the most of it. After the gym, I'll take a shower, eat breakfast. I don't check my email until after I've eaten, and I certainly don't have social media. No way do I want to risk that kind of brain rot in order to see what my old friends from high school are up to. Not that any of them are up to anything that could hold a candle to my life. Newly and unexpectedly widowed. Criminal defense attorney, the best in town. No kids, thank God. Britt wanted them. Gosh, how she wanted them. Instead, I bought her a new set of boobs last year as a consolation present when we passed the 5-year mark of her not getting pregnant. Britt was perfect. A blank slate I could mold to be whoever I wanted. That was, of course, until she decided she wanted more. More than the house I gave her, more than the Range Rover she drove, more than the country club, the private ski lessons, the international trips. She wanted to adopt, and she was so excited the zeros in our bank accounts would make it easy for us to do that. Nobody tells me what to do or how to live my life, and I wasn't about to start with Britt demanding children. Loved her, but I wasn't letting her boss me around. That's how it's always been. I'm always in control of everything in my life. A difficult client at work? That's below my pay grade. By hand-picking all of my staff at the law firm, I made it so I never have to worry about someone dropping the ball. Everything is handled. And as for interpersonal problems, I don't have them. Not when I surround myself with people who understand what I do and want to support me. I groan, wanting to stay in bed. Unfortunately, I have things to do. Tea time is at 7, and while golf is probably the most boring sport ever invented, it's a good way to build relationships and make connections. What a bunch of bull. I don't need help with my relationships and connections. My job is to go into the courtroom and make sure innocent men don't go to prison. And if the person I'm representing isn't innocent, well, all that matters is that the check clears. Still, golf is expected, and at least I can see the guys. Rolling over, I stretch and yawn, then do the same thing I've done every single morning since I killed my wife. I starfish in the middle of the bed, taking up all the space, allowing myself to enjoy not having her here. She cramped my bed. She cramped my style. My hand hits something solid and warm. I pull back, but not before I feel long strands of hair wrap around my fingers. Chapter 2. The Wife. Hello, darling. I smile at the man in bed next to me. Although he just woke up and writhed around in bed like a caught fish, I've been awake and perfectly still for an hour watching him sleep. No way was I going to let the opportunity to be the first one up pass me by. Darren isn't someone people get the jump on very often, and I've been chomping at the bit to do exactly that. Whoa, who are you? And why are you in my bed? He throws the covers back and leaps to his feet, his hand already reaching for his phone. When he doesn't feel it on his bedside table, he turns and looks for it before glancing back at me. Where's my phone? You need to get out of my house. He looks genuinely scared, and for a moment I feel bad for him. Then I remember who he is and why I'm here. Okay, one thing at a time. I slowly get out of bed. Unlike him, he's only wearing a pair of low-slung pajama pants. I'm dressed and ready for the day. Where's my phone? He's breathing hard, and a red flush creeps its way up his chest and neck. If I didn't already know he's in peak physical condition, I'd honestly be a little worried he might be having a cardiac event. Who knows? I shrug, picturing where I left it in the microwave. No harm, no foul. It's not like I destroyed it. I simply moved it out of reach so he and I can have a chat. Darren doesn't respond. Instead, he lunges for a small white button on the wall behind his headboard. I tisk at him and catch his attention before he can push it. It's disabled, Darren. I took out the battery, so it doesn't matter if he pushes it once or a dozen times. His finger hovers over the button. I'm serious, the police aren't coming. He mashes it anyway before whipping around to face me. The police will be here in under 5 minutes, thinking about who you're going to get to represent you in court. Sit. I pat the edge of the bed and lower myself to it. When he doesn't follow suit, I sigh. I was serious about the alarm, Darren. Now, why don't you and I have a chat? His fingers twitch at his side. He's strong and athletic. However, I don't get the feeling hand-to-hand combat is really his style. Those muscles are for show, and if he does decide to come at me, I'll run. Fine, we can talk. First, though, you have to answer my questions. Who are you? I'm your wife. No, my wife is... He stops himself. Dead? He clears his throat. On vacation. Without you. Sad. My smile is beatific. Any other questions? He's flustered. It's obvious in how jerky his movements are, and how he runs his hand through his hair not once, not twice, but 3 times. Why are you in my bed? I told you, I'm your wife. Obviously, I know I'm not. I'm not delusional. Still, it's good for him to be a little afraid right now, a little off balance. No, you're not. She's not here, and you're definitely not Brit. He screams the words at me. I don't move. So far, so good. I ran through this scenario 100 times while making my plans, and this is exactly how I knew he'd act. Oh, honey. My face is calm. On the inside, I'm vibrating with excitement as I play with him. Oh, this is hard for you to wrap your mind around, so listen carefully. I'm back early from my trip. I missed you. Oh my God. I don't know who you are, but you're insane. You know that? You are not my wife. I don't know how you got in my house with my house key. You need to leave before I call the police. Again, he looks around for his phone like it's going to have magically appeared since the last time he was looking for it. Are you sure you feel okay? Maybe you should cancel your tea time this morning. Fake concern drips from every one of my words. His mouth drops open. My tea? How do you know I have golf this morning? Shared calendar. I've been holding my phone out of his sight, and now I lift it up and give it a little wiggle to drive my point home. What, you think I'm not keeping up with all the things you have going on? You're such a busy bee, darling. You are insane. His eyes flick to my phone before locking back on my face, so I can call the cops and they can lock you up in whatever loony bin you belong in. Rude, I tell him. Don't you want to hear my side of the story? Your side. He looks like he's going to say something else. Instead, he swallows the words, then nods. Fine. I'd love to hear what Looney Tunes thought process is going on in your head. Great. I missed you so much on my trip that I came home early. You were sleeping last night when I arrived, so I snuck into bed hoping I wouldn't wake you up. I gesture to the corner of the room to point out my luggage, and his eyes widen. I packed those. I drove them with me to the airport when I left on my trip. I finish for him. Else would I have had them with me? I can tell you how I got them, what I had to go through in order to get them, but there's no reason to air that dirty laundry right now. Besides, he knows what he did with Brit's luggage after he packed it to make it look like she really was on a trip. I'm not telling him anything he doesn't know. I'm also not going to fill in the blanks for him. It's much more fun this way. Okay. He exhales slowly. His chest is still flushed. However, the red isn't creeping up his neck any longer. Okay. You are crazy. You need help. You are not Brit. You are... My phone rings, and I hold up one finger to keep him from speaking. It's Jeremy. Jeremy? What? Why is he calling you? Give me that. He lunges towards me, his arm outstretched as he leans across the bed. I'm faster than he is, and I dart to my feet and step away from him. My phone is still ringing, and I hold one finger over the green button. I was having fun toying with him and could have gone on for longer, but it's time for him to see I'm in control. I'm going to see what your paralegal wants from you early on a Sunday morning, and if you cause a scene or do anything to try to alert him to the fact that things are weird here, I promise you, I will tell everyone where you buried your wife. I tap the screen to answer. Chapter 3. Brit. Then someone's following me. I know how that sounds, dramatic, especially in this day and age when everyone has a camera in their pocket and there's absolutely no semblance of personal privacy any longer. Even though I sound over the top, I swear it's true. Someone is following me, and they've been on my tail for 4 blocks now. No, 5. 5 because I first had the strange feeling I was being watched when I left the bank. It's a gorgeous day out, the perfect crispy fall day when you wear a sweater for the first time, and I wanted to walk to do my errands. They're all on Main Street, so why not? Why not stretch my legs, enjoy the fresh air, and maybe crunch a fallen leaf or two? Darren and I got in a fight again last night, which never used to happen when we were younger. I swear, he would do anything to keep me happy. Now, though, it feels like my existence is enough to make him angry. I can't seem to do anything right, when before he would find my mistakes funny and endearing. I thought a walk downtown would make me smile, but my smile didn't last long. Someone had been right behind me, wearing a long black coat that looked a bit out of place. Other than clocking their unfortunate choice of outerwear, I hadn't paid them any real attention. Now, though, I see them again. They're across the street from me, just leaving the cleaners, which is where I popped in to grab Darren's dry cleaning. The bag I'm holding has 5 freshly ironed shirts in it, and I hold it up to keep the trailing plastic from dragging on the ground. My eyes flick to the person in black. A man or a woman? I can't tell at first glance. Whoever they are, they're dressed opposite of how I am. Right now, I'm in a cute pink sweater and tight jeans. My boots are from last season, but that's fine. They're still stylish, and they're comfortable. I know Darren thinks all I care about is money, but that's not the truth. I also care about having kids. Not if you listen to Darren, hence our fight. Right now, though, our fight is pushed out of my mind as I watch the person in black. They turn away from me, but not before I catch a glimpse of what they're holding in their hand. Keys. Car keys. I squint, wanting to get a better look at the keys in the person's hand. I know it's insane to think I can see all the way across the street and recognize something so small in a stranger's hand. Even so, my eyes snag on the keychain, and I feel my stomach drop. I recognize that keychain. And if I'm right, that means I know who's following me. I know who's following me. Chapter 4. Darren. I'm so angry at the woman standing on the other side of my bed that I can barely listen to what she's saying on the phone. She's dressed in a cute yoga outfit I instantly recognize as one I bought Brit last year. Of course I bought it for her. The pastor who married us always joked, "Happy wife, happy life," and he was right. Besides, we knew people growing up who didn't have as much money and who never looked nearly as nice, and I was always grateful Brit put in the extra effort, even though the upkeep was expensive. This woman's long blonde hair is pulled up into a ponytail without a single strand out of place, and strong, and has definitely had a nose job. In short, she looks like my wife, in the way all blonde women hitting up regular spin cycle classes look like my wife. Not a problem, Jeremy. I'll pass that on to him. You be safe on the road, okay? We'll talk to you when you get back. She hangs up the phone and grins at me, dragging me back to the moment. What was that about? It feels insane to be having such a normal-seeming conversation with this strange woman, but I need to know why Jeremy called and what he needs. Jeremy needs the week off, she says, giving a little pout. His uncle died and he's going to the funeral. No? Once again, I look around for my phone, frustration shooting through me when I remember it's not here. I have a huge case I'm working on. He can't leave town. Call him back. No. She stares at me and slips her phone into her pocket. You're a control freak, Darren. Try being a human sometimes. Let the man mourn his uncle. Who in the world is this woman? I need to find out. And then I need to figure out what she wants and what to do with her. She thinks she's so cute, all sass and bouncy ponytail. But we'll see how cute she thinks she is when I figure out her identity and get her out of my life. Now, I know you usually hit the gym in the morning, so why don't you do that and I'll make you breakfast. After your shower, you can head to the country club and I'll handle some things here. No. I don't know what sick game you're playing here, and I'm not interested in whatever you're going to say. You need to leave my house. I stop myself and take a deep breath to try to calm down. If you leave now, without any arguing, I won't call the cops on you. She stares at me. Did you forget I know where you buried your wife? Did you forget that you let yourself into my home and nobody knows you're here? Nobody will care if you go missing. Her laugh surprises me, and I clench my hands into fists. Are you serious right now? You really think I'd come to your home without people knowing where I am? Give me a break. This woman terrifies me. A cold chill races up my spine. It's the second time in my life I've not felt completely in control. The first was when I killed Britt. I believe in road maps, in having things planned out. This is not planned out. There is no road map for what's going on right now. Darren? She snaps her fingers in the air to get my attention. I'm serious, darling. You don't want to be late to tea time. You know how Abraham can be when he beats you there. Her words rattle around in my head, and all I can do is stare at her. Absolutely none of this makes sense, and it suddenly hits me that I must be dreaming. This is a nightmare, I mutter, pinching myself on the arm, hard. Not a nightmare. Think of it as your second chance to be married. Honestly, I'm doing you a favor. A favor? I don't even bother trying to keep the incredulity out of my voice. Yeah, a favor. What was your plan when Britt didn't come back from vacation? My mouth opens. It closes. You didn't have one? She arches an eyebrow at me, a smile playing on the edges of her lips. I had one. It was to say that she was happy there, that she decided to stay, that she met some young Italian guy who swept her off her feet. She shakes her head. No way, not Britt. She wouldn't willingly give up this life, would she? No, she adores you. She'd never hurt you. Up until now, this woman has been spot on with everything she said about my wife. Except she obviously doesn't know Britt betrayed me. The one woman in my life I've ever really loved turned on me. Since I can't get this stranger to leave right now, I need to learn what she knows, and how she knows it. Did you know Britt? It seems like a safe question, and if she did, that would make sense why she's so confident strolling in here, talking to Jeremy, wearing my wife's clothes. Something hits me. And how did Jeremy get your phone number? Why in the world would he call you and not me? I took Britt's SIM and popped it in my phone. Really, you should have been more careful when you threw it out. Then I reached out to him yesterday to let him know to contact me if he needed anything, so you wouldn't be bothered on the weekend. She chews her lower lip, and my eyes snag on the movement. It's the first time she's looked at all unsure of herself, even though her actions tell me she wants to be in control. So you knew, Britt? I notice she's avoiding answering the question. Slowly, as if to show her I'm not a threat, I lower myself to sit on the edge of the bed. Kinda. She shrugs and gestures for me to stand back up. Remember? We don't want you getting off schedule. I know it makes you grumpy. Britt always used to say that. Right, the gym. My mind races as I walk over to where I tossed a pair of workout shorts the night before. Without thinking about what I'm doing, or if she might be watching, I change from my pajama pants, then pull on fresh socks and lace up my shoes. Great. She beams at me as I walk to the bedroom door. As confident as she comes across, I notice a few things, like how she keeps a few feet of space between us at all times, and how she keeps chewing her lip. Out, and I'll have breakfast ready. I want to shower before I eat, I say, doing everything I can to buy time before I have to be face-to-face with her again. Sounds good. I don't want to sit next to you when you're all sweaty anyway. She laughs, then pulls her phone back out of her pocket. Before you go, there's one thing I want to show you. I know your mind is racing as you try to think through how to handle me. I don't respond. I bet you want me gone, and I get it. Believe me, though, your life is going to be so much better if you pretend I'm your wife. She taps on Instagram, turning her phone so I can see the screen. My knees feel weak, and I reach out and brace myself on the doorframe. What did you do? Chapter 5. The Wife. Darren might think he has a way to weasel out of this, but I'm not a rash person, and I certainly didn't jump into this without looking at it from all angles. I'm sure he's in the shower now, doing everything he can to think of a way to get rid of me. No way will he easily come up with one. I planned this out, and I was very careful to cover my tracks. The thought makes me smirk, and I pour the smoothie I made him into a glass, then put it on the island behind me before washing the blender. This kitchen? Amazing. Wasn't ever much of a cook, so I knew I needed to gain some skills before moving in here with him. I need him to get comfortable with me. After reading enough lifestyle blogs and food magazines, I'm confident and competent in the kitchen, even if I don't love it. I could grow to love a place like this. The countertops are sleek and speckled with something that sparkles in the light. Never in my life have I seen a fridge as big as the one on the back wall, and the 8-burner gas stove shines like it's brand new. Yeah, this place is a dream. I smile. I've planned out how to handle Darren, yet I still have to be careful. I have to be careful. He's killed once, and even though he might be daydreaming about it right now, I'm not going to let it happen. He wouldn't get away with it. He was lucky with his wife. He isolated her, kept her from making friends, made sure she didn't have social media. In short, Britt existed, but the only things people knew about her were what Darren shared with them. As for me, I'm here. I'm prepared for whatever he might try, and I'm not going to let him push me into living a small life like he did his wife. Britt deserved better, and so do I. Right as I'm starting to wonder if I should go upstairs and check on him, he strolls into the kitchen dressed for the golf course. I let my eyes linger on his blue shirt, his khaki shorts, the way his arms look even more muscular now than they did when he got up. Smoothie, I announce, and push the glass towards him. He blinks at it and shakes his head as he walks to the fridge. Frustration bubbles in me, and I hurry to cut him off. You didn't even try my smoothie. What do you need from the fridge? Bacon. The word is clipped, and he grabs the door and swings it open. Without meaning to, I step to the side to prepare myself for the blow-up. 3, 2... What is all of this? He throws the door the rest of the way open, then grabs the other one and swings it wide as well. The food I had in here. What did you do? You didn't think that was healthy, did you? Bacon for breakfast? Please, not on my watch. I cross my arms and let my gaze drift from the anger on his face to the packed shelves. Tons of fresh fruit and veggies, all of it cut and ready to eat, all thanks to my hard work. Sure, it might seem like it will save you time buying pre-cut veg, if you're willing to buy lower quality food. It's all washed in chemicals to keep bacteria from growing. The better option is to suck it up and cut it yourself. Thanks to the super sharp knives in the kitchen, it didn't take me long last night to do that. There's also some chicken, lamb chops, and homemade meatballs I whipped up. I'll throw together a marinara this afternoon and cook them up with some fresh pasta for dinner. You threw away my food? He reaches into the fridge and pulls out a container of quinoa salad. And replaced it with this? Annoyance washes over me. Don't tell me you ate crap all the time. No way, not looking like that. I know you didn't. I know you love kebabs, and Britt always made brownies with beans in them to make them as healthy as possible. She put beans? He pauses, then shakes his head. Never mind. Yes, we ate healthy most of the time. You can't come into my house and throw away my food. Sure. Down the sink. I cross my arms. Of course, I knew there were going to be growing pains for the two of us. I've lived through them before with my college roommate. It's not easy to move in with someone when you've never met before, but that's what Darren hasn't realized yet. I'm not a stranger, no matter what he thinks, and I know everything about him. Down the sink. He repeats the word slowly before tossing the quinoa back into the fridge and closing both doors. Slowly, like he has to think through every motion. He walks to the eat-in bar and lowers himself onto a stool. You poured my beer down the sink. You're welcome. He shoots me a look. And you threw away my food. I don't respond to that. And you want to pretend to be my wife? He stares at me, his face pale. Oh, no, darling. I cross the room to him. It's the first time I've reached out and touched him, and my hand trembles a bit before it comes to rest on his shoulder. We're not going to be pretending. You need to do more than pretend. Consider me to be Brit. He doesn't answer, and I pull my phone from my pocket. He needs to be reminded that I became her. Instagram opens with a tap, and I turn my phone so Darren can see the screen. Brit wasn't ever allowed to have social media, which meant it was easy to snap up usernames on all platforms. There I am, Brit Reed. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, even TikTok, although being on that app seems a little silly because it's not like I'm going to make dancing videos anytime soon. Still, I figured it was better to claim the account username before anyone else tried to. My thumb flicks against the screen, and I smile at the photos. There's me in front of Lululemon after a long day's shopping, and me in our front yard drinking a martini. I'm leaning against my car at the park. When did you set this up? Darren asks. And did I see 5,000 followers? I say proudly. I turn off my phone and tuck it away for safekeeping, not to let him get any ideas about trying to take it from me. You stole my wife's life, and now have 5,000 followers watching as you pretend to be her? I grin at him. See? I'm prepared. Brit. Then Darren sweeps into the kitchen as I'm taking my last sip of wine. He doesn't like it when I drink during the day, and I honestly thought I could finish this glass of wine, wash the glass, and put it back in the cupboard before he made it home from work. Unfortunately, either he hit every traffic light at the right moment on the drive home, or I totally spaced out on the time. I choke on the wine, already pounding my back between my shoulders, and I claw at him to stop while I gasp for air. I can breathe a little, and him pounding on me makes it harder for me to catch my breath. Finally, he stops, and I lean forward, one hand on my thigh, the other still holding my glass in a death grip. Wine before dinner is never a good idea, he tells me, and I take advantage of the fact he can't see my face to roll my eyes. I was making dinner, I tell him as sweetly as possible, then stand and put the glass in the sink. My throat hurts from almost choking to death on Chardonnay, and dinner will burn if I'm not careful, so I turn from him to the stove and flip the veal. Veal saltimbocca is one of his favorite meals, and while I'd rather make it with chicken than, baby cows, I was overruled when planning this week's menu. My point stands. He kisses me on the cheek and pours himself a glass of whiskey. Quiet, I tell him before I realize what's coming out of my mouth. He won't want to hear that my day was quiet because that sounds like complaining and like I didn't actually do anything. I liked it, though. I went to an early Pilates class at the new studio that opened before going to the downtown bookstore I love and getting some new books. Then it was errand time. Thinking about running errands sends a chill up my spine, but if it shows on my face, Darren doesn't notice. See anything I'd like at the bookstore? I picked up a biography on Hamilton for you, I tell him, even though the musical is one of the best things I've ever seen. It doesn't mean I want to read every book ever written about Alexander. Darren, on the other hand, has finally found a special interest. Hey, thanks. He sounds really happy, and I smile at him. After I quickly plate our food, I gesture for him to join me at the table. He follows me, loosening his tie, then pulls a chair out for me before sitting across from me. There's a moment where this feels surreal, and I'm taken back to when we first started dating. You know, when everything is new and exciting, and you can't keep your hands off each other. I want those moments back, when it didn't matter to me that we didn't agree on everything, because I thought he hung the moon, and he worshipped the ground I walked on. And now look at us. When is the last time he brought me flowers for no reason at all? When we were dating, he brought me fresh ones every weekend. He used to take me out to eat all the time, and now he expects me to cook. A lot has changed, and it's not all for the better. I'm always thinking about you, I tell him, which is true. Darren permeates my thoughts, especially since we've been butting heads about whether or not to have children. I'm pro-kids, he's anti. I've known from the time I was a little kid that I was destined to be a mother, while he's terrified around children, like they're breakable, like he's afraid to sneeze near them in case he hurts them. And after what happened before, I get it. Well, you're kind. He takes a bite of veal and closes his eyes. You're also exceptional in the kitchen, he tells me. Thank you. Even though I'm dying to have a serious conversation with him, I hold my tongue. Having been married for a few years, I've learned to wait until he's not hungry. Nothing makes him grumpier than me bringing up an uncomfortable topic when he has an empty stomach. He chats about his day, and I try to listen, my mind stubbornly drifting back to when I was on Main Street and noticed someone following me. It was scary, even though it was sunny out, even though there were other people milling around. I've watched too many true crime documentaries, and my mind immediately leaped to all of the terrible things a stalker might do to me. Suddenly, the chatter from across the table stops. Darren reaches out and takes my mind. You're really quiet, Britt. What's going on? I swallow hard. Is this about a baby? There's an edge to his words. His grip tightens on my hand, and I can feel the anxiety in his body. How many dinners have been ruined by us trying to have a conversation about having kids? I shake my head, and his grip relaxes as I speak. It's not about a baby. What's going on? You look worried. I swallow hard. This conversation isn't going to be easy. I think I was followed when I was downtown today, I tell him. He freezes. His eyes lock on mine. It feels still in the room, like we're both holding our breath, even though I can see his chest rising and falling. What? I nod, then take a sip of water to calm my nerves. I know it probably sounds totally out there, but I swear to you, someone was following me when I was running my errands. He sits back. Look like. I shake my head. I wasn't able to get a really good look at them. Male or female? I'm sorry, how do you know they were following you? He doesn't sound angry, more confused. If you didn't get a good look at them, how can you be sure you two weren't running into each other by accident? Because I saw them multiple times throughout the afternoon. They always turned away from me right as I was looking at them, so it was never face on. I feel myself getting frustrated that he doesn't seem to get it, and I take a deep breath so he doesn't get angry with me. Okay, why in the world would someone stalk you? I bet it was all a misunderstanding. I stare at him, my heart thudding. Of course he'd say that. Of course he'd act like nothing bad was happening. I should have expected it because it's not like I really thought he would be willing to tell me the truth, right? You're probably right, I say, then take a drink of my water so I don't say anything I'm going to regret. I usually am, he tells me, and my temper flares. I know he's joking, trying to play things off like they're not a big deal, which is one of the frustrating things about Darren. He usually is right, but not this time. Not about this. This skite. But not this time. Not about this. He can pretend all he wants like I wasn't being stalked. I know I was. And I won't admit it to him, but I know who was following me. Because that keychain I saw? Yeah. It's my husband's. Chapter 7. Darren. Tell me, when's the last time I destroyed you on the course? Abraham slings his arm around my shoulder, and I have to fight to keep from jerking away from him. My mind is definitely not in the game. However, there's no way I can tell him what's going on. I keep fighting the urge to throw in the towel and hurry home. After I killed Britt, going home was an escape. My house was my castle, and nobody could bother me. But now what? I go home and that crazy woman is there? No thanks. And it's not like I can call the cops, unless, of course, she's blowing smoke and doesn't know what happened to my wife, although I don't see how that's possible since she has Britt's cell phone and luggage. Still, inviting the cops into my home isn't a risk I want to take right now, not until I know more about what she wants and how I can stop her. She was nervous, even though she acted with lots of bluster. That's what I keep clinging to, the hope that she made a mistake, or will suddenly realize this was a terrible idea, leaving me as alone as I was before. This time, I'll be smarter. You don't destroy someone when golfing, I finally snap. If I get lost in my thoughts, he'll know something's going on, and a man like Abraham isn't someone you want to see your weak spots. He's a detective, and a really good one. Golfing with him feels dangerous, like fraternizing with the enemy. Still, I believe in that saying about keeping your enemies as close as possible. You beat them. It's a gentleman's sport. Then act like one. Riley rolls his eyes at the two of us before gripping his putter and adjusting his stance. A moment later, there's a soft clatter as his ball sinks into the hole. District court judge. He's as good on the green as he is behind the bench. Maybe if you two were acting more like the professionals you are now than the teens you were in high school, I wouldn't be destroying both of you. He grabs his ball and tosses it in the air before catching it. I don't know what to say in response. I want to rage against him and have to remind myself the problem isn't Riley and it isn't Abraham. It's Britt, or rather the woman who's taking so much glee from pretending to be my dead wife. She's the issue, and until I figure out how to get rid of her, she's going to continue to be one. I'm shot for the day, I announce, using a golf cart, and I don't really feel like lugging my clubs all the way up to the parking lot. But I'm not going to ask the two of them to quit the round for me. It was bad enough Henry didn't show up to be our fourth, and I'm not going to cause these two to leave early. I've got to get home. The missus riding you hard today? There's glee in Abraham's voice, and I whip around. What do you mean by that? I can't keep the bite out of my words, and Abraham obviously hears it, judging by the way he takes a step back. Come on, Darren, Riley says. Britt's Instagram has been blowing up. The shopping trips, fancy evenings out. And I saw her post from this morning where you two are talking about a big vacation. What anniversary is it for you? I swallow hard. 6th, I manage. On the outside, I'm calm, cool, and collected. On the inside, however, I'm raging. Shopping trips? Evenings out? And now she's posting about a vacation I definitely don't know anything about? Yeah, I don't like it. Whatever this woman, this not Brit, thinks she's going to accomplish by pretending to be my wife? Well, it's not going to happen. Riley shakes his head. Man, I honestly can't believe that out of the three of us, you're the one who managed to hang on to the same woman for 6 years. Honestly, when I first met you and you were getting with any woman you could, I never, thanks for the trip down memory lane, I say dryly. Now, though, I'm going home. Something isn't sitting right in my stomach, and I want to see what vacation Britt is planning. I heft my bag of clubs and thank myself for hitting the gym every morning. If I didn't, this weight would be unbearable. Follow your wife on Instagram like the rest of us and you'll know right away, Abraham calls. Ignoring him is the best thing to do. Idiot running back to the house to see what's going on, but I don't trust this woman. Even when Abraham makes a whipping sound behind me to prove how much of a wuss I'm being running home to my wife, I don't turn around. The reason I was off my game this morning wasn't only because this woman has inserted herself into my life and caused chaos, it's because my mind is racing. I have to find out who she is. She might think she has everything under control. She has something coming, though, because she has no idea how far I'll go to protect myself. Chapter 8. The Wife. Wait, you think you can pay me to leave the house? I stare at Darren, my mind racing as I think through his logic. Honestly, it makes sense he'd go there. No man wants to feel like a woman in his life has one-upped him, and Darren is the type of guy to get rid of problems by throwing money at them. You forgot to make a dinner reservation? Slip the maitre d' an extra 50, and I'm sure the next open table is yours. You didn't think about your anniversary? Call the florist 5 minutes before closing, pay double, and flowers will be delivered before you can change into something more comfortable. You kill your wife and somebody knows about it? Well, stroke a big check and all of your problems disappear. Hopefully. Unfortunately for him, I'm not that easy to pay off. Oh, come on, $1 million. I'll give you $1 million today if you'll pack up, leave, and pretend you were never here. He looks frustrated and runs a hand through his thick sandy hair while waiting for me to respond. Let me guess, my payday comes with a restraining order? He blinks, surprised I called him out like that, and tries to cover it. What? No, I wouldn't. It would be with a handshake. A handshake and the money and... Darren. He stops and stares at me, like he just finished exercising, and I can tell how stressful this is for him. I'm not leaving. His shoulders roll forward, and he exhales, again with the hand through the hair. I guarantee he had plugs so it would look nice and thick. The way he keeps tugging at it, I'm surprised it's not falling out. Think about it. $1 million. I don't want $1 million. I gesture around the living room. He's seated in a stuffy-looking leather chair 3 cows probably had to die to upholster, and I'm snuggled into a soft gray lounge chair that rocks a bit. I want this. I pause. And you. I think about Britt and what he did to her. She didn't deserve to die, no matter what she did in the past. Does he really think I'm going to walk away now after everything? No way. I've come so far to get what I want, and if I play my cards right, I'll get the money anyway. He closes his eyes and inhales, holds it for 5 seconds, slowly exhales. While he performs his little breathing exercises, I look around the room. It's not one of those houses that make you feel like you're going to break something by looking at it. It's homier than that. Sure, the rug on the floor probably cost an arm and a leg, but there's no private chef. And yes, he has a full gym in the basement, sans pool. No sauna. Sans pool. No sauna. No hot towels hanging on a little rack for when you get out of the shower, which, honestly, what an oversight. Darren is rich, however, he's not rich. And that's what he doesn't seem to get. I don't care about the money. If I wanted a payoff that would set me up for the rest of my life, I wouldn't be here. I'd be in Hollywood looking to become a trophy wife. Unfortunately for him, it's not the money I really care about. I care about him, and Britt, and what each of them did. Okay. His voice drags my attention back to him from the huge painting of him and Britt on their wedding day. If you squint, we look alike, but only if you don't pay close attention. Ooh, then you can see how different we are. I'll have to change that. I've spent years and the countless dollars of random men to get to where I am today, to look as much like Britt as I do. But there's always more tweaking that can be done. Okay, I parrot and rub my hands together before leaning closer to him. It sounds like you have a plan. I do. He stands up and starts pacing as he speaks. You said you don't want $1 million, so I'm going to let you decide how much money it will take for you to leave my house and my life. I have a lawyer buddy who will draft up the paperwork. Today, as soon as you give me your terms. You can have control over how much money you get. If you want me to buy you a car, I'll do it. I know you have some money since you had matching rings made to look like hers. I'll give you more. I glance down at the rings on my finger. They're gorgeous and really sell the idea that I'm actually Britt. Seriously, lady, I don't care how much you want. All you have to do is tell me, and Darren, darling. I stand too, making him stop in his tracks and turn to me. I don't reach out for him. I have all of his attention. I know you're smart. Even though you may not have graduated top of your class in law school, you're not an idiot. So try to get this through your head. Not leaving. His jaw tightens and his cheeks redden. My eyes flick to his hands, which are currently turning into fists. Then I look back up at his face. Anger oozes from every pore of his being, and I fight the urge to roll my eyes. Isn't he supposed to be smart? Isn't he supposed to be able to think on his feet in front of a courtroom? Then tell me why he's reverting to being a caveman as soon as he finds out he's not getting what he wants. "You've lost your mind," he says. I shrug. Nothing he can say will hurt me. It doesn't matter what Darren thinks he can say or do to get out of this. I'm the one who's in charge. He isn't used to having to relinquish control, that's all. He'll learn. Then what's your plan? I pause before answering. Honestly, I'm pleased he's come around this quickly. Sure, he'll probably offer to pay me off a few more times before it finally sinks in that money isn't going to get me to go away. My plan is simple, I tell him, and I'm amused at the way his eyebrow cocks. I'm moving in. I'm your wife. You and me, I say, gesturing between the two of us. We're a team now, partners. You don't get to pretend like I don't exist like you did before. You mean like I did with Britt? His voice is flat. I pause, considering. It's a logical leap for him to think that's what I meant. Exactly. Exactly. You weren't a very good husband, were you? And I don't only mean when you killed your wife, although that's a pretty big no-no if you ask me. No, it was more than you strangling her. Did you take her out to eat? Of course I did. We didn't have date night very often, but so you never took her out with friends, is that what I'm hearing? It was only ever the two of you, and only when it was convenient for you? I bet you never let her choose the restaurant, did you? It was only where you wanted to go, never catered to what she might want. He doesn't answer, but he doesn't need to. I know everything, and that's why I'm the perfect person to step into this role as his wife. Did you shower her with gifts? Take her on trips? Show her she's the only woman for you and you'd do anything for her? Still no response, but I'm not really surprised. No, you did not. You didn't treat her right, and then you killed her. Don't you see how lucky you are? Lucky. There's venom to the word. Sure. How in the world am I lucky? I think about what I want from him, how he deserves to be punished for all the things he's done. Killing Britt is only one of the terrible things in his past. I'm sure lots of people would like to see him brought to his knees, and I'm the person to do it. At him, leaning forward as I do. You get to try again. Britt. Then. It's been a week since I told Darren I was being stalked, and even though he blew me off like I didn't know what I was talking about, I know I'm right. Worse than that, it keeps happening. My husband is stalking me. He keeps following me. Unless he wasn't playing dumb, and he isn't who I keep seeing. But then how would I explain away the keychain my stalker was using? In all my life, I've never seen a matching one to the one Darren has. I was at the store today, popping in for this new yogurt that's supposed to cleanse your gut, clear your skin, and help tighten your tummy, all for the low price of $6.99 a serving. Ridiculous? Sure. However, every time I buy something priced insanely like that, I remind myself I'm not buying diapers or formula or onesies. My heart breaks at the thought. I'd give up all of my beauty supplies, the trips to the salon, even the shopping sprees if it meant I was buying diapers. Being a mom to Darren's baby is all I've ever wanted, and when he and I met, I couldn't focus on anything other than having children with him. He seemed open to the idea at first, at least until we were married. Once we were and had settled into our routine, the shutters came down, and he wouldn't even discuss it. Those shutters used to only be down to protect himself from talking about children, about adoption, about surrogacy. Now they're there all the time, creating distance between us. Is my desire for kids why someone is stalking me? Is Darren, or someone he hired, keeping an eye on me to make sure I don't try to have a baby by myself? I've been hyper alert ever since I saw them watching me downtown last week, but today I was distracted, and that's exactly when they showed back up. They? Darren? I'm not sure, and I don't want to believe he's the one following me. I can't wrap my mind around it being my husband, even though the keychain leads me to believe it is. It's too terrifying a thought. Why would he do that? He wouldn't go so far as to follow me just to see me look at diapers, would he? No, and I can't think of a single reason why he'd be trailing me, unless he knows my secret. A chill dances up my spine when I consider Darren might know what I did so many years ago. No, there's no way. Only two of us know what happened that day, and I certainly haven't told anyone. The other person wouldn't either, I'm sure of it. It was too traumatic. My hand shakes as I pour Darren a glass of whiskey. We've had dinner, and he's in his study going over some information for court tomorrow. While I wouldn't want my lawyer drinking the night before my case while he reviewed my file, he said it's how he operates and not to question him. I guess it works because he's always in demand. Darren smiles at me as I carry his drink into his office. When I hand it to him, he grabs my wrist with his free hand and pulls me to him so he can kiss me on the cheek. You always know exactly what I need. Thank you. Even though he's smiling at me, he seems distracted. Of course. I perch on the edge of his desk and smile at him. Taking a deep breath, I force myself to ask the question that's been eating at me. Were you in court all day today? I ask. As I speak, I check my tone. It's light and airy, unbothered. Not like I suspect anything, because what would there be to suspect? He frowns. Most of it, yeah. I had to run back to my office to grab a file because Jeremy was dealing with some crap at the police department and couldn't bring it to me. Other than that, I was there. Why? Curious if you got any sunshine and fresh air today. I lie. You know I worry about you locked up in the courtroom all day long. You're sweet, he says, then takes my hand and kisses the back of it, the movement feeling rote. Don't worry about me. I'm in great shape. And my doctor told me I'm fine to take vitamin D since I don't get a lot of time in the sun. Okay. Well, don't let me get in your way. I'll leave you to it, I tell him. When he smiles at me and leans back over his desk, I hop off it and make my way upstairs. Is he lying? Was it him in the store? Or did I maybe think I saw someone with the same keychain as him, and I was mistaken? In our bedroom, I close the door and hesitate a moment before turning the lock. My heart pounds wildly as I turn and look at our bedroom. It's messier than I would like, and I struggle to keep Darren from dropping his kinda clean only worn once clothes on the chair in the corner, although right now I don't care about the pile of clothing. I hurry to his closet. It's on the opposite side of the room from mine, and while I'd love a walk-in closet, this house is not that big. The double doors swing open at my touch, and I flip a switch to turn on the light. I don't put his clothes away for him. Sure, I'll pick them up at the dry cleaners and fold whatever laundry I do here at the house, but I never put things in his closet. It's not malicious, and I certainly don't not do it out of some misplaced feminism. One day I didn't put things away for him because I was busy and he handled it. So I stopped. He didn't ask me to start again, just picked up where I left off like I hadn't been helping in the first place. I shake my head to clear that thought and ignore the little voice in the back of my head screaming at me to close the closet and get in the shower. I came this far, and I'm not backing down now, which is why I start flipping through his clothes. Finally, I reach the winter coats, a heavy raincoat, a lighter slicker, 3 vests, even though I don't think I've ever seen Darren wear a vest. I'm starting to think maybe Darren was right. I've lost my mind. When I reach the final hanging item in the side of his closet. It's a long black coat, exactly like the one my stalker has been wearing. I sit down, exhaling hard. Does he know what I did, does he? I've never breathed a word of it to anyone. If he somehow found out, if he knows what I did, he's got to be furious. Chapter 10. Darren. Monday. Thank goodness I'm not in a trial today because I know I wouldn't be able to focus. I'd lose. There would go my reputation, and it would all be because of the woman pretending to be my wife. She refused to sleep in the guest room last night, telling me she deserved to sleep in the main bedroom with me. Deserved. Right, like she's done anything other than blackmail me. Blackmail me there. I won't sleep in the guest room, because the mattress is a nightmare. And I certainly wasn't going to sleep on the sofa. So the two of us shared a bed, our backs to each other. And I did my best to not hear her breathe all night. Now I'm finally free of her, which means I can find out who she is. I grab my phone to call Jeremy, not because I need him to do any actual work for me. Instead, because I'm dying for an extra shot latte. When I remember that this woman, this fake wife, told him yesterday he could take time off. Groaning, I drop my head to my desk with a thud. If I want caffeine, and I do, I'm going to have to get it myself. Grabbing my jacket, I tug it on and lock my office behind me before stumbling outside. It's bright out, the sun hurting my eyes, and I shield my face from the sun as I walk to Main Street. Once my latte is secured, I settle onto a bench outside to have a few sips. My mind races as I pull my phone from my pocket and thumb it on before navigating to the Instagram page this woman set up to masquerade as my wife. She's attractive, I'll give her that much. If I didn't want to wrap my hands around her neck and squeeze, I'd definitely be willing to take a roll in the hay with her. It's clear she works out a lot and has the time and money to put into a clean diet. Still, the fact that she looks like a fitness model doesn't detract from how much I hate her. I flick through her photos, my eyebrow arching as I do. I'm surprised and a little impressed at how much time and effort she must have put into creating this account. She looks like Brit, stands like Brit. Her hair looks like she goes to the same stylist Brit did. Even though her face isn't an exact match, they could be sisters. And everyone who knows I'm married but doesn't know my wife will surely believe this is her. Crap. What if her plan works? I have to stop her. Rage flushes through me, and I turn my phone off before shoving it in my pocket. Dare she crawl out from under some rock and think she can take control of my life like this? I'm about to stand and go back to my office when a thought hits me, and I yank my phone back out of my pocket. With a few taps on the screen, I'm logged into our security system. Camera by camera, I check the house until I find the interloper. She's in the gym, my gym, and is working up quite the sweat. I turn on the sound and grimace when I hear she's blasting Green Day. Angry now, I turn off my phone and down my latte, then toss my cup at a trash can. It bounces off the rim, and I swear before grabbing it and throwing it away. I have a reputation to uphold, or I'd kick it into the street. I may have murdered my wife, but I draw the line at littering. Back in my office, I know I need to focus on my upcoming cases. My clients pay me good money to do everything I can to keep them out of prison, and I owe it to them to put all of my effort into doing that. Before I can force myself to open a file, however, I navigate back to this woman's Instagram account and save a photo that shows her face. It's easy enough to upload it to a Find a Person website and click Start. There. While that runs in the background on my computer, I'll get to work. It's tempting to check it every 30 seconds, even though I know the first results it spits out might not be the most reliable. I don't care if I have to pay for the good results. I'll throw any amount of money at this problem to get rid of it. To get rid of her. She might think she has a foolproof plan for ingratiating herself into my life and into my home, but she has no idea who she's dealing with. I need to work this morning, and I will get to it. Right now, though, I make a phone call to an old friend who owes me a favor. Chapter 11. The Wife. Bless Darren's heart, he's so clueless. I can picture him now, hunched over his desk, his mind racing as he tries to come up with a way to get rid of me. Let him worry about it. Let him put all of his effort and energy into thinking up a way to get me out of his house, because I'm not going anywhere. This isn't some harebrained plan I came up with a week ago when I was on a bender. No, the terrifying thing Darren will probably never know, will never appreciate, is that I've been working on this plan for years, a decade. I've been working on this plan longer than he and Britt have been married, even before they started dating. I have notebooks of research, folders upon folders of information. You think I look so much like his dead wife by chance? Gosh, no. I look like her thanks to years of effort and surgery, and watching how she moves and acts and talks. All of her little mannerisms are now mine. I collected them the way some people will collect shells at the beach, one at a time, carefully looking them over and learning every detail before slipping them into my pocket to keep forever. I told Darren the truth he already knew. I'm not really Brit. He's not an idiot, and there wasn't any way I was going to be able to hide that fact from him. To the rest of the world, I am his loving wife, and he needs to act like I am. While Darren is desperately looking for a way out of what's happening, I've already tied off any loose ends. He might hate this, but there's no way out for him. He's screwed up. After so many years, he finally has the chance to make it right. It's not only Britt I've been watching. I know everything there is to know about Darren. I know his secrets, his likes and dislikes. I know what information could be used to destroy him. Once I've rinsed off and dressed, I head downstairs and grab my purse. A quick check inside tells me I have everything I need: lip balm, a compact, cash and cards, and my car keys. No way am I going to be content sitting around the house all the time. May have been fine with that. And you know what? Good for her. Good for her for not caring that her life had shrunk to the size of a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house sitting on a 2-acre lot thanks to how her husband treated her. From what I saw, it didn't really matter to her. She didn't thrive exactly. She lived with it. Not me. I could never be content with that. Not a problem, because she's no longer here. I am. I hit the button on my phone to set the alarm after I closed the garage door behind me. Darren's sure to get an alert on his phone telling him I've left the house, thanks to his top-of-the-line security system, which is fine with me. Used to having a wife who doesn't sit around on her butt all day long. I have things to do. One place to go where I have to make sure I'm not being followed. And one very important person to go see. Chapter 12. Britt, Then. When you say your vows and promise to love the other person for better or for worse, I doubt anyone actually thinks that means you'll have to worry about them stalking you. Darren wasn't like this when we first met in college. He'd been kind and attentive, and we'd been attached at the hip. I never felt threatened by him, and I certainly never felt like I couldn't trust him. Now, though, I hate to admit that our relationship is falling apart. There are so many jokes about marriages growing stale after however many years together, but I never thought that would happen to me. We argue about starting a family, or rather, I'm dying to be a mother, and he won't entertain the idea. He works long hours for a week after I bring it up. It's a great punishment, a wonderful way to leave me at home by myself. My mind races, coming up with crazy scenarios about who he's with and what he's doing. He never answers my calls or texts when he's angry at me, leaving me spiraling more and more. I stare at my phone and realize that might be how he's tracking me, which would explain how he always seems to know where I am. Why would he do that? Does he think I'm doing something I'm not supposed to? Does he think I'm trying to leave him? He might not be tracking me through my phone. I don't know how easy it is to install a tracker in a vehicle, especially without professional help. Rental companies do it all the time, don't they? Who's to say Darren didn't throw some cash at someone and get them to install a tracker on my vehicle? Claustrophobia makes my skin feel like it's too tight, and I stand, rubbing my hands up and down my arms. I need to get out of this house. Without thinking about what I'm doing, I grab my purse and reach for my keys. But I stop myself. No phone, no car. If I leave them both here, I can test whether or not Darren is my stalker. He won't know I'm gone. I won't set the alarm on the house since we both get alerts to our phone when it's turned on or off. I won't take anything that could have a tracker in it, even though it will make it more difficult for me to get downtown. And while I'd normally use my credit card for anything I want to buy, the thought of him checking our online banking and seeing where I'm spending money sends me to my room to grab some cash. Armed with only a house key and $80, I lock the front door behind me and walk the mile to the bus stop. My feet hurt by the time I reach the stop, and I have to wait for 10 minutes for the next bus to drive by. I'm nervous, checking my watch, and only relax when I'm finally on it, paid up, and sitting on a squeaky seat that smells vaguely like mayo. I settle into the seat, ignoring the smell and the way the woman across the aisle keeps staring at me. The ride is bumpy and hot, and I keep my eyes locked straight ahead as we drive. 15 minutes later, I exit the bus and take a deep breath of clean air before walking down the sidewalk. I take my time wandering in and out of little shops, giving my stalker plenty of time to see me, and plenty of time for me to see them. There's a tea house, and I have a cup of tea before popping next door to the bookstore. There, I chat with the owner about the new steamy romances releasing in the spring before heading to a toy store. They'll have what I'm looking for, I'm sure of it. And who in their right mind would be able to guess what I was picking up from a toy store? Nobody. That's why it's the perfect place for me to shop. More and more, I'm convinced Darren is the one watching me. What happens when I turn the tables on him? Chapter 13. Darren. This imposter knows I killed my wife, but she obviously hasn't thought things through about what that means for her. If she were smart, this woman, this not Brit, could take from me everything I have. Unlucky for her, I doubt she has all the resources I do. My late lunch sits on my desk, but I haven't had a bite. I always order from Flight, my favorite restaurant down the street, and have it delivered here. Even though the cassoulet looks amazing, I can't force myself to take a single bite. I had a latte earlier, and the espresso is sitting heavy in my stomach. I'd love to take some time and hit the gym so I could get my head on straight. Unfortunately, there's no time to take a break. Tonight, for sure. It's a much better option than spending time with the imposter. I'm reading a case file for a client I accepted when I get a notification the house alarm was turned on. After a pause, I grab my phone and open the app to see what's happening. There goes Not Brit, hurrying down the driveway away from the house. I can't really see her face the way she's turned away from the camera, but I know it's her. The face search I ran didn't yield any results, and I'm still waiting on a follow-up to the call I made to an old friend. Even though I have plenty of work on my plate, I need to focus on this imposter and figure out how to get rid of her. I also have to think about how she's doing this. How did she find out so much about me? More importantly, though, how did she know I killed Brit? How was she able to find her luggage where I took it to be disposed of? Was she watching? No. Maybe. Even if she knows where Brit is buried, there's no way she's managed to do this all on her own without a second or even third person helping her. That means I have to find her accomplice. As if on cue, my phone rings. I jump, eager for information when I see who's calling. Ian, good to hear from you. As I speak, I get up and close my office door. It's not unheard of to do that for privacy, and I can't risk anyone hearing what I'm going to say. We'll see how happy you are to hear from me when I send you my bill. Ian chuckles, and I lower myself into my chair as I wait for him to continue. Brit's been busy since you called. Yeah, well, that's my wife. No way could I tell this guy the truth about the woman I asked him to follow. As far as private investigators go, he's one of the best. Not because he's always above board with what he does, but because he gets results. Tell me you found something good. Well, your wife is funny. Frustration bubbles inside me. You had to have called for a reason, and I highly doubt it was to tell me you think Britt is funny. He chuckles. Yes, well, things do get interesting. This is why I pay the guy the big bucks. I don't trust him, not one bit. But he gets answers. Because he doesn't always follow the law to the letter, I'm not supposed to use him for cases. I do anyway. I don't lose, not without first trying absolutely everything to win. Tell me what she did. I cup my other hand around my phone as if I can ensure I'm the only person who hears what he's about to say. Even though my office door is closed, this conversation feels dangerous. She went to the dump this morning, but not the local one. Some small one outside of town. I can send you the address. No need. I'm sure I know exactly where she was. What did she drop off there? Nothing. That's what's funny. She went into the office, then left and drove to a cafe. There must be a back room or something because I couldn't see who she was with. And you told me not to make contact with her, even by accident. I did do that. Now, though, I'm kicking myself. Who did she meet? I don't know. Rather than sitting there waiting to find out, I followed Britt to see where she went next. Did she have anything with her? Did she pick anything up? I'm racking my brain trying to think of why not Britt would go to the dump before going to a cafe. And there's nothing. I can't think of anything. She already has Britt's luggage I dropped off there, so why go back? Nope. Looks like she swung by the dump, then took herself out to brunch. I want to bang my head against my desk. Instead, I take a deep breath as I think. Okay, then what did she do? She went home. He takes a bite of something and chews it loudly in my ear. I can follow her tomorrow too if you'd like, or go back to the dump and ask them. No, don't do that. Ian loves poking his nose in places he shouldn't, and the last thing I want is for him to have any inkling I've been to that very same dump. Text me your bill, I say, then hang up. My head hurts, and I groan as I drop my phone to the desk and grab some Tylenol from the top drawer. I take them dry, and am wondering what to do next when my office door opening makes me look up. Darren, my man. Sorry about missing tea time yesterday. Henry leans on the doorframe, grinning at me. Heard you pieced out early. This is such a change of topic I have to focus on what he's saying. I wasn't feeling so hot. I finally manage, but he's already talking over me. Is that from flight? My wife has been riding me hard about going there for dinner. He sits down across from me and grabs my fork. You mind? I shake my head. Someone might as well enjoy the meal, because my stomach is so twisted there's no way I'm going to be able to eat. Henry dives in and doesn't speak until he's had a few bites. Hey, is Britt into yoga? She looks like she'd be into yoga. I'm unsure of how to answer this. I have no idea if the imposter living in my house does yoga. Yeah, I guess she does it from time to time. Why? Alexandria finished this yoga instructor's course, and she wants to get her business up and running. I thought I'd see if any of the wives around here would be interested in trying her out. That sounds horrible. This imposter as far away from my life as possible. I just have to figure out how to get rid of her. Calling Ian was supposed to give me some insight. Unfortunately, all it did was tell me she went to the dump and then out to eat, and it's not enough. Now, while I'm spinning my wheels, she's making moves and ingratiating herself into my life. The idea she might spend time with my coworkers' wives is enough to make my skin crawl. I don't know if she... I'll tell Alex to send her a DM. They're friends on Instagram, you know. Of course they are. Hey, I hope you don't mind, but I followed her as well. Alex has been going on and on about how great your lives look, and I wanted to take a peek. I promise you I'm not following for the bikini pics. He winks at me. I don't wink back. I have a lot of work to do and really need to get back to it. Oh, yeah, of course. He takes another bite of my food, the fork scraping against the container and making me wince. This was delicious. By the way, you two have dinner plans this week? Maybe the four of us can get together and… I'll check the shared calendar. I lie, picking my pen back up. If that doesn't get him to realize I want him out of my office, nothing will. Luckily for me, he takes the hint and leaves, still chatting over his shoulder about how the four of us need to get together. Yeah, like I'll let that happen. Technically, I don't need to stay in my office any longer, and it's not like I'm getting a lot of work done. Rather than pretending like I can concentrate on anything other than what's going on at home, I dump my leftovers in the trash and lock my computer. It'll take me an hour to get to where I dumped Britt's luggage, and I'd like to try to catch the guy there before he leaves for the day. I want to know exactly what this imposter said to him to get him to give her Britt's luggage, and I have to figure out how much he knows. Chapter 14. The Wife. I'm annoyed I drove to the dump before remembering we were meeting at this tiny cafe. It's not that the drive was a waste of time, but I don't want anyone at the dump to be able to identify me. I'm still kicking myself as I walk into the far back corner of the cafe, well away from any windows. The woman waiting for me looks tired, her face lined. I notice immediately how she brightens up when I slip into the booth across from her. I ordered us coffee. She begins. I cut her off. This isn't a social call, I say, and even though her face falls, I don't apologize. I wanted to let you know things are good. If you would let me text you, we could check in more often. Calling me from time to time isn't enough. She sounds frustrated, and I get it. I'd be frustrated too if I were in her shoes. I want her to remember this isn't about her. It's about me. She doesn't answer. Her blonde hair is pulled back in a ponytail that matches mine. Thanks to her oversized hoodie, nobody would glance twice at her, which is how she likes it. I clear my throat. You know as well as I do, he'll probably look for a hidden phone one of these days. Really think weekly meetings are the best option. And you certainly can't call or text me on my main phone because he might see it. So don't get that idea. If there's an emergency, I can always get in touch with you. I have to make it clear I'm cutting off communication with her. My burner phone is gone. I just dropped it in a trash can at the dump. In addition, I'm not interested in continuing these meetings or in checking in. I have things under control and don't need a babysitter. No matter what she might think, I'm not at all worried about how this is going to play out. I'm in the house, and that was going to be the trickiest part of it all. Now that I'm Brit, I can take everything. She exhales slowly and takes a sip of her coffee. Mine sits in front of me, untouched. I don't want coffee, and I certainly don't need the caffeine, not when I feel like my entire body is already buzzing. Does he have any idea what you're doing? I consider her question. You mean taking over as his wife? Yeah, I made that pretty clear right away. There wasn't any reason for the two of us to not understand each other. She nods slowly. And you think you're safe? After what he did, you have to be careful. He won't hurt me. I sound confident. I feel confident. If you're sure. My watch buzzes and I glance at it. Time for me to turn around and head home. I don't want to get back too late and make Darren wait for me. I have to go, I say, standing up. Next week? Yeah, of course. I lie. I mean it. Next week. She sounds irritated, and I know she wants a response. Instead of looking at her, I hurry out of the cafe. It started to drizzle a bit, and I lift my face to the rain, enjoying how cool it is on my skin. Time to go back home. Back to Darren. Back to my new life. Maybe I'll check in next week to keep her off my back, but do I really need to? How important is it that I check in? It's not. All she does is worry about me. We both had our roles to play, and her job is done. I've got this under control. Chapter 15. Brit. Then Darren has no idea I'm watching him. The courthouse is 3 blocks from his office, and I'd gotten lucky enough to see him making the walk after I left the soda shop. He'd been on his phone for part of the time, probably talking to Jeremy, if I had to guess, and had tucked it into his pocket as he entered the courthouse. Now he's chatting with another lawyer in the main lobby. I watched them from the courthouse doors, pleased with myself he hasn't turned and noticed me here yet. If he were to catch a glimpse of me, it would be easy enough to explain away my presence by telling him I wanted to take him to lunch, but I like being incognito. Luckily, he doesn't turn, and I follow him as he walks down the hall to the courtroom. Once he's past those doors, he'll be in there for a while, and I'll have no way of knowing what's going on inside the room. Instead of sitting around waiting for him to show himself again, I hurry back outside and race down the sidewalk to his office. "Hello, Mrs. Reed," Darren's receptionist calls as I walk in the door. Bonnie has worked for him as long as he and I have been married. She and her wife have 2 little girls who often come visit her at work. I'd thought for a while we could be friends, and I know it's something Darren would be okay with. The problem with spending time with Bonnie is it's too painful for me to be around their family. If I can't have children, I certainly don't want to spend a lot of time around people lucky enough to have them. "Hey, Bonnie," I say, slowing down to talk to her. If I race past her desk to Darren's office, it will give her reason to wonder what I'm doing. But she'd tell him I was in and acting strangely. If I stop and chat with her, however, I can make this all look natural. "How are Tiffany and the kids?" "Great." She beams at me and hands me a framed photo from her desk. The 4 of us went whitewater rafting this summer and had a blast. I'm so glad. Instead of looking at the kids' faces, I stare at the water bubbling up around the raft. It looks fun, sure, but I've never thought this was a particularly safe activity. It's certainly not one I'd take my kids to do if I were lucky enough to have any. She takes the photo from me and puts it back in its spot. "Can help you with? You just missed Darren on his way to the courthouse." "Oh, darn." I feigned disappointment. He accidentally took my grocery list this morning and didn't answer my texts, so I thought I'd swing by and grab it. I'll pop into his office and see if it's on his desk. "Cool." Bonnie flashes me a smile before turning her attention back to her computer. I have no idea what she does in between making copies and answering phone calls. Probably plays hours of solitaire, which is what I'd do if I was bored in an office job. Any woman in my position should be thrilled to not have to work. I know that. Contrary to a lot of stay-at-home wives, I'd love to get out of the house and meet people. Even if I were bored working as a receptionist, I think I'd really like having a job. I've never had one, and there's no way Darren would want me to. Sometimes I want out of this life. I can't admit that to anyone because they wouldn't understand. Still, there are times I'd do anything for some freedom. I toss Bonnie a smile and hurry to Darren's office, exhaling with relief when I try the door and it opens. Exactly like I did in our bedroom, I lock it behind me and turn to his desk. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking for here, so I have to dig around. Dig around. I'm confident I'll know it when I see it. I simply have to find something that proves he's the one following me. His computer monitor turns on when I wiggle the mouse, and I type in his PIN without hesitating. It's the same one he uses for our home alarm and his debit card, so I'm not surprised to gain immediate access. I am, however, surprised by what app he has open. It's our security app, and he has all cameras pulled up and running so he can see what's going on in our home. Why? Why in the world would he be watching me? I sit back in his chair, my heart thudding as I try to think this through. I guess he'd be watching me for the same reason he's following me, because he thinks I did something, or wants to catch me doing something. Or he knows my secret. There's only one thing for me to do now, and I exhale hard as I reach into my purse and pull out the small camera I bought this morning. How lucky I'd been in the store a month ago buying a birthday gift for one of Bonnie's kids and seen them in the back corner by the kids' spy gear. As quickly as possible, I set up the app on my phone and place the camera on his bookshelf, pointing it at his desk. It connects to Wi-Fi, and this way I'll be able to keep an eye on my husband when he's here. Chapter 16. Darren. I don't remember the name of the guy who works at the dump where I brought Brit's things, but his name is immaterial. What matters is that he gave this woman Brit's luggage, and in doing so, threw me under the bus. The guy is skinny, with thin hair that sticks to his scalp. "Hey, can I help you?" He throws me a big wave and shoves his pack of cigarettes into the top pocket of his overalls as he makes his way over to where I'm getting out of my car. It smells here, like food and oil and rubber, and the vultures circling overhead do nothing to make me feel better about having to spend any amount of time here with him. "I dropped off some luggage a bit ago," I tell him, raising my hand in a wave instead of reaching out and strangling him, which is what I really want to do. "Okay." The guy smiles at me. Other than being friendly, he makes no sign he has any idea what I'm talking about. I take a deep breath, then exhale slowly. "Do you remember me?" "Sure don't. I get a lot of people dropping stuff off in here." He waves his arm to the side to indicate the massive piles of garbage. "Okay, well, someone came behind me and took the luggage I dropped off." "Huh." He scratches his temple. "We have no trespassing signs up." They obviously didn't work. "Normally, we prosecute if we know who was dumpster diving in here. Do you know who it was?" "I do." I begin, and stop myself as I think about all the lengths not Brit has gone to so she can pretend to be my wife. Throwing her under the bus and having her arrested sounds amazing, and if I could do it without it blowing back on me, I would. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how. "I do not," I say, correcting myself. "Then how do you know someone took your stuff?" The look he gives me makes me feel like an idiot. He would never be able to do what I do in the courtroom, I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. So why is he looking at me like I'm the dummy? I saw them using it. "Don't you think there's a possibility they could have bought the same luggage? It's not like luggage is specially designed for one person. Heck, how many people do you think have the same set from Walmart? That's why you have to put stickers on it when you fly." This luggage definitely didn't come from Walmart. Still, I can see the point he's trying to make. I change tactics. "So you don't let people dumpster dive in here?" "Gosh, no. That would be ridiculous. What a liability. You have no idea how many dangerous things there are in a dump. Even if they paid you?" He pauses a little, just enough for me to know I've hit the nail on the head. "How much would I have to pay you for you to look the other way while I dug around in the dump?" "A few hundred," he says, his voice lower than it was a moment ago. I pull my phone from my pocket. When I show him a photo not Brit posted, his eyes widen. "Remember her?" "Sure do. How could you forget her?" "She came and picked something up. I need to know her name." It takes effort, and I have to wait a moment until he drags his eyes from my phone and looks at me. "Her name? I don't know her name. Do you think we're checking IDs when people come here?" "Usually people introduce themselves." I'm frustrated, and I swallow the emotion. "Not her. From what I saw, she's all business." Of course she was. I believe it too. Whoever this woman is, she's doing a great job of covering her tracks and making sure everything works out in her favor. "Okay." I exhale hard and feel myself deflate. "Hey, I'm sorry I can't help you." The guy looks remorseful for a moment, but his expression quickly changes, and he holds one finger up. "Wait, I might be able to help you." He turns and hurries back to the office, a metal building that looks like one stiff wind would be enough to blow it in. I wait, forcing myself to lean back against my car in an effort to appear calm. When he returns, his smile practically splits his face. "I've got this," he calls, waving his hand in the air before he reaches me. I squint against the sun. The glare is too bad, and I can't make out what he's holding. "What is it?" Excitement makes me take a few steps closer to him, and I'm already reaching out to take whatever he's holding when he comes to a stop in front of me. "What do you have?" I found this in the trash when it was ringing a bit ago, he tells me. Her picture is on the lock screen, so maybe it's hers. It might be of some use to you, I don't know. I tried to unlock it. I try to take it from him until he tightens his grip on the phone. You didn't offer any payment for the information I've given you so far, he tells me. He has got to be kidding, right? Unfortunately, the expression on his face tells me he's not. I dig out my wallet and hand him $200, then pause and add another 100. I was never here, I tell him, and he nods, practically thrusting the phone at me. I grin as I get back in my car. Ian wasn't any help earlier, but maybe this phone can help me figure out who this woman is. Chapter 17. The Wife. By the time Darren gets home, I've already pushed the thought of my earlier meeting out of my mind. She is in my past, and I hate how she reminds me of where I came from. Darren is the key to the future, my future, and that's why I have dinner already on the table. Once more, I tighten the strings on my apron to make sure I look as nice as possible. Then I greet him at the door with a cocktail. "How was your day?" I ask, reaching out and grabbing his briefcase so I can put the cocktail in his hand instead. "I hope you're hungry. Dinner is on the table." "My day was fine," he says, dutifully following me to the dining room. I watch as he examines the drink, sniffing it before taking a tentative sip, settling down in one chair while I sit across from him. "What is this?" "Dinner, of course. You think I wasn't going to have something ready for you when you got home after a long day at the office?" The grin I flash him is megawatt. I always wanted to be a trophy wife. Britt had it all before she lost it. She was so perfect, didn't they? If they knew the truth of who she was and what she was capable of, they would have hated her. She managed to keep her pesky little secret hidden from her husband and the rest of the world, always putting on a good face. I know it, though, just like I know what Darren is capable of. I serve the two of us while he watches, then take a bite. He's still staring at me, his expression dark. "You don't like chimichurri?" I ask. He answers with a heavy sigh. "I'm sorry, this seems insane to me." Insane? My cheeks heat and I put my fork down. I really don't think men should use that word to describe women. I didn't. I said this seems insane. You in my house making dinner? The two of us acting like nothing weird is going on. You can't move into my house and take over Britt's life without— Well, you really should have thought of that before you killed her. I snap back. His cheeks are now as red as mine feel. What was going on with Britt and me is none of your business. You're the problem here. I was perfectly happy being single. You mean being a murderer? I take a bite of twice-baked potato. We can argue and fight and do all the things he obviously wants to do, but I'm still going to enjoy my meal. Why are you here? Why do you think? Another bite. This is actually really good. His eyes lock on me as he takes a sip of his drink. You're obsessed. I pause, considering. That I am. You don't want to take my money, he says, the words slurring together. Nope. You want me. It's not a question, so I don't respond. He takes another sip. He's had most of the cocktail now, and his eyes look a little glassy. A crushed-up sleeping pill will do that. Right now, I'm kicking myself for drugging him, even though it seemed like a good idea at the time. I wasn't sure what kind of a mood he'd be in after work. I figured it was better to hedge my bets and keep him off balance. I'd thought he'd take little sips. He'd practically down it like he was at a frat party. Darren clears his throat and blinks hard. You really think you could be a better wife than her? I don't love you. I don't trust you. You're obsessed, and I get that. You don't actually know me. I know you better than you think. He stares at me, his blinking slow and heavy. And you love me, just like Britt. My heart beats faster. It feels dangerous, exciting to talk about Britt. She and I are a lot alike. He keeps talking like he didn't hear me. She left the house all the time and never set the alarm, acted like she had a stalker, and you're as crazy as she is." He yawns. Eyes droop a little bit, and he slumps back in his seat. "Not crazy." "Hmm?" He forces an eye open. At the same time, he reaches up and loosens his tie. His eye closes. "I'm not crazy. This?" I wave my arm to indicate the house, my clothes, everything, even though he's not looking. This was all planned. He shakes his head. "Not well planned enough. I have someone." He yawns and breaks off. I shift forward on my seat, impatient. Someone? Who? My heart hammers in my chest at the worry I might have missed something. "Who are you working with?" "Ian." It's clearly a fight for him to speak. "He's on to you." "On to me?" I arch an eyebrow. Flash, I'm out of my seat and crouched next to him so I can better hear him. "How is he on to me?" "You don't know what he can find," he mutters. "You'd better watch out." With that, his head sags back. Jerk. Does he not know threatening your wife is not a good idea? I knew from the moment I decided on this plan I would have to be careful, of course, because Darren is dangerous when backed into a corner. Still, I've worked hard to have enough protection to keep him from hurting me. What really blows my mind isn't his threats. It's not the fact that he's a murderer. It's the fact that he hasn't recognized me. Chapter 18. Brit. Then I stare at the pack of cash in my hand. There's so much, and I should be thinking about what the money means for me. Instead, I'm too busy thinking about Darren. Why is he following me? That's what I can't figure out. Maybe he thinks I'm cheating on him, which is laughable. I've loved him since I met him. We might not have had the most normal start to our relationship, but love finds a way, and I don't want to turn my back on all of our history. Sure, things are hard right now, but that doesn't mean we should give up on our marriage. I was his rock during law school, and he made me feel like the most amazing woman in the world. We met through a mutual friend in college, and I knew from the first time I saw him that he would be mine. Now I don't know how I'm supposed to handle this. Do I confront him and tell him what I know? That he's been stalking me? The fact that I left the house incognito and he didn't show up to follow me around tells me I was right about my worries. He only follows me when he knows for sure I'm out and about. If I approach him and he blows up at me, what will happen? I don't want to ruin our marriage. He doesn't seem too concerned about that. My cheeks burn when I remember how desperate I was for him to go to therapy with me after our first huge argument about having kids, and how he'd laughed and told me therapy was for losers. Every time we have a discussion about kids, I think about how he threw my desire back in my face. Am I not good enough for him to have kids with? Does he think history will repeat itself? Or is there someone else he'd rather have children with? The thought makes me feel physically ill. He'd be such a great dad, I know he would. And it's what I've always wanted. Possible I'm not who he wants that future with? That thought, he might want someone else, combined with the fear he's following me, makes me ask one final question. Am I safe? I've never felt not safe around Darren. Well, not until recently, that is. In his arms has always been the safest place I could be. Now, though, after his outbursts about not having kids, I can't help but be a little reticent about going to him with a problem. My hand shakes as I replace the cash in my jewelry armoire and put the false bottom back. I keep hoping I'm not going to need the money because that will mean something terrible has happened. Still, it's there if I do, and if we divorce, if I need a safety net. Once everything is back in place, I stand, wiping my hands on my pants. It's silly to pull the cash out to make sure it's still there, but I like seeing it every week or so. It makes me feel safe. Back downstairs, I sit on the sofa and pull my phone from my pocket. It feels like a step too far to check the camera I placed in Darren's office, because that really means I don't trust him, doesn't it? I do it anyway, my heart in my throat as the screen refreshes. There's my husband, hard at work. He's bent over his computer, and I can't see what he's looking at because his body blocks the screen. I do see his frown between his brows, and it hits me how badly I want to make this work. I'll be more attentive and stop mentioning kids. I'll make sure he knows he's enough for me. I'm going to pretend I don't know he's stalking me. I'm going to clean up the house so he doesn't have anything to be stressed out about, and I'm going to save my marriage. I watch as he moves, and his screen flashes bright on his face, a sure sign he's opened a new app or navigated away from whatever document he was working on. At the same time, there's a soft click, and my head jerks up. The camera across the living room has activated. He's watching me. Chapter 19. Darren. Tuesday, not Britt, drugged me last night. I know she did. She's got to tell. And if I didn't already know what she was capable of, I do now. Thank goodness I left the phone I got from the guy at the dump in my car. If she'd seen it and recognized it as the one she'd dropped when she was there gathering up Britt's luggage, well, I don't know what she would have done. The online program I uploaded her photo to didn't give me any good results. It's infuriating how average she looks. Not that she's not attractive, but she looks like so many other women, especially now that Botox and Sculptra have become so affordable. I'll have to come up with another way to find her true identity. Could I get a DNA sample from her hairbrush? I wonder if she stashed her real ID somewhere in the house. I'm supposed to be preparing for a trial. However, the only thing I can think about is this phone. It was dead when the guy gave it to me, and I'm hoping it will still work. I've had it charging on my desk for a few hours now, and I turn away from my computer and power it on. The screen lights right up, and I feel a jolt of excitement. Of course it's locked. Groaning, I lean back in my chair, my mind racing as I try to work through what I should do now. No way can I give her the phone because she'll know immediately that I was following her. I also refuse to admit it might be a dead end. I need to get into it so I can figure out who she is and what she wants. But without her passcode. 1234. It's also the most common PIN in use, so I allow myself to get a little bit hopeful before the screen shakes and the phone doesn't unlock. I type in my birthday. She's in my house for a reason, and I've seen the way she looks at me. I know what women are thinking when they look at me like that. She wants me. She's obsessed with me. Sure of it. My birthday doesn't unlock her phone. Frustrated, I set it down on my desk. Of course, I know plenty of detectives who could get into this phone in 5 minutes flat if they had good reason to. I have a very good feeling none of them are going to do that for me without a warrant, and I want to keep the police as far away from my life as possible right now. Even Abraham would have more questions than I'm willing to answer. If I'm going to get into this phone, I have to be smart and do it on my own. I have to think about what could be the most important thing to this woman. Her birthday? It's an idea, and not a bad one at that. Unfortunately, I have literally no idea how to go about figuring out what that date is without first knowing who she is. It's a real chicken and egg situation. The day she moved into my house? Possibly. I'm not willing to risk another attempt on the hope that she's that organized and has been thinking ahead for that long. It's clear she's been planning this out, but still not worth the risk. What about Britt's birthday? My hand twitches towards the phone. Instead of grabbing it, I keep thinking. Britt's birthday is a good idea, but there's one that's even better. The day I murdered Britt. I type in the date. The phone unlocks with a click. 3.5. Chapter 20. The Wife. The wildest thing about Darren accepting that I'm taking over as his new wife is the fact he leaves me alone in his house while he goes to work. Although, what choice does he have? What matters is I'm here alone, which means I can do whatever I want. This is the life I was supposed to lead. I love long, luxurious showers, the amazing coffee he drinks, and trying on things in Britt's closet. It's not all fun and games. I have to stay one step ahead of Darren at all times, and that's what I'm doing now. Hot sun beats down on me in the backyard where I'm in a bikini. I grin at my phone and snap a shot before posting it online. And after I type out the caption, "Having a blast in the sun," and post it, the likes start rolling in. There. My followers expect daily posts from me, and I need to give them what they want. As long as they believe I'm Brit, they offer security from Darren. He can't get rid of me without a lot of people wondering why I'm no longer posting. With a sigh, I hurry back into the house and change into a cute outfit for the rest of my day. I have one errand to run, and I have to make sure I time it perfectly so nobody catches on to what I'm doing. It's tricky working around another person's schedule, and I'd love the freedom to handle things on my own time. Working around this schedule is the only way for me to keep things working like they're supposed to. If anyone were to find out what I'm doing out of the house, everything would come crashing down. After that, though, I can go downtown and enjoy a bit of my afternoon. As I drive, something in the passenger seat floorboard catches my eye. I stare at it for a moment, then make myself wait until I'm at a stop sign to reach down and grab it. It's shoved halfway under the passenger seat. A half-empty box of condoms. Grinning, I toss it in the back seat. Oh, Brit. She had no idea what was coming, did she? And neither does Darren. Chapter 21. Brit. Then every noise in the house makes me jump. When Darren asks me what I'm going to be doing each day, it makes me feel like I'm in a petri dish, the lens of a microscope coming closer, closer, so he can get a good look at me. I'm picked apart, scrutinized. When I get dressed in the morning, it takes me 3 times as long as it should to choose what I'm going to wear. I want to be incognito, so I dress in all black, but I don't feel like myself and switch back to my normal clothes. No matter what I do, my stalker is there, watching. It doesn't matter how I change up my routine or if I leave the house at odd times to run errands. They're always watching. My husband is always watching. I should be making dinner, especially since I was thinking a few days ago I could be a better wife to save our marriage. Now, though, I can't stop staring at the paper in my hand. Darren told me over and over never to go into his home office, and I've always done as he asked. It probably wasn't a great idea to go against his request when I took some fresh flowers in there and had started dusting, because I accidentally knocked over a stack of papers. They'd avalanched to the floor, and I'd sworn as I'd picked them up. Then I found this one. The urologist, telling Darren he successfully passed his sperm motility test, and the room seemed to slowly spin around me before grinding to a halt. He was so desperate to not have children, he took matters into his own hands years ago. I exhale hard and try not to cry as tears burn my eyes, and I feel my stomach twist. According to the doctor, Darren doesn't need to keep having these tests, which are not on a bi-yearly basis like most men. No, my husband goes every 6 months like clockwork because he's so desperate to not be a father. What would he say if he knew I had discovered his secret? Panic overtakes me, and I glance around the room, terrified there will be a new camera I don't know about, that he's watching me right now. I'm alone. I put the paper back and tidy everything as much as possible, then slink out of the room, my mind racing. Mom always told me a woman should keep money on hand in case a marriage is about to end. Between the stalking and this lie, maybe it's time to go to the bank and add more to my stash. Darren. Without looking away from the phone in my hand, I get up and close and lock my office door. Sit back down at my desk, I exhale hard, my mind racing with the possibility of what I'm going to find in her phone. Not Brit really messed up by throwing her phone away at the dump, and the fact that I was able to pay for it to get it back? Karma. Instant karma. If an up-and-coming pop star heard about this, she'd write the song of the century. I know she would. I want to open every app to figure out who this woman really is. Instead, I take my time and start with the contact list. It's empty. Okay, who were you calling? I ask, my voice quiet. As I touch the button to see her most recent calls, my office phone rings. I jump, but don't answer it. Let it go to voicemail. She calls, and the latest incoming call must have been the one the guy at the dump heard, which allowed him to find the phone. All of the other calls are outgoing. So why did she call it once a day, every day, just like clockwork? My hand shakes as I grab a sticky note and write down the phone number. Even though I'm half tempted to use her phone to call the person so I'm sure they'll answer, I don't want to show my hand and let anyone know I have her phone. Excitement makes me sweat, and I rub my hand across my forehead before closing her call log and opening her texts. Nothing. A little voice in the back of my head questioning whether or not this is her primary phone or one she only used for her life of crime. Is there another phone I should be looking for? I push the thought away because that's not something I can worry about right now. Photos? Empty. Saved files? None. Her browser history? Either she's literally never looked anything up online, or she cleared her browser history so nobody could see what she was searching for. It doesn't matter either way. What matters is that there isn't a single clue there for me to use against her. I'm frustrated, and I put her phone down on my desk to take a deep breath. I spent $300 on a phone a guy swears is not Brit's, and could only get one number off it. I have to hope whatever number I call gives me some information about the woman in my house. I have to know who this number belongs to. I grab the sticky note, holding it in one hand as I pick up my office phone. It's easy enough with the press of a few buttons to block my number so nobody will be able to trace this call back to me, and I do that, exhaling hard as I type in the number I stole from her phone. It rings once, twice, 3 times, and I'm about to throw in the towel. Not because I'm nervous about what might happen if the person picks up, rather because I hate feeling like I'm not in control. And someone picks up. "This is Larry." I freeze. Larry? If I call again, am I going to get another one of the Three Stooges?
"Hello? Is anyone there?"
Larry asks, and I swallow hard. "Yeah, hi, this is..." My mind races. "Kevin."
"Hey, Kevin, what can I do for you?"
Someone gave me your number, and I..."
"Oh, you need some help? I can do that for you. Pick up or drop off?"
Pick up or drop off? I have literally no idea what this guy is talking about, and I have no clue which is the better option to choose. Not that I have a lot of time to consider, really.
"Kevin, did I lose you?"
There's a loud crash behind him.
"No, sorry, pick up, I guess." "Great, I can send someone out to you today. Just give me your address."
Panic rushes through me.
No, I was wrong, sorry. Drop off would be best."
He laughs.
"Drop off it is. You have our address?"
No. I fumble for a pen and prepare to write on the same sticky note as the phone number. Larry rattles off the address, but I don't move. I don't need to. I know exactly where he is. Why has not Britt been calling the dump every single day? There's only one reason she'd be in constant contact with someone there. And that's because someone there is helping her. Chapter 23. The Wife. "Mrs. Reed!" The woman calling me is waving from across the road, her eyes locked on me. Instead of getting into my car and driving away as quickly as possible, I plaster a smile on my face and wave back. "Hi, Bonnie. Good to see you." She runs across the street. "I thought that was you," she tells me as she stops in front of me. She's pretty, with a slightly turned-up nose and freckles, and her smile is disarming. "It's me," I say with a forced smile before I push the button on my key fob to unlock the car door again. Not that I need to. It's already unlocked. Hopefully the beep will get it through her head. I don't want to be talking to her right now. I'm a busy woman, after all. "It's so nice to see you. I swear it's been forever since we've actually run into each other." At least I can thank my lucky stars she and the real Brit weren't bosom buddies who hung out every weekend, because this would be really hard for me to pull off without her recognizing I'm an imposter. Good thing Britt didn't have any close friends. I'm glad you stopped me, I say, turning on the charm. Since I can't easily escape, I can be the wife Darren deserves. The wife Britt could have been if she'd tried a little harder. Did Darren remember to tell you about the office party we're having this weekend? It's at the park, and he promised he'd grill. She grins at me as she waits for my response. Of course he did, I lie. This is a conversation he and I will have to have when he gets home tonight. If I'm going to be his wife, I have to be clued in to everything he has going on. It's not fair for him to hide things from me, and this certainly wasn't on our shared calendar. I'm so glad. She looks around the two of us, like she's trying to see if anyone is listening, then leans a little closer to me, her voice low when she speaks. I hope this isn't overstepping, but you look amazing. Who did you get to do your nose? Panic makes me take a step back from her. I want to throw up and swallow hard. Getting sick will make it obvious to her I'm hiding something. Swallowing hard, I try to decide how to handle this. I could deny it, of course, but Bonnie will constantly be thinking about my nose and how it looks different than it did, probably because it is a completely different nose, and that will only lead her to look for more differences and to poke around where I don't want her prying. Or I could play it off and act like she caught me in the act of getting plastic surgery. It's embarrassing, and I don't want to do it. On the other hand, I don't know what other choice I have. Anyway, people always like it when others are gracious and a little self-deprecating. You're the first person to notice, I say, throwing her a wink. It was a little makeover I did. Nose job, some sculpting on the jaw, and a small lift to keep things from sagging. Honestly, the healing was terrible. In the end, I'm glad I did it. Maybe that will explain why, upon closer inspection, the real Britt and I have some differences. Oh my gosh, you're so brave. Her voice is still low as she grins at me like a fool. I keep telling my wife I want to have some work done, even though she laughs at me when I bring it up. Because you're gorgeous, I tell her, and her cheeks turn pink. I'm serious. If you touch your face with a scalpel, you'll regret it forever. You're sweet. Seriously, though, if you don't mind giving me your surgeon's name, not a chance. I hold one hand up between us as if to stop her. You don't need any work done, and I'd never forgive myself if I contributed to you making any unnecessary changes. Serious, Bonnie, you're beautiful. Tears well up in her eyes, and she turns to the side before flicking them away with a single finger. Gosh, you're sweet. I'm serious, Mrs. Reed. You're about the kindest person I've ever met. Call me Britt. I reach out and give her shoulder a squeeze. And I can't wait for this weekend. It's going to be so much fun. It really is. She steps back, giving me a small wave as she does. I'm looking forward to it. Have a great week. Will do. A flash of brilliance hits me. Do you want to get drinks later? Just you and me? That would be so fun. A smile blooms across her face. I can't do it until Sunday, though. Going on with the kids and Tiffany's work schedule. Do you want my phone number and we can text about it? Sounds great. I type her number into my phone as she rattles it off. Send me any memes you find funny, okay? I love them. She grins. I love them too. Tiff thinks they're so stupid, so I don't have anyone to send them to. She pauses. I'm glad we're finally going to be friends, Britt. Me too. And tell Darren I said hi, will you? I think he'll get a kick out of the fact the two of us ran into each other. She laughs, the sound bright and sweet. Of course. I get in my car and watch as she walks back across the street and heads towards Darren's office. That was close. Closer than I like. I don't want to hurt Bonnie. Not when she seems like such a great person and an amazing mom. Unfortunately, if she starts to suspect I'm not the real Britt, I'll have to take a page out of my husband's book. Chapter 24. Britt. Then. The only thing that drags me away from my cozy spot on the sofa where I've been curled up for the past half an hour is Darren calling my name. I'm so used to being quiet, being by myself, that it takes me by surprise. I lost myself when I married Darren, and now I don't even have the support system I need to help me get back to myself. I had loads of friends in college, at least at first. Then Darren became my whole world, and they stopped calling when I no longer hung out. After we got married, I tried to connect with other wives on the street, at least until they all had kids and I didn't. We never really had a lot in common. I'm lonely, and that realization hits me harder than I thought it would. I have to swing by the office for a bit, he says, and I sit up straighter, suddenly alert. Okay. For a moment, I debate staying where I am because I'm comfortable. After a moment, I get up and wave to him from the front porch. As soon as he's gone, I hurry back to my spot on the sofa and pull out my phone. It only takes a minute to connect to the camera in Darren's office. Floods through me when I realize he hasn't found it and disposed of it yet. If he were to find it... Nope, not going to worry about that right now. I leave the screen up as I walk down the hall to Darren's home office. The last time I was in here, I found out about his secret vasectomy. The pain of that knowledge still stabs at me, even though I do my best to ignore it as I turn the handle to enter. This is where he keeps his secrets. I want to know what else he's hidden from me. As much as I'd like to leave the house and try to turn the tables on my stalker, I don't have time right now. Not if he's only going to the office and coming right back. In here, and it's locked. I swear and yank it back and forth, twisting it as hard as I can. It doesn't budge. I'm sure Darren hasn't ever locked his office door before, so why start now? Unless he knew I was in there. What if I didn't clean up my mess as well as I'd thought, and he's on to me? He hasn't said anything, but that's Darren's style, to keep information hidden for as long as possible so he has the upper hand. My knees threaten to give out, and I have to force myself to my feet to make it upstairs. I'm almost in our bedroom when there's a click from my phone. Darren's in his work office, his light is on, and I must have heard him closing his door. I'm frozen, watching my screen. I can't make out what he's doing on his computer as he clicks around a few times, types a lot, and finally turns off the screen. If he's on his way home, I don't have much longer to poke around. How long did I waste standing here watching him work when I could have been trying to find out more information about my stalker? Mentally kicking myself, I turn in a slow circle. Darren will be here soon, and he's not stupid enough to hide anything important in our bedroom. I wasted my alone time, and I feel like an idiot. Heaving a sigh, I walk back towards the bedroom door until something catches my eye. I freeze, thinking. The armoire isn't where it usually sits. It's scooted a few inches to the right, something I notice only because of the way it lines up with the painting above it. Why would he move it? I know the answer before I fall to my knees before it. My hands tremble as I push up on the false bottom, and trembling turns to shaking when I reach inside. It's empty. My money is gone. Bile rises in my throat, and I stand to rush to the bathroom. Even as I lean over the toilet to throw up, I hear a familiar click. He has a camera in the bedroom I didn't know about. Chapter 25. Darren. I know who not Brit had been calling. Now I'm left with the question of why. Called there so many times. That's something I want to figure out, something I need to figure out. Unfortunately, right now is not the time. I'm pacing back and forth, making notes to ensure my opening statement is as strong as possible when there's a soft knock on my door. I turn and immediately smile when I see Bonnie standing there. So sorry to interrupt, she says. You're never an interruption. What do you need? I ran into Brit, she tells me, and I swear my stomach bottoms out through the floor. My knees feel weak, and I lower myself so I'm sitting on the edge of my desk. You did? Where? Main Street. She's great. She sure is. Not? Anyway, she said to tell you hi, and she's really excited for the picnic this weekend. I can't wait for my wife to meet her. I think the two of them are really going to get along.
We're going to go out for drinks Sunday. Her idea.
That all sounds wonderful. I lie. I'd forgotten about the stupid office picnic. Hanging out with the staff and their families isn't what I want to do on a good day, and having this imposter in my house certainly makes this not a good day. And now, not Britt wants to be bosom buddies with Bonnie? Yeah, I can't sit back and let that happen. Another thing, and this is overstepping, so I'm sorry, but the work she had done looks amazing, so natural. She was beautiful before. Now, though, she looks like a model. She grins at me, and I'm sure she thinks she's complimented me. I want to scream. I'm not surprised Bonnie thinks my wife has had work done since this woman looks so much like her. Unfortunately, as much as I'd love to let her in on that little secret, so I'm not the only one surprised by the imposter living in my home, that's absolutely the last thing I can do. She's taken pains to create a situation of mutually assured destruction, and probably feels confident about that. One thing she doesn't know is I'm not going down without a fight. She's perfect, I tell her, the absolute model of the ideal wife. Gag. Wife. Gag. I love love. Bonnie grins and wiggles her fingers at me. Okay, back to work. Let me know if you need anything. I don't move for a moment after she leaves. Even when I hear her footsteps disappear down the hall, I stay still, feeling frozen where I sit. The great thing about Britt is she was in my life but didn't stick her nose where it wasn't wanted. I loved her. Really, I did. Sure, I know it might not seem like that's true given how our relationship ended, but Britt was my person. The problem is she pushed me, and I did what I had to do. This new woman, this not Britt, she's a problem. Already making friends with Bonnie, and I really don't like the idea of taking her with me to the picnic this weekend. My office phone rings, but I let it go to voicemail. The ringing stops and my shoulders relax. As worried as I am about this upcoming weekend, I have a few days to ensure my imposter wife doesn't make it to the picnic. Ignoring the voice in the back of my head telling me I need to focus on work, I turn on my computer and look up the dump I visited last night. Every business has a website nowadays, and I'm always surprised at how much information people put up about themselves online. I'm a huge fan of the company I pay to delete all of my personal information every time it pops up on various websites because it makes me feel safe. Most people don't worry about stuff like that. Junk and Dump is one of the many little dumps in the area that aren't sanctioned by the county. They're set up because the owner thinks they can pick through the trash people leave there and find a diamond in the rough. It seems ludicrous, but I'm sure there are some people who trash nice jewelry and clothes, and there's always the opportunity for the guy running the place to scrap the metal that comes through the doors. Not that I'd ever get caught dead working at a hellhole like one of these places, because I have standards. Still, I get how it could appeal to a certain kind of person. Wear a suit and tie, you only answer to yourself. You get to dig through other people's secrets and try to make money off them. Whatever. No matter how insane it is to me, it's where not Britt was calling. Why, though? With my fingers crossed that I'll get some information that will help me, I click on the company's About Me. It's the basic stuff you'd expect from a place like this. There are lists of what they do and don't accept, hours of operation, and there, at the bottom, like an afterthought, the staff. She kept calling someone there over and over, and that's what I need to figure out. Was it to make sure she could get her hands on Britt's luggage? If that's the case, why continue to call after I killed Britt? Someone over there is helping her. They have to be. I heave a sigh and send Ian a text with information about the dump. He responds before I even have a chance to put my phone back down on my desk with a thumbs-up emoji. There. Whoever's helping her, I'm going to find them. Chapter 26. The Wife. When I hear the garage door open, I hurry and meet Darren, a drink in my hand. Welcome home, I tell him, holding the drink out for him to take. He looks at it, then his eyes dart up to my face. You drugged me last night, he tells me, his voice low, his face tight.
Do you really think I have any interest in drinking anything you give me ever again?
It was a one-time thing. I lie, then take a sip of the whiskey sour to prove my point. Seriously, I wasn't sure how you were going to react about everything, and I thought it would be a good idea to make sure you weren't going to hurt me.
Ah, so you're not convinced your plan is good enough to protect you.
He accepts the drink from me and takes a sip, his eyes never leaving my face.
You're afraid I might snap.
I shrug, then gesture for him to enter the kitchen. Anything could happen.
That's true.
He puts his briefcase down on the counter and hangs his keys on the hook before turning to face me.
What's dinner, my sweet wife?
Well, it's a bit of a surprise, I say, ignoring the anger in his words. I glance at him and wipe my hands on my apron. It's not that I'm nervous, not exactly. Still, I do have a pretty good feeling he's not going to like what I've done. He frowns at me.
What is it?
Well, I begin, desperately thinking through how this is going to go. But before I can say anything else, the doorbell rings. Darren turns around so quickly I'm afraid he's going to give himself whiplash.
I'll get that. You go ahead and sit down at the table,
I say. He ignores me and hurries past me to the front door. I'm holding my breath as I go to stand beside him. This plan seemed like a really good idea at the time, and it's not that I regret it. Still, he's going to be mad as soon as he opens the door. Still, it's not like he can do anything to me immediately.
Henry?
Darren asks, shock dripping from his voice as he swings the door open.
And Alexandria?
Alex, please. She practically purrs as she pushes past him. I don't have time to look at Darren and try to read his mind before her arms are around me. She pulls me into a hug, her intoxicating perfume a cloud around us, her breath warm on my cheek.
Thank you so much for the invite, darling.
I'm glad you came, I say, my voice bright and bubbly. Darren's obviously going to be a horrible host, so I reach past him to Henry and shake his hand.
It's such a pleasure having the two of you here for dinner. Well, Alex told me she reached out to you about her yoga venture and you invited us,
Henry says, pressing a bottle of wine into my hands.
How could I say no to that when she said how generous you were about her new business?
Darren's slowly dealing with the shock he's feeling, and he clears his throat.
How generous were you, darling?
I told her we could help her with funding for her new location, I say. Of course, we'll want an interest in her company. I'm not silly. Alex agreed we could talk it out. I figured what better way to do it than over dinner. He stares at me. I know him well enough to tell he's wishing I would fall over dead before we sit down to eat. Hopefully, Henry and Alex don't notice how rude he's being.
Anyway,
Alex says, taking me by the hand and pulling me into the house.
You were so kind, and I told Henry it wasn't fair for him to keep us separate.
Fair for him to keep us separate. We're obviously destined to be the best of friends. Sometimes I feel like my life is charmed, I say, reaching back to grab Darren's hand. I give it a squeeze, but he doesn't reciprocate. This life, this husband, you as my friend, I couldn't have planned it out any better if I'd tried. She laughs, and I hear Henry close the door behind us. I know Darren wants to blow up at me. Decorum dictates his behavior, and there's no way he'll do that in front of company. He's not going to throw me under the bus if it means he'll get run over with me. Dinner is trout and collards, I announce as we walk into the dining room. Tiramisu for dessert. I lie. Actually, I didn't make a single thing we're about to eat. It's wild how having a credit card that isn't totally maxed out means you can buy anything you want.
You made all of this?
Alex squeals and covers her mouth with both hands.
Honestly, how did you do it? It smells amazing. How indeed,
Darren says, his voice dry. Before anyone can pick up on his tone, he addresses Henry.
A drink? Whatever you're having,
Henry responds. He loops his arm around his wife's waist and pulls her closer to him.
And wine for you?
Alex nods, and I hold the bottle they brought us in the air. I'll open this and join you for a glass.
Looks amazing.
The two of them are beaming when I leave them and walk into the kitchen. Although I feel like grinning from ear to ear, My mouth presses into a firm line when Darren approaches me.
"The surprise is a dinner party?"
He asks. His face is right next to mine. If anyone were to look into the kitchen, they'd think we were whispering sweet nothings to each other. Are you insane? We've discussed how I feel about that word, I say, and move away from him, but he grabs my wrist and yanks me back. It's the closest I've gotten to him since moving in, and I can feel the heat coming from his body.
"Well, I don't know what other word you would use to describe inviting my colleague and his wife over for dinner without telling me. It's rash. Insane."
I twist my wrist away from his grip. It hurts where he was squeezing it, and I know he's looking for a reaction. However, I refuse to let him know how uncomfortable his grip was. "You know how to turn on the charm in the courtroom," I tell him. "I have no doubt you can do the same tonight." His eyes remain locked on mine. Before I can continue to make my case for him to let me go, he releases me and hurries to the front window. "What is it?" I should check on our guests and make sure they're okay, I know that. Instead, I'm drawn to stand next to him. "Did you see something?" He steps back from the window and shakes his head, his face pale.
"It's nothing. I thought I saw someone, but I'm seeing things,"
he tells me. I stare at him before looking out the window again. There's nothing out there, nobody moving, nobody skulking in the dark. Still, my mind races as I think about what could have been out there. Or who? Chapter 27. Brit. Then there's only one thing for me to do about my stalker, and that's to turn the tables on them. The thought of hunting them down and trying to follow them while they're following me is terrifying, but no matter what, I have to do something.
Even if there's some weird coincidence with the keychain and Darren isn't my stalker, I can't ignore the fact he's obviously been watching me via our cameras. That has to be how he found my stash of money. I have no idea where he hid it when he stole it from me, but I can't exactly go asking for him to give it back. The tan rain jacket I have on is so long it hangs past my knees. Never in a million years would I opt to wear something like this. And I feel a bit uncomfortable. I knew when I came up with this plan I needed something to wear that would throw my stalker off my scent. It came in the mail yesterday, and is the first beige thing I've ever willingly bought. Even though it's Prada, it's still hideous. I hate the way it hangs on me, how lifeless and shapeless it is, even though it's exactly how boring and plain it is that will help me to blend in so I don't stand out from the crowd. At least, that's my hope. Darren's got a huge case today that will last right up until 5. It's been all over the news, a murder trial that will definitely take more than one day, so I can rest easy he'll be in the courtroom all day. To put my mind at ease, I popped by there on my way downtown and heard his booming voice coming from behind a closed door. It's 10 a.m., the perfect time for me to be downtown without a huge crowd watching me. I hope my stalker saw me leave home in pink leggings and a white hoodie and followed me here. After changing in a small bar's bathroom, I no longer look like I did when I left the house. Hopefully, they'll still be looking for me in my bright pink and won't see me coming in tan. My sunglasses are oversized and feel ridiculous. I push them up and don't take them off. I adjust my baseball cap and look around me. No stalker. I cut across Main Street and start walking north, making sure to take my time and look in windows so I can see if anyone is following me. I make it 3 blocks before I see a reflection in a storefront window that makes me pause. Someone in a long black coat. I steady my breath and start walking down the street, moving slowly, like someone who doesn't have a care in the world. I want to look calm, like I'm enjoying my time on Main Street and window shop all the time. Door is a used bookstore, and I peer through the glass like I'm trying to choose a book. A moment later, there's a reflection behind me. Long black coat. I shouldn't break. Shouldn't let the person know I saw them, I know that. I can't help myself. I whip around to face them. They don't move. Who are you? My voice is strong, level. It doesn't break, doesn't crack, even though I feel like my legs are jelly and about to give out. You keep following me. Who are you? The person doesn't answer.
Like me, they wear their hood up so I can't see their face. I take a step closer to them, already reaching out so I can pull their hood back down. Before I reach them, they brush past me. Not past me, into me. Their shoulder slams into mine and I stumble, turning with them as they run down the street in the direction we came from. Their coat flaps behind them and I start after them before making myself stop. What will I do if I catch them? Chastise them? Try to yank their hood down so I can see who they are? What, do I think this is an episode of Scooby-Doo? What I should do is call the police, but by the time the cops arrive, my stalker will probably be long gone. No, I can't follow them. Not now, anyway. The one good thing to come from my run-in with them is I know it's not Darren. It's not Darren. He's big and broad-shouldered, and while I still don't know if my stalker is a man or a woman, at least I know it isn't my husband. This person is too thin and short. I turn away from watching them and hurry in the other direction. I want to get off Main Street and cut back to my car. I want to go home and lock myself inside. I want to hide and pretend this didn't happen. Someone honks and I stop before crossing a side street, my eyes scanning left and right to ensure I'm not in danger. And that's when I see them. A second person in a long black coat standing across the road. And they're watching me. Chapter 28. Darren. I'm more rattled than I'd ever admit as I sit down at the table and take a sip of my drink. Henry is across from me, already chatting with not Brit, like this dinner is a normal occurrence, not something that will haunt my dreams. Alex was thrilled you wanted to come to her class. He tells the imposter, it's so hard to get started, and having someone who will champion her and support her makes a huge difference. Us girls have to stick together, don't we? Not Brit winks at Alex, who blushes. Before I can guess her next move, she reaches out and puts her hand on my arm. I'm so glad our husbands know each other. I know we're going to be great friends. I stare at her. If this were any other situation, I'd find her attractive. Truth be told, it's hard to fall for someone when they have you by the balls. I have to ask, Alex says, throwing Henry a shy smile before turning back to not Brit. I know you and Darren have been married for years, but you've always been standoffish. Not Brit offers, and Alex blushes again. Her freckles still pop against her pink cheeks. She's embarrassed. You've kept to yourself, Alex says, obviously trying to smooth things over. And that's fine, I totally get it. It can be difficult to know who you can trust, who has your back, who is envious of what you have. It took me a while to come out of my shell. Darren has helped with that, even though I know it was hard for him at first. She squeezes my arm, and I have to fight to keep from pulling away from her. Hard how? Henry raises one eyebrow as he looks at me. Oh, you know, he liked having me all to his own, liked having me at home waiting on him after a hard day's work. Not all men like to share, do they? Darren fought me a little on being more than just his wife. Alex laughs and playfully hits her husband. Not my Henry. I think I drive him nuts when I'm home for too long. If I didn't know any better, I'd think he planted the idea for my yoga studio so I'd have something of my own to do. I fully support Brit, I say. When I realize how frustrated I sound, I take a deep breath and try again. She knows I have her back. And her front. Henry quips. I'm the only person who doesn't laugh. Instead, I take another bite of dinner. Everything tastes like paste, and I know it's because of how anxious I am right now. I want to eat dinner as quickly as possible and get the two of them out of my house, but Henry and I are the only ones taking any bites, so this might take a while. I love my wife. I lie. I support her in every way, so when she told me she wanted to start an Instagram, well, I didn't tell you first. Not Brit interrupts. I only showed him when I had over 1,000 followers. I wanted something that was mine at first. I figured that was the best way to ensure you wouldn't try to stop me from doing it. You should have run it by me, I say, my teeth gritted. You know I don't love surprises. She ignores me. He loves them. Don't listen to him. she says to Henry and Alex. Has he ever told you two how we met? What is she doing? I have no idea what's going on in her mind, but I can't let this continue. Last thing I need is for Henry to question my relationship with this woman. If he gets curious about our marriage and starts digging, who knows what he might find? He hasn't. Henry swallows a bite of bread. Tell us, mate, how did you and the lovely Brit meet? To buy time, I take a sip of my drink, my mind racing. I have no idea how to get out of this. From the way all three of them are staring at me, however, I need to figure something out, and fast. Well, she's a catch, obviously, I say, gesturing at her. Would you believe she pursued me? No, Alex says with a laugh. Her eyes sparkle with delight, like this is the best story she's heard all year. Usually it's the other way around. Too true, I say. Not my lovely wife. I know this is going to be hard to believe. One day I woke up, and she was in my bed. Henry and Alex gasp. Not Brit kicks me under the table. I ignore them all. Now, before you ask, I hadn't been drinking. It was a normal night for me and a normal morning until I rolled over and saw this lovely woman. Let me tell you, it was a surprise. Stop, Alex breathes, glee's written all over her face as she turns to my fake wife. Tell me this isn't true. It's true, Not Brit says through gritted teeth. Don't ask me how I ended up there, but, oh, don't be shy. I take her hand and give it a squeeze. You told me the truth about how you ended up in bed with me, and I don't see a reason to hide it from our friends. Okay, I'll bite, Henry says. He drains his drink and grins at the two of us. Who knew we would get dinner and a show? Why did you end up in bed with Darren? Not Brit looks like she's going to have a hernia, and instead of giving her the opportunity to speak up and potentially ruin how this is going, I continue talking. She was obsessed with me, I say, lowering my voice like it's a secret only for those of us at the table. She gets really uncomfortable when I mention it, but it's true. She was obsessed and let herself into my room and my bed. I wasn't obsessed with you, she begins. No way am I going to let her finish that thought. Obsessed to the point of distraction, I say. Isn't that what you told me? You couldn't sleep, you couldn't eat, you couldn't study. Well, at least I've always been faithful. It's always been you, Darren. Can you say the same about me? She crosses her arms and stares at me. Henry and Alex are watching the two of us like we're in a tennis match. Is she implying I'm a cheater? The last thing I need is for Henry to believe her. Don't try to change the subject from you crawling into my bed. I'm not even sure what you had on counts as clothing. I wink at Not Brit. She doesn't wink back. No way, gasps Alex. Her hand flutters to her chest, and she looks back and forth between the two of us. Why not ask him out for coffee? I'm sorry, Brit, that's wild. Well, Not Brit begins, and I can see the wheels spinning as she tries to think this one through. When you have a crush as big as the one I did, you don't really think straight. That's the truth, I say with a laugh. When have you ever been thinking straight? Anyway, it all worked out, and we've been happy ever since. She cuts me off. And when you want to lock someone down to keep them faithful, you do whatever it takes. She tilts her head to the side. Some people kill for love. Would you kill for me, Darren? Silence. Henry wipes his mouth with his napkin before carefully placing it back in his lap. I stare at Not Brit. I clear my throat. My mind is racing for a rebuttal. Too many thoughts swirl in my head and I can't think of how to respond. Well, that explains everything, Alex finally says with a nod. I hate to say this, Brit. I used to think you were a bit snobbish since you never wanted to spend time with anyone other than Darren. If you had that big of a crush on your husband, no wonder you never wanted anyone else around. She's mad for me. I give Not Brit a tight smile. Aren't you, darling? Completely. There's a sharpness to her tone, and I'm sure we're going to have it out later when our company is gone, but it's worth it. I want to push her closer to the edge so I can hopefully catch her off guard. Off doing the legwork I don't have time to manage. And I need to be on top of my game dealing with Not Brit. She has a weakness, I'm sure of it. Everyone does. All I have to do is find it so I can learn who she really is, what she wants, and determine the best way to get rid of her. That thought makes me smile. However, it's quickly overshadowed by the memory of what I saw in the front yard earlier this evening. Someone watching the house. Someone in a long black coat, exactly like Britt had told me was happening. Chapter 29. The Wife. Wednesday. After last night, Darren has to be punished. He tried to throw me under the bus in front of our friends, but I feel like I handled myself really well. Still, I don't want him thinking that kind of behavior is acceptable. He wanted to make me look like an idiot, or a floozy, or someone who should be mocked and laughed at. And it would have worked if I wasn't so good at turning things around. In the end, Alex was cracking up about how Darren and I met, and she and I are going to be at her new yoga studio this afternoon. Henry was trickier for me to read. Luckily, I know the truth about couples. Get one member on your side, and the other has to at least pretend to like you. Sure, the boys might try to stick together on this one, because boys do that. It's not going to last for long. No matter how close you are with someone, there's always a bit of information, real or imagined, out there that will tear you apart. It's an ugly truth of the world, one not a lot of people are willing to admit. After years of experience, I know it's a fact. All you have to do is find that bit of information. Or make it. I don't like that Henry didn't seem to find the humor in how Darren and I got together, which is why I implied Darren wasn't always faithful. I planted the seed, so Henry will always be wondering about how much he can trust his friend, find the real story even less amusing. As good as it would have felt to throw him under the bus, I have another plan. He loves his reputation, so let's see if he can keep it. It's time to shake things up a bit. Chapter 30. Britt. Then there are two of them. Two long black coats, two people watching me. Hot water beats down on my shoulders and streams over my skin. Even though the temperature is scalding, I can't seem to get warm. Chill after chill washes over me, and my teeth chatter even as I rotate under the water, allowing it to turn every inch of my skin bright red. The first stalker on Main Street walked away from me. I know they did, turned and left, hurrying in the opposite direction. That's why I felt safe walking to my car. That's why I knew I was going to be okay, because I'd watched them walk away. Unless they can teleport, there's literally no way I can think of them being able to get to the second location where I saw them so quickly. They would have had to run multiple blocks, cross the street, and come down a side street from behind a building so I didn't see them until the last second. No way, that's not possible. Unfortunately, it means something else is possible. Something I don't want to consider even though the thought has already taken root in my mind. I feel it growing there, twisting deep into my brain. I have two stalkers. And I was sure at first Darren is one of them. Now, though, I'm thinking that's not the case. He's in court all day, I made sure of that, which means I'm no closer to finding out who's watching me. Actually, I'm even worse off. Two of them. Did he hire them? Or maybe he was my original stalker and hired someone to take over when I caught him. I don't bother to shampoo my hair or use body wash. The shower wasn't to get clean, it was to try to get warm. And when the water finally starts to cool, I turn it off, wrap myself in a huge fluffy towel, and curl up on the sofa. The remote for the gas-powered fireplace is on the side table next to me, and I grab it and turn the fire on. Yes, I know Darren will have a fit when he gets home and the house is so warm. I'll have to deal with his attitude then. But I need the heat. I need comfort. Tears stream down my cheeks. My wet hair sticks to my shoulders like seaweed, and my vision is blurry without contacts, but I don't move to dry off or get my glasses. Without knowing who's following me, I don't know what to do. I do know something has to be done, whether that's calling the police or pleading with Darren again, or something. I just can't make up my mind about how to handle this.
I think about the police showing up, their duty belts heavy around their waists, the way they'll probably look at each other while I explain what's going on, like they've heard it all before and I need mental health help. Not the police, then. Darren. I need to come clean with him. We're going out to a fancy restaurant, one of his favorites, Le Nid du Moineau. It's expensive and ostentatious, and he likes to treat himself once in a while. He'll talk about his day in court, and I'll ask all the right questions. Then when he turns it around on me, I'll tell him the truth about what's going on. I'll apologize for thinking he could possibly be stalking me and ask for his help. Either we figure this out and can stay here, or maybe he'd leave town with me. Yes, he's built up a great business here, and he'll fight it at first. Maybe I can explain to him there's no reason why we couldn't go to a bigger city, one with more clients where he will get more respect. He loves me. He vowed to love me and stand by me my entire life, and there's no reason to think he wouldn't. Right? It would be a hard adjustment, but we'd be together, and that's what matters. I sit up, hope stirring in my chest. This could be a good thing. Not the stalking, that's been a nightmare, but what comes from the stalking. Down and finally start the family I've been so desperate to have. This could be our new beginning. My mom always said to try to make good things out of bad, and while I've never been particularly good at that, this could be my chance to do that. Darren knows I try to stay positive. That's one of the things he likes best about me. So why not be positive the two of us can figure this out together? Why not rest easy knowing he'll believe me and take whatever steps he has to in order to ensure I'm safe? Using the remote, I turn the fireplace back off before going upstairs to get dressed. Will want me ready for dinner as soon as he gets home and changed. So I should get started on making myself look nice. I'll whip up some cocktails for us to enjoy before we leave the house. My mind at ease, I hurry back upstairs. Darren will fix this. I screwed up thinking he was the person stalking me, when it's clear he's the only person I can trust. I see that now. He promised to always be there for me, to support and protect me, and this is one way he can do that. I have no doubt in my mind that once I explain everything, we'll be fine. Chapter 31. Darren. My phone buzzes with a text from Ian, and I grab it, excitement making my movements jerky. Did he find out something at the dump? I'm working on getting security footage. Had to pull out my fake badge for it. I wince. If Ian is going to break the law on my behalf, I wish he wouldn't admit to it over text. For a moment, I consider not responding, even though I know what will happen if I leave him on read. He'll text again, this time with more details that wouldn't look good if anyone ever read my texts. Keep me updated. There. I don't want to come across like I approve of his methods if my phone is ever subpoenaed, because I don't want to get in trouble. He needs to know I want him to continue. Find me something, I mutter, slamming my phone down on my desk. He's tailed her and gotten nothing. If there's not anything useful on the camera footage, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's time for me to pull out the big guns, even though doing so could seriously backfire on me. Still, it might be the only way to get to the bottom of who she really is. I open my briefcase and look inside. This morning, after Not Brit had her coffee, I took the mug, dropped it in a baggie, and brought it with me. I can't run fingerprints on the mug myself, but I know someone who can. The only question I have is whether or not he'll help me. Nerve to make the call when Bonnie leans into my office. She's frowning, which isn't normal for her. One of the happiest people I've ever met. It's rare to see her doing anything but smiling. It's the expression on her face that gives me pause. That and the fact she's shaking. Bonnie? My keys clatter back against my desk and I hurry to her. She's leaning against my door frame, shaking. She doesn't fight me when I take her by the shoulders and help her sit in my chair. Are you okay? Is it Tiffany or the kids? She shakes her head. She's pale with 2 bright spots of color on her cheeks. I wait as she takes a deep breath, then another, before she finally tries to speak. Letter was dropped off at the office, she says. And that's when I finally notice she's holding something. It wasn't addressed to anyone, and I thought I should open it and see who it should go to, so you opened it, I say, gentle. You did the right thing, okay? What was in the letter? She looks up at me, her eyes wide. I think you should read it. My hands aren't shaking as I take the paper from her. My stomach, on the other hand, is doing somersaults, and I feel like I'm going to throw up. It's got to be bad. There's no way she'd have such a strong reaction to something that wasn't a shock. I unfold the paper, and the first thing I notice is it's typed. Shows make out like it's so easy to track down who wrote a letter by looking at printers and the various printing defects they might have, but in reality, it's not nearly that easy. If this were handwritten, we'd still have to narrow down who it might have come from. While that's a lot of work, the chance of figuring out the sender would be higher in the long run. My eyes flick to the words printed on the paper, and I read them once, twice, 3 times, before exhaling hard and folding the paper up. I let it drop down on my desk before turning to Bonnie. Did anyone else see this? She shakes her head. Who dropped it off? I'm sure I know who wrote it. That's not what I want to know. I want to know who she conned into helping her. Was it our regular mail person? Because there's no address and no stamp and... No, it was some kid I've never seen before. A teenager with baggy jeans and long hair. I'm sorry, I couldn't pick them out of a lineup if I had to. Rage simmers in my stomach, and I have to fight to keep it from showing on my face. The last thing I want is for Bonnie to think I'm mad at her when that couldn't be further from the truth. Bonnie, you know as well as I do my wife is fine. You just ran into her yesterday. Whoever wrote this is trying to get a rise out of me. It's probably someone on the case I'm working right now. Don't worry, I'm not going to let them get to me. She nods. I never thought differently, Mr. Reed. Britt is fine. Whoever wrote this wants to push your buttons. I nod, relief slowly taking the place of the rage I felt a moment ago. Still, I have to make sure she sees this is insane, and I have to do everything I can to make sure she doesn't go blabbing about it to anyone else. The last thing I want is for people to think they need to look closer at my personal life. Please keep this between us, I tell her. She shakes her head. I think we need to go to the police. If someone is writing these terrible things about you, don't you want to get ahead of it? Don't you think it's a good idea to stop them before they can ruin your reputation? She has a point. If this were any other situation, I would do that. I glance back at the letter on my desk. Britt Reed is dead. She's rotting in a shallow grave while Darren runs around town with an imposter. You can't trust him. No, I don't want to give this any more power than it already has, I tell her. You and I both know it's an insane claim, and the last thing I want is for the perpetrator to think they got under my skin. To prove how unbothered I am, I grab the paper, wad it up, and toss it in the trash. Wad it up and toss it in the trash. Bonnie doesn't look convinced. Please, Bonnie, I say to her. My clients can be out of control from time to time. If I lost a case or they didn't like the way I handled something, any of them are liable to do this. Any of them might think lashing out to hurt me is the best option. She doesn't move. Bonnie, imagine what poor Britt would think if she heard about this. She'd be horrified and terrified. I scrub my hand down my face in an effort to look as distraught as possible. I don't want to drag her into this. If you're sure she wouldn't want to know about it, Bonnie says, speaking each word slowly like she has to think it through. I can still... Bonnie, I know how much you care and I appreciate it. I flash her a smile, my megawatt one that always works on the jury, then grab my phone to really drive my point home. How about this? Let's call her and you can speak to her, okay? Mr. Reed, I don't think you killed your wife. I'm already dialing, and I wave my hand at her to waft away her concerns. I know. Right now, I want to hear from her. I want to make sure she's okay. It goes to voicemail. She's probably getting her nails done, I explain. but I call back anyway. She'll pick up on the second call. She always does. Voicemail. Voicemail. I call her one more time. This time, it doesn't go to voicemail. Voicemail. She turned her phone off. Chapter 32. The Wife. If Darren calls me once more, I think I'm going to lose it, and right now is not the time to snap. That's why I turn my phone off and shove it back in my purse. He probably wants to see what I'm up to since I'm not at home, and he can't watch me through his creepy cameras. Not my problem. I didn't become his wife to sit around like an ornament. I've been manipulating him since before I appeared in his bed. He doesn't know that because it's not like I'm going to come clean about what I've done to get here. Still, he really should have realized by now that I'm more than one step ahead of him at all times. Or Darren can't wrap his mind around the fact someone out there is smarter than him. It's funny because he's going to find that out pretty darn fast. All he knew about my plans for the day was I was going to Alex's yoga studio this morning. I did, and now I've moved on to the next item on my to-do list. The woman sitting in front of me has a pen in one hand and looks excited to be meeting with me. I gave her a fake name, of course, but when you call the local paper and tell them you have dirt on one of the most prominent lawyers in town, you get a meeting a lot faster than one might think. This morning, and here it is early afternoon, and she's already handed me a cup of coffee and whisked me away to the back office. That makes me feel special, I'm not gonna lie. It's not like she's having me perch on the edge of a folding chair in the middle of the open office space where everyone else is working. I take a sip of my coffee and lean back into the comfy chair, allowing it to cushion my body. I'm in control right now, and I love being in control. To me, there are few things more intoxicating than knowing people are waiting to hang on your every word. I want the prestige and power that comes with people caring what I have to say. And right now, I have it. Are you sure you don't want to give me your name? Jenna Thompson is considered the new up-and-coming reporter here in town, and it's easy to see why. She's pretty and dresses like she wants respect, not ogling. Her brown hair is pulled back into a low bun, and there's not a hint of cleavage on display. Given the nature of what I'm about to tell her, I think she's going to be the perfect person for relaying my story to the masses. I don't think it would be good for me to come out as the person behind this information. I tell her. She nods, and I continue. I guarantee you it's good. I've known this couple for years, and they act like everything is fine, but it's not. Who's the couple? She leans forward like she wants to be as close as possible to me so she doesn't miss a word I say. The Reeds. I'm wearing oversized sunglasses and a pair of baggy overalls I grabbed at the thrift store. No way would she ever recognize who I am if she passed me on the street in my normal clothes. I want to punish Darren a bit while keeping myself safe. I don't want to go down with him. You mean the defense attorney? She cocks an eyebrow at me, and I nod. Really? I thought he was squeaky clean. You really think someone who spends their time hanging out with criminals and doing whatever he can to make sure they don't go to jail is a good person? I pause, letting those words hang in the air between us. She's a smart woman. She'll make the connections I want her to. What has he done? Well, have you seen their house? Another pause while the implication lands. She blinks at me like she can't quite believe what I'm saying. It's huge, isn't it? Really, what I'm saying is a stretch because the house is not as big as I thought it would be. He spends money on really nice things while neglecting his house a bit. The entire thing could be upgraded. I don't know if he ever will, however. Especially not now when the entire town is going to be watching his every move. Defense attorneys, especially good ones, make a decent income. She leans back from me, putting space between us like she doesn't like what I'm implying. I don't think we can say he's a criminal because he has a nice house. Hey, I say, holding up both of my hands, I'm telling you the things I've noticed. And it's not only his house. Look at his cars. Look at how many of his clients he's gotten to walk scot-free.
And it's exactly his ability to win so many cases that allows him to afford the nice things he does. She drops her pen to her desk and stares at me. Is this a smear campaign? Were you employed by Mr. Reed? Did you get fired? What? No. My neck flushes, but I ignore the discomfort and warmth. This isn't going how I thought it would. I want Darren taken down a notch, and I really thought having a reporter poke around in his personal business would be a great way to do that. I need evidence of what you're saying. Otherwise, this meeting is over, and you wasted my time. I could give her cold, hard proof of what he did to Britt and end this now. Darren should consider himself lucky that's not a hand I want to show right now. But instead of rising to her bait and raising my voice, I take a deep breath to calm down and think. He wins most of his cases, I confirm. Most of them. There are some that should be easy wins, and he loses those. She was mentally checking out, but I have her back. You're saying he's getting paid to lose cases. I shrug. Technically, I haven't said anything. She's the one making connections where there aren't any. I might have drawn the lines to make it look like they're there, to prove the point I want to make. If she wants to go running her mouth that Darren is taking kickbacks to lose easy cases, that's on her. How many cases? She asks, her pen poised over her legal pad. You must have an idea of how many he's lost on purpose. I don't, I tell her, and she arches one perfect eyebrow. If I was able to make the connections, imagine what you could come up with. She taps her pen against her legal pad, and I shift in my seat. These overalls are uncomfortable, and it's hot in here. Hopefully this meeting isn't going to last much longer. Great, thank you, Q. I do wish you would tell me your name, she says as I stand, or how I can get in touch with you. I'm a concerned citizen. I smile at her to drive the point home that I'm a nobody, a simple woman who wants to see justice in the world. Thank you for listening, and thank you for trying to fix this. Let me handle it, she tells me. I won't rest until I know the truth. Not that there's truth to find, but I don't hate the idea of Darren being a little uncomfortable. Chapter 33. Britt. Then. You're taking this stalking thing too seriously. Darren puts his fork down on the edge of his plate, taking a moment to make sure it's set just so, then finally looks back up at me. Weeks ago, you said you thought someone was following you. But come on, you even said it could be me, and you know full well that's a load of crap. Darren, I'm serious. I pause, thinking. The next words leave my mouth in a rush. It was wrong to accuse you. I was reaching and not thinking straight, and I know you wouldn't do that. I'm so sorry. Is he going to buy it? Conversation continues around us as I wait to hear what he's going to say. Fine. Apology accepted. How long do you think this has been going on? A few months. I shift in my seat. Dinner is amazing. It's quail with some kind of puree. Since I don't speak French, I have no idea what the meal is. Doesn't matter. Only this conversation matters. Months? Has it really been that long? You mentioned it and made it sound like you might be wrong. If you told me you were really scared, I thought I was seeing things. I tell him, and he nods. Great. He'd rather think I'm not quite right in the head, that I'm imagining stalkers, than believe someone might actually be following me around. It doesn't feel great when I realize that, let me tell you. And today you saw 2 of them? I nod. And that's why you decided to come clean with me about what you think you've been seeing. I mean, you mentioned being followed, but this is an escalation, Britt. You do realize that, right? I don't think it, I say, leaning closer so I can keep my voice low. It's lovely in here, and while it's packed, everyone else is respectfully keeping their voice down. It's not like a McDonald's, with kids running around screaming while they brandish fistfuls of French fries. I know it. Okay. He takes a deep breath, and slowly exhales before giving me a small nod. Tell me everything. And I do. It feels so good to get it all out in the open between us, that he's taking me seriously and doesn't seem to be blowing me off. When Darren has his full attention locked on you, it can feel like the sun is shining on your face. It's warmth and happiness, and I'm so glad he's going to help me through what's happening. This sounds scary, he tells me, and I nod in agreement. What do you want to do about it? Shall we call the cops? I thought about that, I tell him. I'm worried they won't take me seriously or be able to help. I haven't told him about the jacket hanging in his closet, and I don't think I will, but I saw them carrying your keychain. My missing crystal one? That's the one. So they might have been in the house or gotten close enough to you to take it. I have an idea, but it's kinda drastic. Hold up. How would someone have gotten into our house to take my keychain? That doesn't make any sense. Inside, I grimace. On the outside, I keep my face calm and collected. Maybe they broke in? Our security cameras would have caught them. My shoulders round forward. I haven't been setting the alarm every time I leave the house. What? Why would you do that? He runs his hand through his hair. He got plugs a year or so ago, and his hair is as thick as it was back in high school. It's no wonder so many women watch him when the two of us are out together. I don't answer. I don't have to. They had my keychain, he says slowly, almost like he's tugging on the end of a rope and unraveling what I have and haven't said. You saw them with my keychain and you thought, do you think I've been stalking you? And the rain jacket. I lift my chin, even though tears burn my eyes. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I reach out and grab his hand, desperate for connection. When I try to link our fingers together, he doesn't relax enough for me to do that. Instead, I grip his palm so he can't pull away. I was wrong, and I'm sorry. I was in my head and scared, but now I know what to do about this. Are you serious right now? I'm not. Britt, you know that, right? I hesitate a moment too long. Darren notices. Of course I know that, I say. A long exhale. Okay, tell me your plan. His hand is stiff in mine, but at least he's letting me hold it. We need a fresh start, I tell him. A new town, a new house. Kids? His eyebrows crash together and I speak faster. We'll adopt. We'll do something. I don't know. I know what you're probably going to think, and I need you to trust me. This would be really good for us. Would be really good for us. Think about it as the perfect opportunity for the two of us to finally get what we really want. It takes Darren a minute before he finally speaks, and I can tell immediately from the expression on his face he's not thinking things through because he's happy. You know I don't want kids, he says, and my heart drops. I've told you that for years, and you still refuse to believe me. You said you've been keeping the security system off. That was so you wouldn't be tracked by me, right? I nod. My mouth is dry and it hurts to swallow. What is he getting at? You've been doing that a lot? I have. He exhales, pulling his hand from mine. I think he's going to run it through his hair and reach back for me. My hand aches for him to touch me, and my heart sinks when he instead drops it in his lap. Britt, I found a few things in the house that made me wonder if I was losing my mind. But now that you admit you've had the security system off, I can't help but think I'm not the problem. What are you talking about? He exhales again and leans forward, only this time, I no longer see my husband sitting across from me. He's wearing the mask he wears for work, the one that has so many lawyers afraid to go up against him. How long have you been cheating on me? Chapter 34. Darren. My fake wife isn't at home, and while I'm tempted to sit and wait here until she shows up so I can figure out what game she's playing, I don't feel like I have time to do that. She really thought she did something by having that letter dropped off at my office.
She's going to regret it, though, because I have a plan on how to deal with her. Before going down that road, however, I wanted to see her face to face. I wanted to give her one chance to explain herself. She's into me. That's why she's here. But if she really thinks anything could ever happen between the two of us, then I don't know what to say. That'll never happen. I told everyone at work I had an emergency at home, so I could handle things here, even though I really should be in the office getting ready for my next trial. I'm going to have a difficult time focusing on that, when I have no idea where not Brit is, or what she wants, which is why I want to protect myself. I crouch in front of the safe in my closet and spin the dial back and forth until it clicks open. The pistol feels heavy in my hand, and I check for bullets before putting it back. I'd love to carry it, but any protection I'm going to need will be here at the house. Best to leave it accessible now I know it's ready to go. I'm about to close the safe when my phone chimes. A scowl crosses my face when I pull it from my pocket. Ian's sent his bill, and it's double what I expected. He can't really think I'd pay it before he finishes the job, right? My thumbs fly across the screen in response as I hurry downstairs and get into my car. I mash the button to send the text, heave a sigh, and start backing down the driveway. Right as I pull away from the house, however, movement by the garage catches my eye, and I slam on the brakes. There, darting around the side of the house, someone in a long black coat, exactly like I saw during the terrible dinner party. Brit's concern from before, that someone was stalking her, races through my mind, and I throw the car into park before getting out and running across the front lawn. I'm not dressed for a foot chase, and I swear as I slip in the mud. Somehow I catch my balance and stay on my feet. My shoes are going to be ruined if I'm not careful. My arms pumping, I turn into the backyard and skid to a stop. Nobody's here. Nobody by the garden, nobody hiding by the grill. The backyard and back deck are both empty, and I put one hand over my heart as I take a few deep breaths. I'm not out of breath from running, but the idea that Brit said someone was watching her and I didn't listen, some random person I don't know could have been back here is terrifying. If it was true, if she was being followed, why are they now following me? Maybe they're looking for her. What is unbidden, and ice dances up my spine. Is this who I saw out the window when not Brit threw that stupid dinner party? Did she do something so terrible that someone is after her? Or worse, what if Brit's stalker catches on to the fact I killed her? They could have been watching when I murdered her and went through the motions to pretend like she'd left me. They'd know everything. I have to find out who it is. Fear spurs me on, and I hurry back to my car and pull out my phone to check the security cameras. Nothing. Whoever was back here must have slipped through the open gate of the privacy fence between us and our neighbor. Brit had been on me for the longest time to lock the door because I always left it open out of habit. Now, though, that open door is the only reason the stalker was able to get away. Come on! I slam my fist into the steering wheel before calling not Brit again. Still no answer, and now I know for sure I can't wait around for her to turn her phone back on and call me. I'm the only one who can fix this. This time, when I pull away from the house, I keep my eyes on the road. Although I'm tempted to look for the person who was skulking around, I'm not getting distracted again. I drive the speed limit, carefully stop at all stop signs, and don't run any red lights. To report a crime, not get picked up for one. Chapter 35. The Wife. Darren's not at his office, and he won't answer my calls. I'm a little surprised he isn't there since it's the middle of the afternoon. But after confirming with Bonnie that no, she hadn't seen him in a few hours after he said he didn't feel good, and yes, we were going to make it to the weekend picnic, I hurried home. She seemed tense when I talked to her, like something was really bothering her. I know I should act like I care, but I don't have the time to ask her what's going on. And frankly, I don't care. Now that I'm home, however, Frustration washes over me because he's not here. Maybe he's out digging up info on a client. I might be worried if I couldn't get in touch with him at all, but right now I'm not worried, just annoyed. Where are you? I send the text and get out of my car. After letting myself into the house and turning off the alarm, I pour myself a glass of wine. Sabotage makes a girl thirsty. 10 minutes go by without him answering. Then 30. An hour. Forget this, I mutter to myself, then hurry up to our bedroom. Even though I'm sure I planned ahead enough to keep Darren on his toes, I'm not going to rest on my laurels and let him get one over on me. That's why I went to the reporter, and that's why I'm going to keep poking around, looking for cracks I can exploit. There's a safe in his closet I found my first day here. As much as I'd love to get in it, I don't see that happening. I'm a bundle of nerves thanks to meeting with the reporter today. Even though my nerves eat at me, I'm not questioning if I did the right thing. Darren needs to be taken down a notch, no matter how incredible he and everyone else thinks he is. He didn't treat Britt right, and he better get his head on straight and do better by me. That's all I have to say about that. I start by digging through his dresser, poking through socks and underwear, t-shirts and sweatpants. There's nothing stashed in his clothes. His closet is the same, even though I take my time and look through his jacket pockets before pushing them back into place. I'm about to leave the closet when I happen to glance down. The safe is wide open. Chapter 36. Britt. Then, cheating? My head spins with the accusation, but I'm still with it enough to remember to keep my voice down so our problem doesn't become everyone else's problem. I've never cheated on you, ever. What are you talking about? I found a watch on my bedside table that's not mine. There was a pair of boxers kicked under the bed. Again, not mine. It smells like a man. It smells like a man? Do you hear yourself? My palms are sweaty. I remember kicking aside a pair of boxers I didn't recognize. No matter what he thinks, they certainly didn't come from some other man I had in the house. Sweat pools on my lower back as I try to catch up with what he's saying. I probably reek right now, but I can't do anything but stare at my husband. You're accusing me of cheating because of the way the house smells? No. His tone is firm, his jaw tight. I'm asking you if you have been cheating on me because of the way you've been acting. How you're leaving the house without setting the alarm. What I've found around the house. And what about the $10,000 you had stashed away? I freeze, unable to wrap my mind around what's happening. Why did you take it? Why did you have it? He shoots back. Was it insurance in case we ever got divorced? Yes. No way am I telling him that. Britt, are you cheating on me? No. I croak out the word, unable to believe him. How could he think this of me? It's a joke, right? It's clear from the expression on his face he doesn't believe me. He's let his lawyer mask slip a little bit, and I see the doubt written all over his face. Britt, Darren, I'm serious. I wouldn't. All of the stress and anxiety I've felt over being followed is crashing down on me, compounded by the fact my husband thinks I was cheating on him. I love you. Only you. I've been so stressed out and afraid to even talk to you about it, but I promise you I wasn't cheating. I wouldn't cheat. And if you think I did, I want a divorce. My heart flutters hard when I say the words. Is everything okay here? A server has magically appeared at our table. He has one arm bent in front of his body, a white towel resting on it. His white shirt is crisp and clean, and I bet I could see my reflection in his shoes. They're so shiny. The only thing that detracts from how impeccable he looks is the frown he's wearing. I don't want to interrupt, but I have to ask you to lower your voice. I'm so sorry, I say, my cheeks burning, right as Darren pushes back from the table. He pulls some cash from his wallet and thrusts it at the server before addressing me. I'll see you at home. Darren, wait! I'm on my feet, ignoring the way the server is frowning at me. Darren is already stalking towards the door. My jacket snags on the back of my chair and I fumble my purse, so by the time I'm on the sidewalk, he's already gone, and I have no idea which direction to go to try to find him. It's dark out, with the soft glow from various restaurants spilling out onto the sidewalk. I stand for a minute, my back to where we were enjoying a lovely meal, and finally cross the street to sit on a bench. It's by the bookstore, so there aren't any lights to make me feel exposed. I settle onto it with a sigh and drop my head into my hands. I can't believe how that went. I thought coming clean with Darren would feel good. I thought he'd be on my side, that he would help me without question. I certainly didn't think he'd accuse me of cheating on him. Anger flares in me at the thought, hot and insistent, and I sit up and rub my eyes to wipe away any tears forming there. How dare he act like I'm the problem when I'm the victim? He's as much in the wrong as I am, even more in the wrong if I'm being honest. He's supposed to support me and protect me, not treat me the way he just did. Anger is swiftly replacing how upset and sad I was. I wallow in it for a moment, then the feeling disappears as quickly as it arrived. I love him, and he loves me, so why would he— Britt? A woman's voice cuts through my thoughts, and I jerk to the side to try to see who's calling my name. It's too dark to see more than a figure approaching me, and I feel my heart leap into my throat. Who's there? My fingers tighten on my purse straps as I stand up. This woman is going to rob me. I'm at least going to put up a fight. It is you. The woman's voice is bright and happy. She steps closer to me, and even though it's too dark to make out every detail, I see the strappy heels she has on, the short pink skirt, the dark top that clings to her curves and acts as an advertisement for both her personal trainer and plastic surgeon. I'm sorry, I don't— Now she's closer, close enough I can smell her perfume. It's the same one she wore when we were in college, and she throws her arms around me, squeezing me so tight I can barely breathe. I saw you sitting there, and I thought, no way, what are the chances? But it is you, and it's so good to see you. I'm in town for a few days at a work conference, and I thought I'd check out Main Street and see how much it changed from when we were younger. It really hasn't, you know, not as much as you'd think, considering the way locals complain on Facebook. She keeps prattling on, her voice wrapping me in comfort and brushing away all of the angst I've felt today. I hug her back, and she finally releases her grip on me so she can step back and get a good look at me. Astrid, I say, my mouth turning up into a smile. It's so good to see you. Chapter 37. Darren. Going to the police station has never bothered me because I've never broken the law. Until now. My heart is in my throat as I pull up and park in a visitor spot. Abraham has to be here. He's the only one I trust to handle what I need him to do, and even then, I worry he'll turn me in if he has an inkling of what I've done. The receptionist greets me on my way inside, but I don't slow down. My feet know the way to his office without me having to think about where it is, and before I realize what's happened, I'm exiting the elevator on the 3rd floor. 2 doors down is his office, and I feel a mixture of excitement and terror when I approach his open door. He's on the phone, and I take a moment to look at him. One of my oldest friends, Abraham, is an incredible cop. He made detective after only a few years of being on the road, and has a reputation for doing everything above board, which is why I have to lie to him. Hey, I'm going to have to let you go, he says as soon as he catches sight of me. Send those files over when you get a chance and I'll take a look at them. He hangs up and puts his phone down on his desk, face down. Darren, what a surprise. What's going on? My heart is in my throat as I lower myself into a seat across from him. I have a favor to ask. Anything. What do you need? He glances at his watch as he stretches, the movement so quick I almost don't register it. Good. If he's in a hurry, he's less likely to think too hard about what I'm asking him to do. I had someone stop by. A new client, I guess, or a potential one. I've been running over what I was going to say the entire ride here, and the lies slip easily from my tongue. She didn't give her real name, and she stole something from my office. His eyebrows crashed together. So you need to report a crime? I'd rather not, if possible. She's in some trouble and acted out. I need to verify who she is. He's silent for a moment. You're asking a lot. Tell me more. Did I screw up coming here? I reach into my suitcase and pull out the mug. She used this, and her fingerprints are on it. I bagged it up after she left, hoping you'd be able to run her prints and tell me who she is. Darren? Abraham sighs and leans back in his chair. He runs his hand through his hair and closes his eyes for a moment. When he opens them, his steady gaze is locked on me. You know I can't run prints without a report. Report this as a crime and I can help you. We'll do it the right way, okay? My heart hammers out a strange rhythm, and my face feels frozen. If there's a report, they'll check camera footage from our firm and my lie will fall apart. The only way this works is if Abraham will loosen up his morals a little and run the prints for me without making it a big deal. Yeah, of course. The tension breaks. He grins and pulls out a notepad, then clicks a pen before staring at me again. I can take the report now for you if you'd like. Terrible idea. I don't want to put you out. You're not. This was today? He scratches out the date on the top of the pad. I stand up. Sweat prickles my brow, and I want to wipe it away. If I do, though, he'll think it's suspicious and wonder why I'm so nervous. Instead, I reach down and touch my stomach. I'm sorry, right now I'm not feeling so hot. I think I'm going to be sick. Abraham's reaction is instant. He leans back from me and points at the door. Listen, you know I can't bring anything home to the baby. Get back to your office and call me, okay? I'll take the report over the phone. Yeah, I'll do that. I lie. Thank you for your help. I think I'm going to throw up. That much isn't a lie, and I turn and hurry from his office. It isn't until I'm outside the police department that the churning in my stomach subsides, but I'm not finished mentally kicking myself. That was dangerous. And stupid. There has to be another way to figure out who Not Brit is, and involving the cops is only going to land me in jail. I berate myself as I pull my keys from my pocket. My phone chimes, and I dig it out, swearing as I drop my keys. I grab them, then turn and look back up at the building. Is Abraham there, watching me? In case he is, I double over a bit and make my way to my car. It's only when I'm buckled up with the AC blasting on my face that I open the email from Ian. The subject line is footage, and reading it makes me smile. Coming here was stupid. Now, though, it looks like my luck is changing. I tap the video and watch it. Once, twice, 3 times. My stomach drops more and more each time I see what happened that night at the dump. It can't be. My phone lands with a clatter into the car cup holder, and I shift into drive. Nothing about the video Ian sent makes any sense. I want to get home and watch it on my computer. I need a bigger screen so I can really see what's going on, because my phone isn't cutting it. Maybe everything will make sense once it's blown up a bit. One up a bit. I press down harder on the gas, urging my car to take the turns faster, to barely pause at stop signs. I'm about 10 minutes into my drive home when my phone rings. Without thinking about who it could be, I answer. Mr. Reed, a perky voice says, "This is Jenna Thompson with the 6 o'clock news. I heard some interesting things about some of your cases and would love to talk to you." I don't think. I hang up on her. What is this imposter trying to do to me? Chapter 38. The Wife. It feels like a trap, but I can't not look inside the safe. Its inside is dark, and I shuffle to the side so I'm not blocking the light from behind me. It's not a huge safe, only about 2 feet cubed. and I feel a flash of excitement when I see there's something inside it. I reach in, my heart beating in my throat. My fingers brush over something metal, a bunch of papers, and finally something bigger. It's wrapped in plastic, and I pull out a stack of hundreds, all strapped together from the bank. Even though I may not be the best at math, I was a bank teller for a short period of time a few years ago in an attempt to meet men who could fund my plastic surgery. And I know how much I discovered hidden in his wall safe. $10,000 is nothing to scoff at. Why would Darren have that much in cash hidden in the house instead of in the bank? Federal banking laws require a governmental form to be filled out if someone deposits that much in cash at once, so maybe that's why he didn't put it in his account, but where did it come from? And why does he think he needs that much cash on hand? I put the stack of money down on the floor before reaching back into the safe. What felt like metal is a necklace, and I pull it out to get a better look at it. The chain is fine, the small locket engraved. Molly. Who's Molly? I cup the locket in one hand and pop it open, only to be disappointed because there's nothing inside it. It clicks closed, and I put it next to the money before reaching back into the safe. So far, I've found money, some woman's necklace, and a stack of family photos. I can't help myself and flip through them. They're unmistakably Darren as a teen. He looks happy in them, and why wouldn't he be? Here he is sitting in the driver's seat of a Jeep. In this one, he's wearing a boutonniere and tux, obviously on the way to prom. There are more of him hanging out with friends, and I glance at them before moving on. Since none of them are labeled, I don't know if Molly is in any of them. And finally, I look at the last photo. It's Darren and some girl, their arms around each other, matching grins on their faces. Molly. It has to be Molly. Who is she? Why would Darren have her locket? Was she an old lover? I nibble my lower lip while I think. Is the locket a souvenir of their time together? Or a trophy? He could have kept it because he wanted to remember sleeping with her. Or maybe he kept it because he wanted to remember her for a darker reason. What are the chances Britt wasn't the first woman he wanted to kill? Don't most murderers start out young, hurting animals and babies? Maybe this Molly isn't alive, and maybe that's thanks to him. I flip the photo over, hoping for a name or date or anything, but there's nothing, and I sigh. It only takes a quick tap to get the photos back into his stack before standing up and putting them in the safe. The necklace follows. I hesitate. The money is still in my hand. I'm not one to give up this much money willingly. $10,000 cash. I whisper to myself, my mind racing. I don't want to consider the fact my plan might not work out the way I want it to. But why not have a little insurance? If I need to run, I'll need something to pay the bills. For a moment, I stand still, my mind racing as I try to think through where I can hide this without him finding it. The obvious location for me to hide it, and for him to find it, is in my closet. Isn't that too cliched? If I were digging around for money my fake spouse stole from me, their personal belongings would be the first place I'd look. No, I have to be smarter than that. I like having the upper hand, and I want it to stay that way. In the end, I decide to drive to the bank and open a safe deposit box. It's daring and dangerous, and I know I could get caught if someone looks too closely at my ID. Still, I'm hoping everyone here in town will know Darren, and I'll get a free pass. I'm taking this money and enjoying the additional insurance it gives me in case things go south. That planning, that worry I might not have thought things through enough, that's why I'm not home for what happens next. Chapter 39. Britt. Then Astrid sits across from me in the coffee shop, her eyes locked on me, hands tight around a steaming latte. I have one too, but even though I'm holding the cup as firmly as I can without accidentally spilling it, I can't get rid of the chill in my bones. She looks nothing like she did in high school and college. The irony isn't lost on me that I look a mess, like she used to, with bags under my eyes and sallow skin.
while she looks incredible. It's like we've swapped lives, and the thought makes me uneasy. "You look like something's bothering you," she tells me. She leans forward, as intense as she was when the two of us were in high school and college. I remember how keen her eyes were, how she used to watch people like she was soaking up every detail of them. I know she watched me the same way, and I liked it. I wanted everyone to watch me, to want to be around me, or to be me. "I don't want to burden you," I begin. Her hand is on mine, and she gives it a little squeeze. "You are not burdening me. We were close as teens, although things have changed, haven't they? Now I'm you." I freeze, and she keeps talking. "And if I can do anything to help, I want to. Besides, think about it this way. I'm going to leave in a few days and won't be back anytime soon. I'm about as anonymous a confidant as you can get without screaming into the void online." I think my husband hates me. I finally tell her, and she frowns. She looks shocked. "Why? You're amazing. He's got to be crazy if he hates you." I shrug and dig deep for what I want to say next. "I know. Trust me." "Want to say next?" "I know. Trust me. The problem is I've been pushing him about wanting a child. And tonight I made a mistake and told him I want a divorce." "How did he take it?" I close my eyes. "Not well. In fact, I think he—" "What? You think he what?" She pauses before forging ahead. "Britt, you don't think he's going to hurt you, do you? Some men get so angry, but not Darren." Have I told her who I married? I must have. I'm a wreck and don't remember. That makes sense. "He's usually even-keeled," I tell her. "But I think he's been following me." Now she exhales hard and takes a sip of her latte. I do the same. Even though I'm sure it's delicious, I barely taste it. "Why do you say that?" I spill my guts. I tell her about the person stalking me, how a matching coat hangs in his closet. I tell her how I've left the house without turning the alarm on, in hopes it would throw him for a loop and he won't know I'm out and about and free to follow. I even tell her about his very distinctive keychain and how I saw my stalker using it, and how Darren said it was missing. Convenient. I keep going, telling her how I'm vacillating on whether or not I believe him and how exhausting it is. Oh, geez. There's so much pity in her eyes that I don't want to look at her, but I force myself to stare at her face. "I think I'm lying," I say, and lean down to grab my purse. "No!" She shifts in her seat, grabbing my attention. I have my purse by the straps, and I let them slip from my hand. "No, I don't think that at all, okay? I don't know your relationship, okay? I'm worried, though, because it sounds like things are bad for you, and you don't deserve that." "I don't?" She blushes. "Britt, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I wanted to be you growing up. You were so cool." I pause. She's making out like the two of us never hit rough patches in our friendship, and we definitely did. Has she forgiven me for what I did? She waves her hand in the air. "Refuse to believe your husband is following you or going to hurt you." "Okay," I say slowly, thinking ahead to what I want to say next. "What does that mean for me? What do you think is going on if it's not him following me? He thinks—" I swallow hard. "He thinks I'm cheating." She frowns. "Are you?" "No." Her face relaxes. "Okay, you have nothing to worry about." Nothing to worry about? I'm so surprised I stare at her while I try to think through what I should do next. "Astrid, I know this doesn't seem like a big deal to you, but it really is to me. I don't want to be afraid of what my husband might do. I don't want to divorce him, no matter what I said in anger." I pause, thinking, "Screwed up, and he's really angry with me." She exhales. "I'm sorry if I sounded flippant. It's just that I've never had to deal with problems like this." Good for you. "If you're really worried about what might happen, you can come stay with me at the hotel. That way the two of you can have space."
He can get his head on straight and realize you wouldn't ever cheat on him. And you can get a good night's sleep. I think about Darren and how he would react if he were to come home and I weren't waiting for him. The thought is terrifying, especially given how he's been acting recently. I don't know, I say. She ignores me. It's what I would do if I were in your shoes, she tells me. The last thing you want is for him to come home drunk and angry and take it out on you. I don't know that he would, I say. Is that really the truth? I'm thinking about the expression on his face during our argument and how upset he was with me. Darren is a big guy and strong, and I know I wouldn't win in a fight. Hey, it's the best option you have right now, she tells me, and I hate that she's right. While I mull it over, I glance out the window, automatically looking for my stalker. Surely if they're around, they'll be watching our time together in the coffee shop, right? Thankfully, I don't see them. Momentary relief floods through me. If you really think it's the right idea, I say, my mind racing. I do. She grins at me and stands, slinging her bag over her shoulder and gesturing for me to follow her. I really do. I'll give you the address, and you pack a bag and join me. Okay. I exhale hard. Thank you. Give me your hotel's address and I'll be there as soon as I can. She rattles it off and squeezes my arm. You've got this, okay? And I'll be with you every step of the way. You deserve good things, Britt. We'll figure this out. Tears burn my eyes. Thank you, I manage. But she waves my words away as she walks towards the door. See you soon, she calls as she steps outside. My eyes follow her as she looks right and left before crossing the street. She moves confidently, quickly, and I'm actually excited about staying with her and getting some space from Darren. Then I push through the coffee shop door, step out onto the sidewalk, and see someone in a long black coat. Chapter 40. Darren. The reporter called me 3 more times before I finally pulled over and blocked her number. Now I'm home, and I have to figure out what's going on and how to deal with my imposter wife and the reporter. Does the reporter know about Britt? No way. She said she had some interesting information about my cases, not my wife. Besides, if she really thought my wife was dead, there's no way she'd be calling and cluing me into the fact. She'd call the cops, and I'd have a totally different can of worms to deal with. Frustration shoots through me, and I race to my home office to pull up the footage Ian sent me. Like I thought, it's easier to see the 2 women walking around at the dump on a bigger screen than my phone. I had a feeling I recognized them when I saw it on my phone, but no. One is not Britt, that much is obvious. The other... I rub my eyes. Skip back 30 seconds. Restart the video. Not Britt, and... Is the other woman Britt? It can't be. I shove back from my desk, the wheels of my chair rattling. My wife is dead. At the same time, this woman looks a lot like her. She's wearing different clothes than I've ever seen Britt in. But the blonde hair, the smile, the way she walks, it all looks too familiar. My heart drops. I killed my wife. She's dead and buried in the backyard, and it makes no sense for this to be her. Still, I have to know who this is. My hand shakes as I pick up my phone and try to call not Britt. No answer. Of course she's not going to answer, I mutter to myself. She's probably out on the town making me out to be a fool, and I have no way of knowing where she is. I leave my office, my stomach grumbling. I'm in the middle of heating up some chicken when a car door slamming draws my attention. After turning off the stove, I wipe my hands on a towel and head towards the front door. It's going to be not Britt, I know it is. She'll be contrite about not being here. Or she'll be a fireball, which is more likely. No matter what attitude she brings into the house, I'm prepared for her.
Fixing my face, I grab the door and swing it open. There's a woman on my front porch, her hand raised to press the doorbell, but it's not my fake wife. Dressed in khakis and a button-up shirt, she looks like she's going to try to sell me encyclopedias, and I start closing the door without speaking to her. "Wait, Mr. Reed! Give me a few minutes of your time." She leans forward, her foot darting out, and blocks me from shutting the door. I glance down at her shoe, consider slamming the door anyway, then look back at her. "Who are you, and what do you want?" I ask.
"Thank you," she says, and flashes me a smile. "I'm Jenna Thompson, and—"
"No."
I move the door until it's pressing up against the side of her foot.
"Move your foot. You're trespassing."
"I'm sorry, I can't do that." She can't be more than half an inch over 5 feet, but she draws herself up to her full height and takes a deep breath. "I'm fully committed to providing the best reporting I can, and you've been dodging my calls."
"You've been harassing me," I tell her. "After call after call, and now you're here on my front porch? What, did you think I'd roll out the red carpet and invite you in for champagne?" "No, but I thought one of the best-known defense attorneys in the area wouldn't put up such a fight to clear his name. It's almost like you're hiding something, Mr. Reed. Listen, if you want to talk to me, I'm more than happy to set up an appointment for later in the week, but it's time for dinner and you're causing a scene." I glance at her white Camry parked in my driveway and say a little prayer of thanks she's not in a marked reporter van. Can you imagine? My neighbors would have a field day if they knew there was a reporter investigating what exactly? She nods slowly like she has to think through what I said. "I can do that. But before I go, don't you want to know what I want to talk about?" "Fine," I finally say. I'm still holding the door against her foot, but I'm no longer pushing as hard as I was. I want her out of here, but not until she gives me a little information. Quick as a wink, she pulls her phone out, taps it a few times, and holds it between us. "You're recording this?" I ask her. "I'm covering all of my bases." Her response is quick. To her credit, her hand doesn't shake as she extends the phone closer to me and clears her throat. "There have been reports you lose some of your cases on purpose and receive kickbacks for doing so." I don't respond. "My source didn't tell me how much you're receiving for this. I have a feeling it's fairly substantial. Would you like to make a statement?" "I have no statement," I tell her. My voice is calm. My face? A mask. I've slipped back into the persona I use when I'm in court and trying not to lose my cool. How dare this tiny woman show up on my front porch and accuse me of something like this? No statement? Okay. Let me tell you my plan, Mr. Reed. Go back through your cases, especially the ones you've lost. I'm going to look for any pattern there and see if I can find one. You won't, I tell her, even though I know I should shut up. There is no pattern. If there is, I'm going to find it. I'll leave no stone unturned, no possible victim unaddressed. I'm tenacious, and you'll see you should be on the up and up when I'm around. Did it ever cross your mind that the person who told you this lie did it to hurt me? There's only one person who would dare try to throw me under a bus like this. I can't think through what her logic might be, no matter how much my mind races. Maybe there isn't any. Maybe this is a game to her. So you think you know who my informant is? Her eyes are bright with excitement, and she lifts the phone a bit closer to my face. For someone who said you had no statement, you sure have a lot to say. Don't let me stop you. That does it. I lean into the door to close it, while at the same time using my right foot to shove hers out of the way. She realizes what I'm doing before I get the leverage I need to get rid of her, and she throws herself forward. Sweat beads on my forehead, not because this is hard work, but because I feel like I'm coming out of my skin. I shove her foot out of the way and slam the door, the loud sound like balm to my frazzled mind. Until she screams. Chapter 41. The Wife. The last thing I'm expecting when I get back to the house is to see a police car sitting in the driveway. The blue lights aren't on, thank goodness, and that makes me feel a bit more comfortable about pulling into the garage. Once the door is down behind me, I sit still, my mind racing as I try to figure out what's going on. Did someone figure out I'm not really Brit? I've been so careful, always covering my tracks, only doing and saying what I think Brit would. Maybe someone close to Darren figured out the truth and called the cops. He'd be arrested for murder, but I don't know if I'd get in trouble. Sure, I pretended to be his wife, I'll admit that. No matter what he thinks, it's not like I did anything bad. Or did Darren himself call the cops on me? The thought that he thinks he's found a way to get rid of me makes my palms sweaty, and I rub them on my pants before slowly getting out of the car. The garage light turns off, and I swear, fumbling my way to the door that leads into the kitchen. Taking a deep breath, I slap a smile on my face and open it. Nobody is in the kitchen, and I exhale hard as I close it behind me. I'm nervous as I follow the voices to the living room. There's Darren, his face white, sitting on a sofa. Across from him is a police officer. He's tall, bald, and looks like he'd blow over in a stiff wind. I say, forcing myself to walk to Darren. He glances up at me, then scoots over to make room for me on the sofa. I see the second he remembers he needs to smile at me and act happy to see me, and hope the officer doesn't pick up on it.
Britt, hi.
He kisses me on the cheek and takes my hand before gesturing to the officer.
This is Lieutenant Lowry.
Hello? I nod at him. Is everything okay? I got so scared when I pulled up and saw the police car here. For a moment, neither of them speak. The silence grows until Darren clears his throat.
There was a misunderstanding with someone earlier.
A misunderstanding? I glance at the cop. Fortunately, his face is smooth and placid, making it impossible for me to guess what he's thinking. What kind of a misunderstanding?
A woman was here and wanted to talk to me. I didn't want to talk to her, and she lunged to get into the house as I was closing the front door.
Darren's voice is expressionless. Just the facts. Again, I glance at the officer. And I'm assuming you're charging her with breaking and entering? Trespassing? What's her charge going to be?
Actually,
Darren says,
I'm being charged with assault.
Assault? I went to drama camp when I was a kid and was really good at acting. Are you kidding me right now? My voice goes a bit higher, and I see the way the officer arches a brow. My husband was attacked, and someone tried to get into our home, and you're charging him with assault?
Britt,
Darren says. I raise my voice. What's your badge number? I stand up, my hands clenched into fists as I stare at the officer. This is a joke. You can't treat us like this.
Mrs. Reed.
The officer flies to his feet.
Your husband broke the wrist of a young woman who is here to talk to him about some serious accusations that have been made against him as an attorney. We are taking this assault very seriously.
She lunged at the door, I counter.
Something we will discuss, but when 911 was called, the ambulance only took one person in the dispute to the hospital, and it wasn't your husband.
Are you arresting him? This is not how I thought talking to Jenna would go, honestly. She's a bit more of an eager beaver than I thought. I'd hoped she would poke around, show her face a bit, maybe give Darren a start. I certainly didn't think me talking to her would result in Darren being arrested for assault. Whoops.
Yes.
The officer stays.
I gave him the courtesy of chatting in your house instead of on the front porch because of who he is.
Going to have to come with me. What's going to happen? I'm well aware of how Darren is staring at me. I can practically feel his gaze boring into the side of my face. It takes all of my self-control not to look at him. The officer must think I'm panicked because his expression softens when he looks at me.
I'm going to take your husband to the magistrate, who will set his bail.
You can bail him out, and he'll have his first appearance with a judge tomorrow morning." I nod without saying anything. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Darren stand up. He clears his throat, and both the officer and I turn to look at him.
"I know we need to get going, and I'll make it short, but please, I'd like to have a word with my wife."
He reaches out and takes my hand, linking our fingers together again. No way can the officer see how hard he's squeezing my fingers. It hurts, and my first instinct is to pull away, so I force myself to hold still. "Please," I whisper when the officer doesn't respond. "Give us a minute. We need to talk about bailing him out."
1 minute.
The officer rolls his shoulders back and walks towards the front door. As soon as he's out of sight, Darren wheels on me.
"What did you do?"
He manages to keep his voice low as he hisses at me. "Me?" I yank my hand free from his grip. "You don't get to blame any of this on me. It's not my fault you did something that caused a reporter to dig around."
"Not your fault. Right. So you happened to show up a few days ago, and now I just so happen to be the victim of someone trying to discredit me?"
"I don't even know what's going on," I snap. "All I know is I got home and you're being arrested."
"And where were you?"
"Does it matter?" I stare at him, even though what I really want to do is shrink away from him. He's scary when he's angry. I know I have him on a short leash, but I don't appreciate how livid he is right now.
"Probably."
"Do not go to the reporter and feed her some crap story about me."
"I did not."
Even though he searches my face for any clue I'm not being honest with him, he's not going to find it.
"We'll see,"
he says. "Okay, give me a little time to deal with the magistrate, then come get me out of jail."
"How much money will we need?"
I think about the cash I took from him. What if he wants that money and realizes I took it? Well, I'm not going to go in there and be aggressive, so the magistrate won't hit me with a huge bail amount. He says, "They probably hate you because you defend criminals." He glares at me, then thrusts his credit card at me.
"Me out."
I nod as I tap the card against my other hand. I'll bail him out. Eventually. Chapter 42. Brit. Then. Even though I chatted with Astrid for a bit, I still beat Darren home from dinner. I wonder where he went after we parted ways. He's angry with me, and I understand that. I would be angry with him if the roles were reversed. What am I supposed to do? He and I love each other, or we did at one point. It kills me to think maybe love isn't enough. I stare at myself in the bathroom mirror, wondering who's looking back at me. I don't remember ever looking this drawn and tired. Botox would help. Maybe I should get some filler to try to counteract the stress I've been feeling. My mind wanders back to Astrid and how young and healthy she looked. In comparison, I look terrible. This is all Darren's fault. Even if he's not the person stalking me, he has to be involved. The keychain, the coat, him knowing exactly where I am at all times, it all adds up to him having a hand in it. I have to leave. Darren will be upset with me for not sticking around to talk things out after that disaster of a dinner. That's yet another thing we'll have to talk about. I can't stay. Not right now.
Why should I worry about protecting his feelings when I know for a fact he doesn't worry about mine? Without giving myself more time to think through whether or not I'm making a good decision, I grab my phone. My hands tremble as I type out a text. I'm worried I'm making a mistake, that I'll regret this. Astrid seemed so friendly, so eager to spend time with me. Maybe she doesn't remember what happened when we were younger. It was traumatic for us both. Hey, your offer still good for me to come over? I'm worried she'll have changed her mind. Or maybe she'll be out on the town and won't get back to me. But her response is so fast I don't have time to put the phone down next to me on the sofa. Room 237 at the Dayspring. All right. I text her a thumbs up and turn my phone's screen off before forcing myself to get up. I'll get out of the house and put some space between Darren and me. Then later, I'm sure we can talk calmly about all of this. I hurry up the stairs and into my closet before yanking down a suitcase and stuffing clothes inside. jeans, clean underwear and socks, a fresh bra, 3 shirts.
Not that I think I'm going to be out of the house for that long, but it's definitely better to be prepared than caught lacking. In the bathroom, I stuff my toiletries into their bag and clip it to the handle of my suitcase. I have some cash hidden in a boot in my closet, so I hurry back and grab a few $100. I have no reason not to use my credit card because it's not like I'm doing anything wrong. Still, using cash seems smart. I'd take the money from my jewelry armoire if Darren hadn't stolen it from me. That thought riles me back up, and I shove the money into my purse. Downstairs, I pause in the kitchen. If I go without leaving a note, Darren's going to get worried or angry. The thought of him searching the house looking for me is enough to make me grab the pad of paper from the side of the fridge. After ripping off next week's grocery list, I pick up a pen and tap it against the counter before writing, I'm staying with a friend tonight. Don't try to call me. I'll be back tomorrow. B. My hand shakes as I position the pad of paper on the counter so it will be the first thing he sees when he comes in the kitchen. I want him to notice it right away so there isn't any doubt in his mind where I am. It'll keep him from being upset. I hope. Satisfied, I unplug my phone's charger from the wall, roll it up, and shove it in my purse. After I pluck my keys from the hook on the wall, I take a deep breath, sling my purse over my shoulder, and open the door to the garage. Darren's standing right there. I never heard him get home. Chapter 43. Darren. 3 hours. That's how long my fake wife lets me sit in jail before she comes and bails me out. 3 long hours of being around the scum I represent. And you'd think they'd all know I'm on their side, wouldn't you? Well, you'd be wrong. Roll into the jail and end up on the wrong side of the bars while wearing a nice suit, and they turn feral. I've had more obscenities screamed at me than I did during hazing when I joined my fraternity. When the jailer finally comes and gets me from my cage, I can't help but snap at him. Took you long enough. He stops and stares at me. I'm not the one you should be upset with for dragging their feet. When he's sure I'm not going to respond, he jerks his head to the side. Go. She's waiting on you. Not Britt wiggles her fingers at me as I approach, obviously wanting me to acknowledge her. I refuse and don't speak to her. I have literally nothing to say to the woman, not when she took her fine time getting here. It isn't until we're in her car and halfway home that I finally turn to her. What took you so long? She slows to a stop at a red light and glances at me before looking back out at the road. Sharp in her anger, her chin juts out. I wasn't in much of a hurry to spring my aggressive husband from jail. You know me being in there could ruin my reputation. Nobody will want me defending them once they find out I was arrested. Should have thought about that before assaulting someone. She's aggravatingly calm. I want to reach over and throttle her. Instead, I clasp my hands together in my lap. I can't afford to make a mistake. Not again, not for a third time. Even though Molly has been dead a long time, I think about her almost every day. Her memory should have stayed my hand with Britt. I know that. I was too angry to control myself, to remain calm. I'm not going to make the same mistake again. I clear my throat. Before you don't want money. My eyes are locked straight ahead, but I see how she slightly turns to look at me. I have her attention. Even now, when it feels like everything between us is coming to a head, I don't know if I'll get her to be honest with me. It's worth a shot because nothing else is working, and I feel like I'm running out of options. If that's not the case, what do you want? Did you come here because you wanted me? Or to destroy me? Because you're doing a good job of it. You don't need my help destroying yourself. Her jaw tightens. The movement is so small I would have missed it if I weren't watching for any sign she heard me. As it is, though, I see it. See how her hands tighten on the wheel. I don't see how her foot presses down on the gas. I feel it, though, how much faster we're going now. You're speeding, I say, doing my best to keep my voice calm. The cops have a honey hole up here, and they love to sit in it and wait for people to fly by. Faster. Faster. What are you doing? I reach for her, jerking back when she bats me away with her right hand. Her left is clamped tightly to the steering wheel, and she doesn't glance at me while she drives. Slow down! We're alone on the road, but that doesn't mean we're safe, not at this high speed. A stop sign grows closer. She doesn't take her foot off the gas. You have to stop! My fingers clench her upper arm, and I jerk it, trying to get her to pay attention to me. We've been lucky so far with not running into anyone on the road, thank goodness. I know our luck could change in an instant. Someone could reach the stop sign first and we could T-bone them as we fly through the intersection. Or they could T-bone us. Would you stop driving like a maniac so we don't die on the way home? I scream at her, unable to look away from the looming stop sign. We're close enough to it now, I'm sure there's no way I'm going to walk away from this car ride. I let go of her arm and throw my hands up in front of me to protect my face. This car ranked really well in safety tests, but that doesn't mean I'm interested in being a crash test dummy. Not Brit slams on the brakes. My body jerks forward, my seatbelt tight across my chest. I feel like it's cutting into my flesh through my clothes, and I cry out as the car skids to a stop. The sound is terrible, a loud screech destroying the quiet of the night, the sound slowly fading away before cutting off. We've all heard it, a driver desperately hitting the brakes in an effort to avoid an accident. My eyes are closed as I listen for the inevitable crash. It doesn't come. I'm slammed back into my seat. I force myself to open my eyes, then look around us in shock. We're right behind the white line at the stop sign. I'm panting, unable to take a deep enough breath to really relax, and I slowly turn to the woman in the driver's seat. What was that? She turns to look at me. I feel hysterical, my cheeks hot from stress and tears burning my eyes, and I'm shocked at how calm she is, how unbothered. What the hell was that? I scream and slam my hand down onto the dash. She watches me, unblinking. We both could have died. Are you so willing to hurt me or scare me that you don't give a crap about what happens to you? We didn't die, she finally says. She points at me, her finger close enough to her body that I can't easily reach out and grab it. We're fine. Fine? I'm going to have a massive bruise across my chest from the seatbelt. How in the world are we fine? You're not dead. Not like Brit. She stares at me, daring me to argue with her. Or Molly. How does she know about Molly? Fear makes me shiver. What if her plan changed? What if she wants to hurt me, to take me down? I thought she came here because she was obsessed with me, but what if I was right and she wants to destroy me? No, not like them, I say slowly. You're right. We are fine. You and me, the happy couple. Only I was in jail, and it could hurt my career. She nods. It could. Slowly, like she's thinking about whether or not she should, she releases the brake and presses down on the gas. We move through the intersection at a crawl, and I notice how tightly she holds the wheel, how she stares straight ahead, how she nibbles her lower lip. I also notice the car that's been following us since we left the jail. She doesn't. Chapter 44. The Wife. We get home, and Darren doesn't speak to me until he's taken a shower. Finally, his hair still wet and smelling of shampoo, he joins me at the kitchen counter. I ignore him at first as I try to make things make sense. Molly. Who was she? Someone he dated before Brit? Someone he cheated with? I can see that because it's not like he was fully committed to his college girlfriend, no matter what she thought. If he cheated with Molly, he'd want to tie up loose ends and get rid of her, I'm sure of it. Why did you make me wait so long in jail? His voice is low, dangerous. When I don't respond, Darren glances past me to the front windows. I turn to look and catch a glimpse of headlights as someone drives past our house. You needed time to cool off, I tell him, finally breaking the silence. He's broody, staring out windows like this.
All we need is to have rain lashing the house and dashboard confessional playing from the Alexa, and he'd be the lead moody teen in every early 2000s movie. Right. His eyes stay locked on the window before he finally looks at me. And do you think that was the best decision? I do. I wait for him to laugh or tell me I'm wrong, but he doesn't. And it's because we both know I'm right, at least for now.
So we both know I'm right, at least for now. There was a police officer here not long ago, and if Darren were to do something to me, they'd be all over him. I'm safe, at least for now. On that note, I tell him, I'm taking a shower and going to bed. Today was more excitement than I care to have.
Not so fast.
He grabs my wrist before I can step away from the counter. His grip isn't particularly tight, and I could yank away from him, except for how hard his fingers are pressing into my skin.
Did you go to the reporter and tell her I've been taking kickbacks for certain cases?
What? I sound suitably shocked, I'm sure of it. You already asked me this, remember? I wouldn't. What in the world are you talking about?
Did you have someone bring a letter to my office saying Britt was dead?
Real shock settles in me, wild and desperate, and I take a deep breath. What? No. Say. He stares at me, his eyes flicking back and forth between mine like he's going to be able to tell if I'm lying. Finally, he exhales, letting go of me, pushing my wrist towards my body.
Nothing. What about the dump? Who were you there with? Was it...
He can't finish the question. Was it who?
Nobody. Get out of my sight. I can't see you right now.
I nod and smooth my hair as I take a few steps away from him. I understand why he's upset, but this is something he brought on himself. I had to go to the reporter. As for whatever letter he's talking about, I'm confused. Darren looks like he's going to say something to me. Where he can, his attention is drawn back to the front window. What's going on out there? I ask as I walk over to look for myself. Sure, we saw headlights earlier. No big deal. It's not like we live on a dead-end dirt road in the middle of nowhere. People are going to drive by our house, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Nothing.
He's at my side in a flash, tugging the curtains closed.
Someone keeps driving by, that's all.
A neighbor, probably, I offer.
Or someone who followed us from the jail.
He says it with so much certainty, I know in an instant there's more to this story than someone driving by the house a few times. Did you see someone follow us home? A chill races up my spine, and I rub my hands up and down my arms. He doesn't answer, so I repeat myself, my stomach dropping as I push him out of the way to look into the dark. Chapter 45. Britt. Then, going somewhere? Darren fills the doorway. He's huge compared to me. I take a step back. Just wrote you a note, actually, I tell him, then mentally kick myself when I realize how high and tight my voice sounds. I wouldn't have left without making sure you knew where I was.
And where is that going to be?
He steps into the kitchen and closes the door to the garage behind him. I feel unfocused, but I'm with it enough to notice he locks the door. To see a friend who's in town? I tell him. She invited me to come to her hotel for mani-pedis, that sort of thing. His eyes flick to the suitcase at my feet.
How long were you planning on staying with her?
Oh, overnight. I can't imagine she'd want company for longer than that, and she's in town for work, so she won't be around for long. He lets the silence between us grow. Darren has always been good at that. It's a trick they teach you in law school, I'm pretty sure. Nothing like an uncomfortable silence to get people talking when they should keep their mouths shut. This time, though, he breaks the silence. I nod.
Well, I don't want to stop you from spending time with your friend. Before you go, I do want to discuss a few things.
I try to read his mental state, which isn't easy. Years of practice in the courtroom mean Darren's facial expressions tend to be inscrutable. He could be angry beyond measure right now, and I'd have trouble telling.
You said you wanted a divorce,
he tells me, and for a moment I think he's going to cry. Yeah, well, you think I've been cheating on you.
I tell him, and I'm surprised when he interrupts me. I think. His voice cuts off, and he scrubs his hand down his face.
Well, yeah, Britt. Well, yeah, Britt. I do think you've been cheating on me. What else would I presume with the way you've been acting? And now you want a divorce? Why, so you can be with him?
What? No. I stare at the man I promised to love forever. No, I don't want to be with anyone else. Only you. He exhales hard.
If you had some sense of decency, you'd tell me who it is.
There isn't anyone, I yell at him, not realizing at first how loud I'm getting. I'm serious, Darren. There hasn't ever been anyone but you. That's why I did what I did. He can't ever know that. He spins away from me, his hands on the back of his head, his elbows out to the side. I watch as he paces the kitchen back and forth. Then he finally stops in front of me.
Please.
His voice is strangled, and he stops himself. When he speaks again, it's powerful, deep, demanding.
Tell me who it is. Is that where you're going tonight? To be with him?
A shiver dances up my spine at the change in his tone. You're not listening. I lean down to grab my suitcase, but Darren steps forward, blocking me. Move, Darren. I'm leaving. He shakes his head.
No, no way. Not until you tell me who he is. Who you thought was a better option than me. Who you were willing to cheat on me with.
He's not getting it.
Give me your phone.
His hand is out between us, and I stare at it before dragging my eyes back up to his face. No.
Britt, I'm serious. Give it to me now. Let me see who you've been cheating on me with.
Rage burns through me. I'd been terrified when it slipped out that I wanted a divorce. Honestly, the words left my lips before I'd had time to think through if they were true. I'd said them out of reflex. Only now I know it was absolutely the right thing to do. If he can get this angry about something like this, how unhinged is he? Let me tell you what's going to happen, I say. I'm leaving and spending the night with my friend. You don't follow me. You don't call me.
She knows I'm on my way, and I'm going to hold up with her while you sober up and calm down. I'm not drunk. I ignore him. You keep throwing these accusations around. I'm not cheating on you. I've never cheated on you. What is wrong with you? My words hit him like a punch, and he takes a step back, grabbing at the counter behind him for balance. There's one moment where I feel remorse for what I said, but then he's coming at me, his face contorted, his eyes wide. He's big, so big, broad shoulders and huge muscles, and all of the power that drew me to him in the first place. Now, though, he's pressing into me, his hips grinding into mine as he shoves me back into the wall.
Darren, stop!
Admit it. Admit you've been cheating.
His face is pressed up against mine. We're cheek to cheek, just like we danced together at our wedding. The memory should make me smile, only there's no joy in this. No excitement or hope. My legs feel like they're going to give out. I shove his shoulders with both hands, desperate to get him away from me. No luck. He's unmovable.
Say it. Say you're a cheater.
Darren, please. It's getting hard for me to breathe with his body pressed up against me like this. Let me go.
Say it.
I would. I swear I would. Only I can't get enough of a breath to form any words. His hands snake up my sides. Might happen. What so many husbands do to their wives when they're angry at them hits me. I know what he's going to do. I know how he's going to hurt me and leave me here on the floor, broken and bleeding, and then claim it wasn't what it looks like because we're married. I know it. Then his hands are around my neck, and he's squeezing, and I claw at him, desperate to get him to break his grip. He squeezes harder, his whole face turning red with the effort of it, and it no longer matters how much I claw at him or try to kick him or beg with the last wisps of air in my lungs. He's going to kill me. Chapter 46.
Darren, this imposter is staring at me like I'm the problem. I'm being framed.
Someone wants to hurt me, and that's why they went to the reporter in the first place. I didn't see anyone follow us home, but today has been too weird to discount the possibility, I say, carefully watching her as I speak. She doesn't give any reaction, which tells me she either doesn't know what's going on or she's great at hiding the truth. And given how much she's lied to ingratiate herself into my life, I can't say I believe her. There's nothing she could say that would make me trust her. She's a liar through and through, and I need to be careful around her. She took her time getting me out of jail, which is bad enough. More than that, she had me arrested. Maybe she's not the one who called the cops, but she sure set the scene and made it happen. She's more dangerous than I first thought. Should we call the cops? She sounds nervous, and her teeth find her lower lip. That is not something Britt ever did, but the action tickles some part of my brain. Someone in my past used to nibble their lower lip like that, and I rack my brain, trying to remember who. I can't put my finger on who it was. If I could, I think I could put all the pieces together. Frustration fills me because the memory eludes me. I scoff, pushing that worry from my mind. Yeah, why don't we do that? I'd love to have more FaceTime with them today after everything. I can't imagine they wouldn't take me seriously after they'd arrested me for assault. I turn away from her, pressing my fingers into my temples. An assault charge is entirely another problem that I'm going to have to handle. What's going to happen when this stupid reporter runs her mouth about what happened today? It won't matter how I try to make it clear she was the problem, that she pushed me to react the way I did. People are going to believe her. They always believe the woman, don't they? What do you want to do? She pauses, and when I don't turn to her or respond, she keeps talking. What about your gun? We could use it to protect ourselves. I stiffen. Did she somehow get into the safe in my closet and find my gun? And if she did, is it still there or did she take it? But no way. I lock it religiously, not because I'm worried about someone with kids coming over and their child doing something stupid, but because I've got to have someplace private to hide my things. Still, I don't have a gun. I lie. I don't want her to get any harebrained ideas that she could use it herself for protection. Not that I've ever needed it, because who would attack me? Still, it felt like a good thing to have. Now, though, it could be a liability, especially if she gets her hands on it. Okay, so what do you want to do? She sounds stressed, and I exhale hard before turning to look at her. There are bright spots of color in her cheeks, and she has her fingers twisted together in front of her body. She's nervous. As long as I stay calm, I'll have the upper hand. I want to go to bed. I tell her, I want to go to sleep and pretend like this day never happened. Do you want a drink? Did I say I wanted one? She doesn't respond. Like I said, sleep.
To talk to you. I don't want to hear your voice. Pretend you don't exist.
She arches an eyebrow. Pretend I don't exist. Are you serious right now? We need to be a united front. We
don't need to do anything.
When I blink, I clearly see myself reaching out and wrapping my hands around her neck. I see how her eyes would widen the same way Britt's did when I killed her. I imagine her reaching for me, her nails digging into my forearms, her trying to scratch my face. It was an accident with Britt, death born from passion. With not Britt, it would be amazing, thought out, satisfying. I open my eyes, and she's still alive and still staring at me. Fine, she says, lifting her chin a bit in defiance. I'm going to bed too, then. Her phone chimes, and she pauses, then glances at it, her lips curling into a smile. I shouldn't care who she's talking to, but I can't stop myself from asking. It's Bonnie, she tells me, flashing the screen at me before typing away. We've been texting all day. She wants to get drinks Sunday, remember? We're hammering out the details. The grin she throws me is disarming. Then she quickly turns away from me and stalks out of the living room. She's been texting Bonnie?
She lobbed that information at me like a grenade, then hurried out of the way of the explosion, leaving me standing here stunned. It's one thing to know she gets along with our receptionist, another for them to possibly become friends. How in the world am I supposed to get rid of not Brit if there are people who will miss her? Worse, what am I supposed to do when those people look for her? When they wonder what happened to my wife? Brit didn't have friends, and she certainly didn't hang out with or connect with my coworkers. Not Brit, on the other hand, has done a great job slipping into the cracks in my life, making sure everyone knows her and wants her around. It can't continue. I can't let it continue.
Continue. I feel like this is out of control. Like she's wormed her way into my life and done such a good job that people won't just worry if she goes missing. They'll fight to find her. I stand completely still until I hear her on the stairs. Cocking my head to listen, I follow along as she strides down the hall and into the bedroom. She'll be shedding her clothes, climbing into bed, turning away from my side so she doesn't have to look at me. I could sleep in the guest room. Or, and this would have been better, I could have made her sleep in the guest room. I imagine forcing her out of bed and down the hall, how she'd scowl at me, ready for a fight, ready to give as good as she gets. My shoulders slump forward. I'd have to drag her from the bed to get her out of my space. And if there were any marks on her body, any proof we'd fought, the police would love that, wouldn't they? I can't fight her on this, not yet. And especially not now when I'm so tired, when it would take one more argument for me to go to my safe, get my gun. No. I want to sleep and forget this day happened. Before I follow her upstairs, I walk through to the garage and set the alarm. Then I hurry back to the front windows. The lights in the house are off, which means anyone out there shouldn't have an easy time looking in. Holding my breath, I reach out and carefully tug a curtain to the side. Every other house on the street is as dark as ours. The front porch lights don't illuminate the interior of the homes. Nobody else is up. I'm not interested in what's going on at my neighbors' houses. I'm interested in who might be parking on the road. We all have garages. That means the only people driving on the street right now don't belong here. So far, the road is empty. The neighborhood is quiet, blanketed under a full moon sky, the feeling cozy and warm. Until a dark car slowly drives down the road, moves at molasses speed, like the driver doesn't have a care in the world, or like they're taking their time looking for something. The car slows to a stop in front of my house. I lean forward, squinting against the dark, desperate for any sign of movement inside the car. Surely, if I can get a glimpse of the driver, I can figure out who's following me. The reporter? Or someone more dangerous? But I can't make out a thing, and before I can decide what to do next, the car starts moving again, rolling slowly down the street and out of sight. Chapter 47. The Wife. Thursday. I don't want you in the house by yourself today, Darren tells me. Out of the kitchen island, a cup of coffee in his hand, a dark expression on his face. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I heard what he said, but I need a moment to formulate my response because there's no way I'm leaving the house. What, does he think I'm going to bum around downtown all day long? Nope, not a chance. You need to leave the house today. He takes a sip of coffee, his eyes never leaving my face. You're not allowed to be here. I'm your wife. You most certainly aren't. Wife, you most certainly aren't. And I'm willing to keep playing the game and pretending like you are, but... Oh, you're willing? That's rich because you and I both know full well if you don't go along with me, you'll end up in prison so fast your head will spin. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200, Darren. It won't be one night in the local jail and back in your own bed before dawn. It will be long walks in the yard and crappy powdered eggs for breakfast. Is that what you want? He glowers at me. Literally glowers. I didn't think that was a thing people actually did outside of romance novels. Judging from the expression on his face and the way his jaw is twitching, I'd say he's about 2 seconds away from a heart attack. I allow myself a small smile at the thought.
This is funny to you? Someone is trying to frame me and saying I'm losing cases on purpose. Next, I got arrested because the reporter was acting like a linebacker. Now you want to say I'm the bad guy when you're the one behind this smear campaign?
Well, out of the two of us, you're the murderer, I tell him.
Wow.
He slams his cup down on the counter, making me wince. When he takes a deep breath and speaks again, I know he's trying to change his tune to get what he wants.
Do you think you could meet me halfway? I mean, I'm going along with your plan to be my wife. You have everything you could want. This gorgeous house, a great car, my credit card. All I'm asking is for you to spend one day out of the house.
Because you don't trust me enough to leave me here by myself, I say. You want honesty? Fine. That's right. I don't trust you here by yourself. You already called a reporter and turned her on me.
You still can't pin that on me.
He talks louder so I can barely hear myself think.
And I have no idea what else you might be into when you're here alone. Do this one thing, and you won't kill me.
He's breathing hard and forces himself to take a deep breath to calm down.
Exactly. Do this one thing for me, and I won't kill you. Consequences be damned. I hid one body, and I can hide yours.
Just one? What about Molly? Where's her body? He freezes for a moment. Only long enough for me to tell I got under his skin. Then he shakes it off. I'm desperate to push and find out exactly what happened with her. But he's a loose cannon right now, and I'm not going to be the one to light a match. The more I think about it, though, the more convinced I am he killed her. I need to know who she was to him. I can wait a little bit longer to find it out, even though I'm desperate for that information.
You can't handle what I could do to you.
You forget the insurance I set up, how I'm making friends with people in your life.
And you forget how desperate a man can be when he's pushed to the edge.
Do you really want to see me desperate? No, I don't. This wasn't how any of it was supposed to go. Of course I knew there would be growing pains when I moved in. No way did I think Darren would open his home to me without the two of us butting heads. But this is getting a little extreme. I vastly underestimated how much of a grudge he can hold. I should have seen it coming. I know what he did to Britt. I'm not worried about what I got myself into because I can handle myself. Still, he's more dangerous than I thought, and he's not as great of a person as I thought he was. I'm not here because I'm trying to ruin him, and it's certainly not because I'm obsessed with him, no matter what he might have told himself when I first moved in. I'm here because I'm obsessed with her. She's the one who has occupied every one of my waking moments. She's the one who stole the life that should have been mine. It's been years of hard work preparing myself and learning as much about her as possible, and I'm certainly not going to let this all fall apart. A chime from his phone breaks the standoff between the two of us, and he yanks it from his pocket before glaring at the screen. All good? I move slowly so I can get his coffee cup and rinse it. Threat. It's more likely he won't overreact and do something dumb.
It's work,
he snaps.
They heard about the arrest last night.
Of course they did. I have a good feeling lawyers check arrest records at least twice a day so they can find scum clients to represent. He wasn't thinking straight if he honestly believed the guys he works with wouldn't have heard about his shenanigans yesterday. I allow myself a small smile at the thought of everyone he works with finding out the truth of what kind of a person he really is. Okay, I say. I've put a few more feet between us, and I'm feeling a bit safer. Besides, the knife block next to the stove is well within reach.
Knew that was going to happen. So now what? I'm not supposed to come in today.
He slams his phone down on the counter and glares at me like I'm the one who assaulted the reporter. Sure, I'm the one who turned her on to him, but it's not like I told him to hurt her. He did that all on his own. I handed him the match, but he's the one who lit the fuse. Can they do that? Isn't it your firm? He rolls his shoulders back.
Yes, it's my firm. However, if they all want me to stay home today, what am I supposed to do?
Man up and go in there anyway? I guess you do what they ask, I tell him. He shakes his head and grabs his phone, then types away before slipping it back in his pocket. It chimes again, once, twice, 3 times, and my interest is piqued enough to take a step closer to him. He doesn't move to check it, and I shift back. Great. I wanted to spend the day without him. I wanted to have more time to enjoy being Brit while also digging up more dirt on him for extra insurance. Yes, I thought I had things under control when I moved in here, but Darren is more dangerous than I knew. Thank goodness he has some self-preservation instincts, or I think he would have killed me already to end this. It's going to be impossible for me to poke around if he's hovering the entire day. So what are you going to do now? I ask. I'm not only trying to break the silence, I'm also dying to know his plan so I can figure out what I'm going to do.
Me? I guess I'll hang out with you.
He crosses his arms and stares at me.
Unless, of course, you have any disagreement.
Of course not. I throw him a smile. You can run errands with me. It'll be great. On the outside, I'm the perfect wife. On the inside, I'm fuming. It's time to move my plan along. Chapter 48. Brit College. And that, little sis, is our campus. Astrid turns and falls back into the bed before popping back up and grinning at Cora, her sister. Just think, in 3 years, you can join us here. She tucks some stray hair behind her ear as she speaks. Oh no. I haven't said much since Cora got here, but I need to nip this in the bud.
You can't live with us, of course, because we'll be seniors and you'll be a freshman, and that would be weird. Don't worry, we'll look out for you.
I glance up from my cell before continuing. We'll know all the good classes to take.
And the ones to avoid,
Astrid adds, ignoring the fact I told her sister she can't move in with us. Really think I'd want someone like Cora moving in? No offense to my best friend, but her little sister is a joke. She's nerdy and nervous and would definitely cramp our style when it comes to parties and hanging out with boys. Sure, we let her hang out with us when we were in high school because we were being nice. That can't happen now. This is different. This is college, and what people think about me matters. And we can tell you what guys aren't worth your time. I was going to check my texts. Instead, I drop my phone onto my bed and sit down next to it. How about we rent a movie for the night? We can pop popcorn, get some snacks, all of that fun stuff. Cora's eyes flick to me before she reaches up and tucks some hair behind her ear. No way. Astrid pops a piece of gum in her mouth before tossing her sister a stick. I watch as Cora unwraps it slowly, obviously trying to decide what to say. I like movies, she finally says, right as my roommate rolls her eyes. That's Astrid. She wanted her baby sister to come spend the weekend with her so she could show off what it's like to be in college. Now that Cora is here, I have a good feeling Astrid will only be happy if Cora does exactly what she's told. No way would their parents be okay with Cora going to a party because it's just not safe. The problem is there's a huge one tonight, and I have a feeling that's where this conversation is going. Don't you want to meet boys? Astrid snaps her gum, already flapping her hand in the air at me like she's afraid I'm going to interrupt her. There's a party tonight at the Pi Kappa Phi house. We should go. Oh, come on, I interrupt. Cora, you're, what, 15? She's not even underage, Astrid. She's dangerously underage. No way would they let her in. I'm already taking my diamond studs out. A night in sounds delightful to me. And designer jeans all day. And while I normally don't miss an opportunity to dress up and go out, I'm exhausted. Well, they sure won't let her in looking like that. I glance at Cora. She's dressed, well, like a kid. Her high-waisted jeans, hoodie, and Converse are all things Astrid wouldn't be caught dead in. I like how I look, Cora says, right as her sister shakes her head. Nobody else will. Astrid moves quickly, like a cat, sliding from her mattress and hurrying to her closet. The dorm room is small, with barely enough room for 2 beds, 2 desks, and a mini-fridge. We both have our own closets, which would be nice and make the room look neat. Unfortunately, while mine is closed tightly, Astrid's doors are wide open, clothing and shoes pressing against them and preventing the doors from latching. Everything she owns is from the thrift store or from school clothing drives, but you wouldn't know it the way she acts. Uncomfortable, I pluck my J. Crew shirt from my chest. It's not hot in here, just awkward, and I don't like that feeling. Cora shifts her weight, and I glance at her while Astrid digs in her closet. We've known each other my entire life, but she's always been my friend's annoying little sister. Now, though, I feel a little bad for her. Do you want to go to a frat party? I ask her. I don't, really, Cora begins. Astrid interrupts us. Got it. She sounds triumphant and shoves a pair of high heels into Cora's hands. These will make your legs and your butt look great, trust me. So the jeans have to go, obviously. Don't worry, I have a pair you can wear. The shoes, the jeans, and a tank top. Her voice trails off, and she chews her lower lip. Internally, I sigh, hiding my frustration by fixing a smile to my face. At least if we go, I can hopefully see the guy I like. I can fix her hair, I offer, winking at Cora as she turns to look at me. The Astrid train has left the station, and the only option we have to make the night as enjoyable as possible is to get on it, hang on tight, and hope we make it out on the other side without my roomie throwing a fit. And her makeup. Yes! Astrid claps her hands together and Cora smiles at her. No, she might not want to come to this party, but it's clear Cora will do whatever it takes to keep her big sister happy. You're going to look killer, Astrid says. I'm not going to look like myself, Cora replies, slowly turning the heels over in her hands. They're shiny and black. With so many straps, I already know she's going to need help putting them on. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Astrid takes the shoes back from her and lets them fall unceremoniously to the floor. You don't want to look like yourself, do you? Like some high school nerd who hasn't ever been kissed? My smile slips. Astrid, I say, give her a break. My roommate doesn't look at me. She's staring at her sister, who now has a strange expression on her face. All she wants to do is impress her big sister, and I get it. Something she doesn't, though, and that's the only person who impresses Astrid is, well, Astrid. I have been kissed, Cora announces. Liar. Astrid bumps into me on her way to the mini-fridge. She bends down and pulls out a chilled bottle of vodka. I notice it's half empty. I also notice the way Cora sits up straighter on the bed. Excited? Nervous? You haven't been kissed, Astrid says. She opens the bottle and takes a sip before handing it to her sister. Drink. I want to intervene and tell Cora she doesn't have to do everything Astrid wants her to. That's what a good friend would do. But before I can formulate any words, she's lifted the bottle to her lips and tipped it into her mouth, her throat working. Then she jerks the bottle away, coughing, bright spots of color forming in her cheeks. Astrid laughs and takes the bottle from her. Easy, killer. You'll have more later tonight, I promise. And I'm going to find you someone to kiss you. Now, who's the best big sister you've ever had? Cora doesn't hesitate. You? That's right. She takes another swig and locks eyes with her sister. Don't you forget it. Chapter 49. Darren. Nobody from work texted to tell me I shouldn't come in today. I'm the reason the law firm exists in the first place, and while I'm sure everyone at the office is talking about my arrest last night, nobody would keep me from working. It was easy enough to lie to this woman, and the best part? She completely fell for it.
I rather appreciate that she underestimated how focused and determined I can be. One thing I picked up on really quickly is that she doesn't know how to tell when I'm lying to her. I could tell her it was the president of China on the phone, and she'd bat her long lashes at me and tell me how amazing it was that I spoke Chinese. Unbelievable.
What errands do we have to do today? I ask the woman currently staring at me like a deer in headlights. Because I'm ready to go. She draws the word out in an obvious attempt to buy herself time to think. I have a list upstairs. Let me get it and powder my nose, and I'll be right back. Get it. I smile at her, holding the expression until she leaves the kitchen. As soon as she's gone, I pull my phone from my pocket and read through the texts I received in response to me telling the group chat I wasn't coming in. Everything okay? Do you need to talk? We heard about your arrest. What happened last night? I stop myself from responding. Case where the texts someone sent after they were arrested became integral. Too many times to count. And I'm not going to try to defend myself over text, when I know prosecution would love to get their hands on my messages. Hopefully it won't go that far, but I'm not someone who messes around with my freedom. While I know going to work and running damage control on everything that's happened in the past 24 hours is a good idea, I can handle what needs to be done while I keep an eye on her. Would it be easier if I went into my office and dealt with things from there? Yeah, it would.
Ultimately, that would give her time on her own. And I don't trust this woman. And she can tell me all she wants, that she's not the person who sent the letter to my office, or called the reporter. But then who? I frown at the idea that Britt had been telling the truth, that someone had been following her. Then push that worry to the side. I don't have time to ferret out who sent the letter if it wasn't not Britt. The only thing I can do right now is stay close to her and make sure she doesn't do anything else stupid. First, though, I need to talk to Ian. He has to get me more information on the second woman I saw in the footage. One can find out more about who she is. It's going to be him. And I need that information ASAP. It can't be Britt, no matter how much it looks like her, no matter how worried I am it could be her. I shake my head to clear the worry. Impossible. As I'm opening my texts, my phone rings. Without thinking about what I'm doing, I slide my finger across the screen to answer. A pit forms in my stomach when my brain catches up to my body, and I realize who's calling. Abraham, how are you? How are you is the better question. He pauses, and when he speaks again, his voice is muffled. Rest last night. Did that have anything to do with the prints you wanted me to run? I was thinking, if the client you had was the reporter, that might explain her coming by your house. My mind races. You would have told the arresting officer that, wouldn't you? You would have recognized the reporter as the woman in your office, so it can't be her. Right, Darren? I shift my weight from one foot to the other, suddenly grateful not Britt is apparently going to take as long as my real wife did in the bathroom. This is definitely not a conversation I want to have in front of her. They're unrelated, I manage. It was a misunderstanding, that's all. We don't arrest people based on misunderstandings. You never called me back to make a report about that woman. You might not think they're connected, but you should let me figure that out. The woman in your office might have gone to the reporter. Who knows why she might want to throw you under the bus or hurt your reputation? I won't stand for it, not when you haven't done anything wrong. Now, let's figure out what's going on. I knew we should have made a report yesterday. Don't worry, it's not too late now. I hear the click of a pen and my heart sinks. Now's not good. He sighs. I can't help you unless you let me. Meet me halfway, Darren. Maybe you think it's a coincidence, that woman in your office, and then you being driven to assault someone. But I don't. Oh, I definitely don't either. No way can I tell him they're not Britt's fingerprints I want him to run.
or she's for sure the reason the reporter came sniffing around yesterday. I really appreciate it. I lie. Unfortunately, now is not the time. Britt and I have to work through what happened yesterday. I cross my fingers that he'll buy it. I get that. Listen, the longer you let this drag on, the more convoluted it's going to become. The best thing to do in a case like this is, it's fine. I'm being rude, and I can't help myself to get off the phone with him. Going to his office was a terrible idea, and I should have known he wasn't going to be able to help me. I appreciate it, really, I do. Now is not the time. Goodbye. It feels like I've swallowed lead as I hang up on him. What choice do I have? I can't come clean with him. I'm sliding my phone back into my pocket when not Britt appears in the door. She has a purse over her shoulder and a scrap of paper in her hand. I bet if I'd gone upstairs to watch, I would have seen her scrawling out a to-do list before she came back downstairs. She's thrown a wrench in my plans, but I guarantee she wasn't prepared to spend the day with me either. She smiles nervously at me and lifts the paper so I can see it. Ready? As she speaks, she reaches up and brushes a strand of imaginary hair behind her ear as she chews on her lower lip. I freeze. It's not the first time I've seen her do that, and something about the movement triggers a memory deep in my mind. I reach for it, trying to grasp it so I can dig into who she might be. For a moment, I think I have it. Then it's too slippery and I lose it. Still, if there was a hint of a memory once, that means there's going to be more. I have to be patient and look for them. Knowing that I might be able to finally figure out who she is bolsters my belief that I made the right decision not going to work today. I have my fingers crossed Ian reaches out to me sooner rather than later. As soon as he gives me more info about who not Britt was with at the dump, I'll feel more confident about my next steps. Abraham is an issue, especially if he keeps reaching out to try to help me. I have to hope he won't. And besides, I can't worry about that right now. At least I won't be at home or in the office where he could pin me down. As long as I don't answer his calls and I keep moving, he can't make me talk to him. The longer I can hold him off, the more likely it is I can handle this on my own. I'm driving, I announce, then turn and grab my keys from the hook by the door. Make me a coffee in a travel mug and the doorbell rings, cutting me off. Not Britt's eyes snap to mine, and I can tell we're both trying to decide who's going to answer it. She takes a step towards the front of the house. I've got it, I tell her, stopping her. You get the coffee. If it's the press, the last thing I want is for them to get a picture of her. She's done a good job making sure people know she exists, as a type of insurance so I can't hurt her. I'm not going to allow it to continue. The more I can keep her out of sight, the better. Her running into Bonnie and spending time with Alex is bad enough. The last thing I need is for her to be more involved in what happened with the reporter. My long steps eat up the distance to the front door. Before opening it, I take a deep breath and steel myself for whatever might be waiting outside. As prepared as I'll ever be, I unlock the door and swing it open. Nobody's there. I step out onto the porch, my eyes flicking from side to side as I search for who might have rung our doorbell. There, at the far end of the street, are the taillights of a disappearing car. They're really gunning it down the road, and I hear their tires screech as they go around a curve. I swear as I take another step, desperate to catch the plate. But I slip on something placed on our front porch. Something I didn't notice before. Something I'm sure they left. Chapter 50. The Wife. Darren stumbles back into the house, a slim envelope in his hands. His expression is grim, his eyebrows pinched together, his mouth a flat line. Whatever's in that envelope isn't something that sparks joy, that's for sure. What is it? I hurry to him, my frustration with him momentarily forgotten as nosiness takes over. No, not nosiness. It's survival, plain and simple. Whatever is in that envelope could possibly have a very real effect on my life and my freedom, and I have to fight to keep from ripping it from his hands when he doesn't immediately answer. How am I supposed to know? I just got it. He turns it over in his hands before carefully sliding his finger under the flap to open it. Wait! He freezes, and I stare at him. Should you wear gloves to try to preserve evidence? What if there are fingerprints on there and we need to go to the police?
Do you really think the two of us need to go anywhere near the police?
His voice is dry, his words hitting home. I don't respond.
That's what I thought. Whatever's in here, I'll handle it.
I'll help, I tell him. And while he doesn't respond, I don't miss the way he shakes his head. Moving slowly, he opens the flap and exhales hard as he reaches inside. I'm practically quivering with excitement as I lean forward to see what he pulls out. Photos. 3 of them. He turns them to himself at first, obviously trying to keep me from seeing them. Bad chance of that happening. I scoot to his side and grab his arm, pulling on it so he has to lower them into my field of vision. Part of me is surprised he doesn't push me away, but maybe we're both too terrified for that. He's practically shaking. That's you, I say, frowning as I take in the scene. You dropping off my luggage.
Brit's luggage,
He corrects, tightening his grip on the photos.
That's when I took the luggage to the dump and left it there. Someone must have been watching me, following me.
He moves quickly, turning to me, his eyes locked on mine.
Was it you?
I bark out a laugh. Are you serious? What, you think I followed you to the dump, took these pictures, and had someone print them out and drop them off here to mess with you?
You did that with the letter at my office.
I blink at him, my mind racing. I already told you I had nothing to do with that. Whoever did it sure got their hooks in him. I'd love to know what's in the letter and who's behind it. Although, if I'm being honest, I think I might know who did it. I can't admit it to myself, and I certainly wouldn't ever tell him. I'll have to handle it on my own, that's all. Unfortunately, I can't do that today, not when he's decided to stick like glue to my side. He stares at me, his eyes dark pools, and doesn't respond. Oh, come on, I say, throwing my hands in the air. I didn't follow you and take pictures of you at the dump. I have enough protections in place.
You knew where the luggage was,
he says.
You went back and got it so you could show up here and pretend to be my wife. Who's to say you weren't the one taking these photos?
He has a point. If this were a court of law, I'd be a little bit worried right now. But it's not a courtroom, and he doesn't get to bully me around like he does when he's dealing with witnesses. I say I wasn't. I cross my arms and stare back at him as defiantly as possible. Never seen them before in my life. Besides, I'm here of my own volition. It's not like I'm working with anyone. That's true. Kinda. If you squint at it from the side and don't pay attention to the fact, it's also a bit of a lie. Still, the person who knows where I am and what I'm doing wouldn't be sneaking around taking these pictures. They listen to me. I'm the one in control, and I've kept them in the dark about some things. That's the only way this works.
Fine. Let's assume for a moment you didn't take these pictures.
He stalks to the kitchen trash and dumps everything in before letting the lid slam as loudly as possible. Who did you meet there at the dump? I freeze, then try to play it off like he didn't say something that shocked me. I work alone. No need to bring anyone else into this. It's you and me as far as I'm concerned. Lies, lies, lies. As for who took the pictures, I'm sure you have plenty of enemies. Think about all the people you've defended. Some of them you failed. You can't tell me at least 1 or 2 of them wouldn't love to see you fall flat on your face. Of course I've looked into his past court cases. He deals with scum at work, and there are a few people he's unsuccessfully defended who would probably love to take him down a notch or 2.
There are murderers he's failed to keep out of prison, a rapist, a few drug dealers. Not nice guys, from what I can tell. My eyes are locked on him while he thinks through what I said. There, right there, a flicker on his face that tells me he does have enemies he's never going to admit to, especially to me. It's a micro-expression, so quickly gone I'm already starting to question if I really saw it or if I'm making it up. I don't have enemies.
Right. The great Darren Reed, scourge of the courtroom, savior of the broken, drunk, and drugged, patron of murderers, and friend to every thief in the surrounding counties, doesn't have enemies. I have an idea. Why don't we call Oprah and see if you can get on her show since you're such a saint? He plants his hands on the counter and leans over it, a lion staring down its prey. I'm surprised that smart mouth of yours doesn't ever get you in trouble. It gets me out of it, much like yours. The grin he gives me is slow and disarming. Fine. Let's say you're innocent in the existence of these photos. In return, I want you to assume I don't have enemies. I love a good thought game, just like college, I say, and there's a flash of something on his face I don't like. It's like something came to him, a memory buried deep in the gray matter he'd been ignoring. Crap. I've gotten flippant, especially because the protections I have in place are only as good as I am careful. He doesn't follow up on my comment, but I know Darren like the back of my hand. He'll have logged it away for later. A man like him will pull out that innocuous statement, turn it over and over so he can look at it from all directions and pick at it until he understands the true meaning behind it. I have to be more careful, because that was a mistake. Darren hasn't discovered anything concrete about me yet, and I need it to stay that way. Right. He scrubs his hand down his jaw. There's stubble there, and I frown. Why didn't he shave before coming downstairs this morning? He didn't get the text from work that he needed to stay home until after he was dressed and ready to go. None of this makes any sense. He should have shaved if he thought he was going to work. Unless the text he received wasn't telling him not to come in. It could have been something else, anything else, but I believed him because why wouldn't I? Maybe because he's a murderer? I shoved that voice out of my head. Say Darren did lie to me about his staff not wanting him to come in. It doesn't matter now, does it? He's here, and maybe that's for the best. Maybe it will let me keep an eye on him instead of watching as things all fall apart. Okay, I say, my voice loud and bright in an attempt to take control of the situation. Someone knows you dropped Britt's luggage off at the dump. Unfortunately, I think we're safe to assume this means they're aware you killed her. That's a leap. This entire thing is a leap, I tell him. We're trusting each other here, remember? Trusting each other. He scoffs. Right. You're obsessed with me. You're out of control, and you want me to trust you? You have no idea why I'm here. He raises an eyebrow as he holds his hands up in surrender. A deep breath before continuing. Someone was watching you. If they know you killed Britt, then they know I'm not really your wife. That thought sends cold fingers down my spine. I've been so careful and worked so hard to ensure I look, sound, and act like his wife. And the thought that some jerk may be onto me is enraging. Unless it's not some jerk. Unless it's the one person who knows everything. But why would she turn against me now? If I go down, you're going down with me, he says, stabbing his finger through the air at me. You know that, right? I'm not letting some idiot with a telephoto lens stop me from living my best life. Same. I stare at this man, my original plan running through my mind. Become Britt. Live the life she stole from me. Of course, Darren would believe I'm obsessed with him. Men like him always think they're the prize to win, and that means he's totally missed why I'm here, why I put in the work. Sure, I wanted to be his wife, to finally have the life I should have had all along, but that's not all I wanted. I wanted to be Britt. Chapter 51. Britt. College. I can feel the throb of the bass deep in my bones before we reach frat row. While it makes me want to dig in my heels and go back to the dorm, Astrid is intent on partying tonight, and if she's going to drag her little sister along for the ride, the least I can do is keep an eye on her. She's in over her head. The thought is instant and unbidden.
and I do my best to push it away, even as I follow Astrid and Cora up the wide stone stairs to the house. The heels Cora is wearing are a bit too big for her, and she takes each step carefully, clearly nervous about rolling an ankle. Now that we're closer to the party, the music makes my heart feel like it's skipping beats. On the front of my tank top and plaster a smile to my face so nobody can tell how uncomfortable I really am. Astrid wouldn't get it. She'd tell me it was her right as an older sister to bring Cora to the party. That's how she's always been, a bit explosive, always defensive, and it's not worth it right now. And what would Cora do? For someone who seemed uncomfortable about coming tonight, she now looks more eager than my roommate to be here, if that's at all possible. Her eyes are bright and excited, and the outfit she has on makes her look hotter than I've ever seen her. In the dim light, you can't see the tear on the hem of her tank top or the stain on her jeans. Smooth my hands down my designer jeans to try to calm down. Astrid catches her by the arm before we walk through the front door. Even though she's talking to her sister, I'm close enough to hear her words. Don't embarrass me. If anyone asks, you're my sister visiting from another college. No way do I want anyone to know how young you are. Right, of course. Cora tries to pull away from her as Astrid's grip tightens. If you see a cute guy you want to kiss, make sure you run it by me first. We don't want you committing social suicide and taking me down with you. We definitely wouldn't want that, Cora mutters, her voice only loud enough for me to hear. Astrid releases her sister, then just as quickly plants a kiss on her cheek. Atta girl, Cora. Don't be an embarrassment and you can come back and visit another weekend, okay? I'll tell our parents you were so good and met new friends and hide the fact you crashed the party, as long as you don't screw this up. I'm not going to screw anything up, I hear Cora mutter. If she thinks her sister is going to hear her, she's mistaken. Astrid has already pushed past her into the crush of people. I take a deep breath and follow, hoping Cora will stick close while I look for who I really want to see here. That's terrible, isn't it? To know I need to keep an eye out for Cora and also to be so interested in finding someone else that I turn my back on her. I push the thought away. I'm not her keeper. Yes, I want to make sure she's okay, but I don't owe her anything. She's not my sister. Besides, I didn't want to come here in the first place, so shouldn't I be excused from playing babysitter? Astrid is the one who wanted to be here so badly, so she should be the one to have to keep an eye on her baby sister. Bare arms brush mine. I smell beer and grimace when my feet stick to the tiled floor. There's loud music, dim lights, and so much dancing that I moved along like on a wave rather than walking through the house. Parties aren't my scene. Astrid loves them. She's always loved being the center of attention, having all eyes on her, knowing people want her and can't have her. Someone takes me by the hand and pulls me to them to dance, their skin sweaty against mine. I tug away, my throat tight. It's impossible to hear anyone in here, impossible even to think. I turn, looking for the front door, and I'm surprised to see I've been carried along through the foyer and into a large room in the back of the house. Turning, I look for Astrid and Cora, but they're both out of sight. Great. Knowing Astrid, she won't give Cora another thought, and
Hey, you!
A boy grabs me by the waist and presses a bottle of beer into my hand.
I'm Mike. Who are you?
His mouth is right by my ear so I can hear him. I feel the warmth of his breath on my skin. The smell of alcohol makes me wrinkle my nose. I'm not interested. I'm looking for my roommate, I tell him. What? There are his lips again, this time brushing against the shell of my ear.
You have to be louder.
I'm looking for my roommate! I yell the words, going up on my tiptoes a bit so I can speak directly into his ear. Even in heels, he's taller than me.
Oh, he's taller than me. You're not looking for a good time.
The disappointment in his voice is almost palpable. I shake my head, worried he might not leave me alone. Just before I get really worried, he sighs and runs his hand through his hair before turning away from me. Thank goodness. I'm glad it was me who had that interaction and not Cora. Turning in a slow circle, I see people's eyes land on me before flicking away. I get it. I do. I'm tall, blonde,
leggy, as Astrid says, always with a smile on her face to try to negate the sharp edge to the word. Glancing down at my Cartier watch, I give my head a little shake. We've been here about 5 minutes, and I'm ready to roll.
Us, of course. I turn again, looking for the familiar face I want to see. There's too many people here, bodies pushed up next to each other, limbs intertwined. It's difficult to make out who's here and who isn't, but I know I'd be able to spot who I'm looking for, no matter how many people cram into this house. We're magnets drawn together, and even though some people might not be able to find who they're looking for in this mass of students, I'm confident I'll spot him. I'm on my tiptoes, trying to get even taller than my heels have made me. There's a strobe light in the far corner, and I lift one hand to shield my eyes so I can better make out who's in here. Surely he's here, right? Everyone was coming tonight, and although we didn't discuss whether or not he was going to show up, I know guys like him, and they love being the center of attention. He has to show. I want him. He's not here. In that case, I want out. I take a deep breath and push through the crowd, careful not to step in any spilled liquid. These heels are new and from Saks, and while my dad could easily buy me another pair, I don't want to ruin them the first time I have them on. Like magic, the crowd seems to part for me, and I walk through the shifting bodies gratefully. It's only when I hear a cheer go up that I turn to the right, my eyes falling on Cora. She's by the beer pong table, a red cup in her hand, her head thrown back as she drains what's inside. A group of guys, more like a pack of hyenas, watches from the sidelines, their eyes greedy. Chapter 52. Darren. Not Britt can go on and on all she wants about the two of us trusting each other, but there's no way I actually do. We're in this together, sure, only because we have to be. It's not like we're a team. It's more like the two of us are struggling for the same outcome, survival. At the same time, neither one of us will hesitate to drop kick the other in the face if that's what it takes to come out on top. That's how I feel. And judging by how ruthless this woman has been so far, I have a pretty good feeling she's on the same page. Could it be the reporter? I ask. As soon as the question leaves my lips, I know that's not the case. The reporter only came sniffing around here because she thought I was getting paid to lose cases, not because she thinks I killed my wife. That's not where the money in the safe came from. I stole it from Britt as soon as I saw her on the camera messing around with a false bottom in her jewelry armoire. There wasn't any reason for her to hide money from me unless she was looking to divorce me, and no way was I going to sit back and let her do that. Taking the money from her meant she wouldn't be able to walk away. Besides, there's nothing wrong with a husband keeping cash from his wife. I made the money, after all. No matter what the reporter thinks, I didn't get it because I lost cases on purpose. And as quickly as I was thrown in jail for assaulting the reporter, I can only imagine how fast they'd throw the book at me if they had an inkling of what really happened in this house. No, not Britt says, shaking her head. Not her. She breaks off. She's what? I stare at her, doing my best to keep my abject hatred for her off my face. The last thing I need is for her to realize how little I think of her and decide to turn on me. Keeping her on my side is an exercise in self-control I have to master. If she thinks I'm lost and confused, it's much more likely she'll open up to me. I have to get her to slip up. Not that smart, she finishes lamely, and it's the way she says it, along with how she chews her lower lip, that makes me realize two things. She's the one who called the reporter. Why else would she have an opinion about the woman? Not Britt is new to town, and there's no reason why she should know anything about the reporter unless they'd talked. Additionally, I think she has an idea who might have dropped off these photos as well as the letter at my office, no matter what lies she's spinning. I don't yell, which is what I want to do, and I don't throw something at her, which is also pretty high on my wish list right now. Instead, I let her statement wash over me like it didn't affect me, in the hope she won't realize I'm finally onto her. And it works. Right, not that smart, I repeat, noticing how not Britt relaxes when it's clear she thinks I'm agreeing with her. That means there has to be someone else poking around.
I think about the car driving slowly up and down the street last night. I think about the feeling that someone is watching me, how the hair on the back of my neck stands straight up, but when I whip around, nobody's there, just a ghost. Is right? Not that I'm really being haunted, only that my subconscious is messing with me. I don't feel any guilt over what I did, so why does it seem like my mind doesn't agree with that? I did see someone driving past the house last night after I went upstairs, she says, and the spooky feeling of eyes on me intensifies. Someone could be watching me right now. They could be keeping tabs on me, seeing what I'm up to, and I'd have no idea. I fight to keep from turning around. Why didn't you tell me? She shrugs. Did it really seem to you like the two of us parted on the best terms last night? No. I didn't want to bring it up and upset you. After a pause, she continues, Have you seen someone driving around too? Maybe. Yes. It's probably nothing. I think I'm being followed. I bet it's the reporter, she says, with so much confidence I'm desperate to believe her. I don't. Coming clean with her, even if it means I might gain something, is scary, and I have to force myself to continue. I'd seen the car following me from time to time well before the reporter showed up. Okay, then who? She tilts her head to the side, her teeth going to town on her lower lip. Britt. I almost say my dead wife's name, managing to catch myself at the last second, because the thought is completely preposterous. Britt can't be following me around because she's dead. I distinctly remember the sound of the dirt hitting the blanket I'd wrapped around her body. I remember how it felt to look into her eyes and see the life fade out of them while I throttled her. I remember how heavy her body felt as I carried it out to the backyard, how soft the dirt had been, how I'd gone back the next afternoon and planted some azaleas above her so nobody would question why the dirt was freshly turned. But what if she isn't still in there? I think about how the ground had been depressed, like the hole was emptier than it should have been, even with all the dirt back inside it. I remember how there had been a question at the back of my mind, wondering if maybe she wasn't in the ground at all, if maybe she'd... What? Crawled back out? Yeah, crawled back out. I shouldn't entertain the thought because it's insane. At the time, though, I had wondered why the ground didn't seem as full. And what if that's it? What if I didn't kill her? What if I was wrong all along? I press my hands into my eyes and exhale hard. I'm tired, that's all. I'm tired and stressed and... Is it possible this woman is in on it with Britt? It's possible the two of them are working together to ruin my life, and here I am, not even realizing my dead wife isn't really dead. See how she knows so much about me and my wife. They planned it. Hell, what about the woman I saw with not Britt at the dump? The footage wasn't the best. Even so, I knew without a doubt it was my wife walking with this imposter. I knew it, but I was afraid to acknowledge it. And now I'm terrified I was right all along. Britt's working with this woman. They're in this together. That's it. They're playing me. If Britt is really alive, she can't possibly be alive, but what if she is? Then she and not Britt have probably been laughing at me this entire time. And maybe Britt was the one who took the photos of me at the dump. I imagine her, dirt still clinging in her hair, a dark expression on her face, staring in disbelief as I threw away her suitcases. She sent the letter. She sent the photos. She's the one driving past the house, following us home from the prison, keeping an eye on me without me knowing she's there. She and this not Britt look so much alike. Even Bonnie thinks she's been talking to my wife, and she met Britt once or twice before I killed her. This woman told me the wedding set she wears were custom-made to look like Britt's. Could that have been a lie? What if they're the real deal?
Her engagement ring and wedding band are unique. They're custom. They're not something you can buy online or at any chain jewelry store. I made sure of that. And yet, not Brit is wearing a matching set. A matching set to the rings I buried with my wife. Oh God, what if I screwed up? What if Brit gave her those rings? What if my wife's not really dead? Chapter 53. The Wife. Darren looks sick, like he's seen a ghost. He bends forward, gripping his hips with both hands and exhaling hard. When he stands back up, he still looks pale, but no longer like he's going to pass out. What? I ask, fighting the urge to go to him. Not that I want to comfort him, of course. If something really bad has happened, I need to know what it is so we can figure out how to handle it. I may have slightly miscalculated how affected he would be by the reporter showing up, as well as how eager she would be. I know I can still fix this. I can control whatever's about to happen. I have to. In order to keep Darren from spiraling and ruining everything, I have to keep him on a short leash. He's not nearly as in control as he pretends to be, not nearly as in control as I thought he was at first. He's losing it. Nothing, His voice trails off, and he rubs his hand across his brow. Oh, I had a terrible thought. Which is? That I didn't actually kill Brit. He claps his hands down over his mouth like he's trying to keep the words from existing. That maybe I screwed up and thought I killed her, but I didn't. And she's the one who took the photos, and that's completely insane. I stare at him, trying to reconcile what's going on with him. Is he unstable? I imagine what life would look like 1 month, a year, a decade from now if he continues to spiral. It's not good, not pretty, not what I wanted. He glares at me. I thought you hated that word. When it's referencing women, yeah, but the way you're acting right now? I flick my fingers at him. Insane. Definition. What, you think you almost killed your wife and now she's back for revenge? Come on, be real. He doesn't answer. That's fine. I don't need him to, as long as he's paying attention. What do you think Brit would have done if you almost killed her? Followed you around? Skulked in the shadows where you couldn't see her? Or would she have gone straight to the police and turned you in for attempted murder? He exhales slowly. There's bright color in his cheeks, and his eyes are wide, too wide, like he's seeing something terrible, something creeping up on him. The man looks desperate, absolutely terrified, the exact opposite of how he looked when he attacked Brit. Take a deep breath. She would have gone to the police and gotten you locked up for the rest of your life if possible. Trust me, that's what I would have done. No, your dear wife Brit is rotting in the backyard where you buried her. Even to my ears, I sound confident.
You sound sure.
Of course I'm sure. Life isn't a sci-fi novel or a horror movie or anything like that. There are monsters in the world. I need you to understand your dead wife isn't one of them, Darren. If you want to get a good look at a monster, take some time in the bathroom and look in a mirror. He's breathing hard, obviously just a moment from falling apart. On the contrary, I feel perfectly in control. I feel perfectly in control. And why wouldn't I be? He choked her. He buried her. And when he took a break halfway through and went back into the house to get a glass of water, I'm the one who snuck to her grave and stole her wedding rings. But that's not all I did. Chapter 54. Brit, College. Let it out, girl. Cora's bent over, her hands on her thighs, and she groans in response. Astrid stands to the side, half watching us, half keeping her eye on the crowd, and I feel a flash of irritation. I, too, have someone I'd like to look for, but Cora needs help, and someone has to give it to her. Why her sister can't be a decent person and take care of Cora, I don't know.
Even though I don't want to be doing this right now, it's not fair on this teenager to let her suffer. If the guy I'm looking for arrives, I'm out of here. That's the promise I make to myself, even though I know it means Cora will have to fend for herself without Astrid being willing to take care of her. We're in the backyard of the house, and the sound and crowd spill out onto the grass. They spread out, forming a half circle around the house. Once more, Astrid glances at the house, then turns to us, her hands on her hips, and addresses Cora. You know, when I told you to find some guy to kiss, I didn't mean it had to be the first dude you saw. What, did you finish your keg stand and fall straight into that guy's arms? Cora wipes her mouth with the back of her hand and straightens up before turning to face Astrid. I didn't choose him, she says, her words a little slurred. He was being a jerk and wouldn't let me go. She glances at me before turning back to the house. Yeah, well, you looked like you were having a good time. Is she serious right now? The matching expression on their faces keeps me quiet, otherwise I'd intervene. You're the one who dressed me like this, Cora spits. Astrid doesn't respond. When it's clear her sister is finished with the conversation, Cora turns away from us. Whatever. You two have fun, and I'll see you back at your dorm. That gets Astrid's attention. No, you can't go, she says, lunging to grab Cora's hand. I'm not ready to head back yet. Cora sighs. Astrid, look, you can hang out as long as you want. I really don't care. I'm going to head back, pop some Tylenol, and get some sleep. You don't get it. Her voice is tight. Britt doesn't want to leave. I'm fine to go, I say. But even as the words leave my lips, I find myself scanning the group of people again. Someone from my Spanish class waves, and I wave back, but that's not who I'm looking for. Britt didn't want to come out in the first place, Cora says. Yeah, well, I'm not ready to go. How about that? You wanted to come so badly you drove up here for the weekend. I dressed you up. I brought you to this party. And now what? You want to flake? She shakes her head. No, no way. You owe me. Hey, I say, feeling like I need to intervene even though I don't know exactly what to do. There's no reason to. I'll leave when I'm ready, Astrid says, completely ignoring me. Right now, I'm looking for someone, she says, her eyes flicking back and forth. Some guy? Tears glisten in Cora's eyes. It's clear she's not going to let them fall. I can't help but wonder how often her older sister brings her to tears over stupid things like this. It's clear Cora wants a relationship with her sister. Astrid, on the other hand, only seems to care about herself. The guy. She takes a step closer to the party, leaving the two of us behind. Even though I hear her words, I ignore her. I'm not a bad friend. I'm simply too busy looking for someone too. Okay, who? Cora hurries to her sister's side. That's the role she's always played, the little sister doing whatever it takes to make her older sister like her, or at least tolerate her. Her lipstick is smudged, her mascara clumping, which is what happens when you buy your makeup from the dollar store. Astrid has never had nice things, not like me. Even though I should be used to that, I can't stop staring at the clumps of mascara. I could give her better mascara. Doesn't have the money for nice things doesn't mean she shouldn't have them. I make a mental note to get her some the next time we're at the store. She'll hate it, call it charity, but as soon as she's done being indignant, I know she'll put it on and be happy to have it. There. Astrid exhales hard. See him? No. Cora sounds breathless, excited. Who are you talking about? Who is she talking about? There. Black jeans, black jacket. He's got blonde hair and is coming this way. Oh. My heart sinks when I turn to see who Astrid is pointing at. Feeling only lasts a moment before excitement takes over, and I rush past the two of them, my eyes locked on the guy she pointed out. I don't want to say he's the hottest guy ever to walk on campus, but he's very attractive. Tall, sandy hair, his jaw is strong, and he looks like he's in the gym lifting every single day. My mind wanders when I look at his arms. I imagine them wrapped around me,
his lips on me. We'll look good together. I know we will. No, scratch that. We'll look great together. Behind me, I hear Astrid talking to Cora. His name is Darren. We've been dating a week or so and keeping it on the DL. He wants us to be private, to not let anyone know our business. Me, on the other hand, I want to tell everyone. I love him, Cora. You have no idea what it's like to feel like that about someone. Her words wash over me, and I know they carry weight for her. The problem is they don't for me. She loves him? Astrid doesn't love anyone other than herself. She uses people, that's what she does, and she loves the attention guys give her. I don't know what she thinks is so special about this guy, but I do know one thing. I want him for myself. Chapter 55. Darren. Friday. My hands shake as I text the guys to take another day off work. Soon enough, I'm going to have to face the music. I'm going to have to go into work and deal with the things I've done, but not right now. Not while I can't get my head on straight. I know what Not Brit said, that my wife is dead and buried in the backyard, but what if she's wrong? I can't shake the fear I screwed up even more than I thought. When I first killed Brit, I slept better than I had in weeks, better than I had in months even. Last night, I didn't sleep. I tossed and turned and finally got up around 2. Downstairs, I made a pot of coffee and drank the entire thing. There's a huge spotlight in the backyard, and I'd turned it on so I could see Brit's grave. If someone were to ask me what I was looking for, I don't know what I'd say. Am I looking for a decaying hand to burst out of the ground? No, of course not. I don't think she's a zombie, and I certainly don't think she's going to dig her way out of the dirt today or tomorrow or sometime next week. No, the worry I have is worse than that. What if she's already dug her way out? Not because she's a reanimated corpse, that would be insane. What if she dug her way out because she was never dead in the first place? What if I never actually killed her? Not like Molly. I killed Molly, even though... Not Brit strolls into the kitchen, yanking me from my worries. Just in one of Brit's favorite athleisure sets, and I have to do a double take to make sure she's not really my dead wife. Of course she's not. I'm imagining things. My eyes flick to the rings on her left hand. She told me they were replicas, right? Or am I making that up? I can't remember. You look rough. Let me guess, you didn't sleep good last night? She picks up the empty coffee pot and scowls at me before turning away to start another pot. How long have you been up? I glance at the clock. 10 after 7. About 5 hours, I say, swallowing hard to try to get rid of the gravel feeling in my throat. Guilt keeping you up? She pours a bit of caramel creamer in a mug and turns to me. Or is it something else? Not guilt, I say. Worry. I don't tell her that. It was a mistake for me to tell her yesterday I thought Brit might not really be dead. She's going to think I'm completely off my rocker if I'm not careful. Right. Is it guilt over Brit or guilt over not being at work? I'm thankful for the lifeline she tossed me, even if she doesn't know what she's done. Fine, you're right. It's work. Everything in my power to build this career, and I'm not keen on watching it all fall apart now. I can help you. She turns and pours coffee into her mug before filling mine up again. My stomach already feels like it's twisting inside out, and I have to force myself to pick up my mug and take another sip. How? Someone out there saw me taking Brit's luggage to the dump. They have to know what I did, or they suspect it. No, they won't suspect anything. What they saw was you dropping off my old luggage so I could buy new stuff that's cuter and more my style. She watches me over the rim of her mug. Seriously, Darren, I'm surprised you didn't think of something like that. Who's to say the suitcases were full of my belongings? There's no reason for people to not believe I wanted something new. Come on, it's not like you're the king of reduce, reuse, recycle, are you? Nobody would doubt us upgrading my luggage, so you need to chill. She's right.
She's absolutely right, and I hate that she came up with that while I'm supposed to be the great defense attorney.
We'll dump the luggage today. You'll take me shopping and buy me new pieces.
She eyeballs me. I'm right. You're not going to work today? I shake my head. That's fine, but remember we're going to the picnic tomorrow. My stomach drops.
The last thing in the world I want is to take her somewhere where there will be a lot of people. What if she slips up? What if the real Brit shows up? She can't. She's dead. Stop thinking that. I don't think the picnic is a good idea, I tell her. Anything else I want to say dies in my mouth because the look she gives me tells me I don't have an option. You can't hide from your assault charge, she tells me. You're going to have to face it eventually. I can't make you go to work today, but I do think it's a better option than staying home and licking your wounds. I swallow. I didn't go to work yesterday because I wanted to stay here and keep an eye on not Brit. It felt like the right thing at the time. Today, though, feels different. Today, the thought of facing people is terrifying. I don't want them looking at me, questioning how I'm doing. I don't want anyone to ask about Brit. What if I make a mistake? What if I slip up? Then again, do I really want to spend the day with this woman? No. I'll go this afternoon, I say. Fridays can be hit or miss around the office. Bonnie will be there, of course, because she has to work until 5. Usually, most of the guys will cut out early if they don't have a huge case to work on. It'll be quieter there, and I won't have to worry about as many people talking to me. Smart. She gives me a nod. I'm going to go grab my luggage, and you're going with me to a dump. Not the same one you went to before, do you hear me? A local one. One we can get in and out of in no time flat. We'll dump it, and nobody will be the wiser we ever had it back. Whoever took those photos of you throwing it away the first time won't be able to prove anything other than the fact that we got rid of it. After we leave the dump, you're taking me to the mall to replace them right away. I don't think anyone is going to come digging through her closet to see if she has luggage, so I don't know why we have to replace everything immediately. But I don't say that. I don't mind her taking control, because my brain keeps focusing on the possibility of Brit being alive. Snuck out of the grave when my back was turned? Maybe when I was in the house to get a glass of water? I imagine her reaching up out of the grave, her fingers clawing at the dirt, more and more falling down around her as she tried to pull herself free. I think about her engagement and wedding rings, how dirty and dull they'd be after she clawed her way out of her grave. How this woman must have taken them to a jeweler to get them cleaned back up. Or maybe Brit did that before she gave them to the imposter. Her voice cuts through my thoughts. Okay, good. This afternoon you'll go to work. You're at the house, and I'll keep an eye on everything. She means she's going to make sure Brit doesn't show up. I shake my head. These thoughts are coming more and more often, and I can't seem to stop them. I don't like it. Sounds like a plan, I tell her. I stand up, a smile on my face. My legs feel like jelly, and my stomach protests the movement, but I'm not going to let her see the truth about how I feel. No, it's best to let her think I'm on her side. And later today, I'll let her think I'm actually going to work. It's the best way to get her off my back, even though there's no way where will I stay there. It's time for me to take control. Who this woman is, not yet. More and more, I have a feeling I've met her before. I'm going to watch her and wait for her to slip up. Chapter 56. The Wife. I stand in the front window and watch as Darren backs down the driveway. Even after his car is out of sight, I wait, counting to 500 before I finally exhale and step back, letting the curtains fall into place. Brit's old luggage is now trashed in the local dump. The guy there barely glanced at us before waving us through. We both wore baseball caps, the brims low on our faces, and didn't see anyone either of us knew. It was overkill to wear the caps, although at the time they seemed like a smart idea. Darren is a loose cannon right now, and I didn't want to risk him doing or saying something that would draw attention to us. Luckily, he did what I asked and barely said a word. At the mall, Darren dropped a few $100 on my new luggage. I've already taken off the tags and thrown them away before putting everything in my closet where it belongs. While the pictures of him dumping Britt's luggage are concerning because of the implication that someone has been following him and watching him, nobody can say he threw away her luggage because she's dead. And as long as we keep our stories straight, everything is going to work out. Overreacting when he needs to calm down and think things through. Still, who took the pictures? There's only one person I can think of who would have had an easy opportunity to do so and would have taken them. It's possible she could have taken them. I have to wonder if she'd have sent them to him, though. What would be her goal in doing that? Was it insurance? Did she do it because she suddenly doesn't trust me? She's been supportive of everything I'm doing, and while I didn't tell her the entire truth of why I wanted to put my plan in motion, surely she hasn't picked up on it. I try to see it from her perspective, but I don't know what she would be hoping to accomplish. One thing to butt into what I'm doing and try to get involved where she's not wanted. Another entirely to do something that could compromise everything I'm doing. The photos were a message. They were rash. I don't like it. Don't like the idea of her going off-piste. While I need to talk to her and question what she's doing, there's not time for that right now. If she's the one behind the photos, I'll deal with it later. I'm great at covering tracks, and I'm grateful Darren let me help him cover his. He likes to be in control, but maybe he's finally realizing he has to let me handle things if we're going to make it through this lie in one piece. This lie in one piece. Again, I feel a wave of guilt over calling the reporter and lying about Darren's cases. I did it because I needed him off my back, and while it certainly accomplished that, I worry I might have put us on a more difficult path. It'll all work out, though. As long as Darren hasn't really been taking kickbacks for losing cases, everything will be fine. He'll deal with the assault charge, and life will move on. It's amazing the amount of privileges that good-looking white men have, and I have no doubt he'll lean on them as much as possible. So that leaves me. Tomorrow is the picnic, and I feel fully prepared to go schmooze with the best of them. Worried I won't be able to handle myself, but I'm not at all concerned. No, the picnic doesn't bother me. I'll field any questions people have. I'll chat with wives and partners and make everyone fall so in love with me that Darren can't even consider hurting me in the future. So then what is my future? I came here for one good reason, to claim the life I was supposed to have. And now that I have it and have him, I don't know that I want it. He scares me. Does he really believe Britt isn't dead? Or is he saying that because he wants to mess with me? I'm not sure, and I don't know how to get to the truth without showing him my entire hand. Attacked the woman he swore he would love forever and buried her in the backyard. Then I showed up, looking as much like Britt as possible, and probably pushed him over the edge. It's some real Edgar Allan Poe stuff, if you ask me, and would explain why he's cracking up. Does he really think Britt is alive? I mull that over as I wander out to the backyard where he buried her body. I imagine her in the ground, what she might look like now, how cold and dark she would be. The azaleas he planted here are blooming, and I pluck one and smell it before crushing the petals between my fingers and letting them fall to the ground. How strange to have your final resting place be somewhere most people don't know about. How strange to have your headstone be a mass of flowers. It makes me think about my funeral, not as Britt Reed, but as who I was before. At what point will the government declare I'm dead? Nobody's looking for me. Nobody will come forward saying they haven't seen me in a while. And shouldn't someone look for me? That thought threatens to depress me, and I close my eyes to ignore it. Nobody is looking for me. For the me I really am. Nobody seems to care that I've disappeared, and while I told myself that was a good thing and that it didn't hurt, it does. It hurts to disappear and know nobody is worried. I've never been fingerprinted. Never spat in a DNA test tube. Ever since I decided I was going to become Brit, I've been on the straight and narrow, so my real identity wouldn't come back and bite me in the butt. Of course, I didn't think I'd be becoming Brit this quickly. Never in a million years did I think Darren would do what he did. On the outside, they seemed like the happiest couple ever. Funny how you never really know what's going on, being closed doors, do you? He murdered her, and I had to adapt. I became Brit, rather than simply being his ideal woman who could step into the role as his next wife after he divorced Brit. I talked a big game about Darren not getting enough sleep last night, and that being the reason he's worried Brit is still alive. Honestly, though, I didn't either. This week has been the most exhausting one of my life, and that's saying something, considering what I've done to get here. The gym, the surgeries, the salons. I think about all the men I charmed so they would pay for me to become the woman of my dreams, and yet living her life for a week has made me more tired than I've ever been in my life. Standing out here and thinking about Brit is the last thing I have time to do, but I don't move from where I'm standing. Clouds are sprinkled across the sky, and the sun dances behind them as the wind blows them in its path. I close my eyes. Warmth washes over me, and I feel myself relax. I'm standing on top of the ground. He put Brit under it. Still, even though we're nowhere near touching, I feel closer to her than I ever have, and that's saying something, all things considered. If she'd have known how things would end up between us, I wonder what she would have done differently. Would she have fought to be the one on top of the dirt? And if the roles were reversed, would she have taken this life from me? I thought it was an error of judgment, what she did to me, especially after all the years we'd known each other. I thought she made a mistake. Is it possible she did it on purpose? Maybe she's right where she deserves to be. Without thinking about what I'm doing, I pluck another flower and crush it in my fist. Immediately, the scent fills my nostrils, and I open my fingers, marveling at the bent and torn petals before I let them fall to the ground. Somewhere down the street, a car door slams. I don't move. Warmth from the sun wraps its fingers around me. I feel at peace and don't want to move right now. No neighbor is going to come looking over our fence at our backyard, and even if they do, so what? All they'll see is the woman of the house spending time in the flowers. It's not like anyone looking could ever know the truth. Chapter 57. Brit. College. It's been 2 months since Cora came to visit Astrid at college. 2 months since the frat party. 2 months since we've seen her. Since she and Astrid have talked. I know Astrid texted her at first, only because I watched as she sat on her bed, her thumbs flying furiously over her phone as she tapped out text after text. She never received a response, and over time she stopped texting completely. I turn away from my roommate and pick her phone up from her desk. Her passcode is the same as it's always been, and I type it in before opening her messages and finding the text chain with Cora. For a moment, I hesitate. Then I glance over at Astrid. I don't know if she's asleep or awake. I have no idea if she's hungry or tired or hot or cold, or even if she's alive under that massive pile of blankets. My thumbs move as if on their own. You need to come. I send the text. Astrid's phone chimes before I'm able to count to 10. I can come this weekend. No, it's Tuesday, and the weekend might be too far away. After what happened, after what Astrid did, tonight. Get here tonight. Will she listen to me? She has no reason to think she's not actually texting her sister, and so I hope. I'll be there at 7. I exhale hard and glance over at Astrid again before responding. No, make it 6. There's another chime, and a thumbs-up emoji appears on my screen. Good. I've done what I can do. The rest is up to Cora. Astrid's parents would be the right thing to do, but I think about her dad with his beer gut, the rusty car her mom drives, the broken window in the front yard that hasn't been fixed in years, and I shake my head. Texting Cora is the better option, although I could call my parents. Mom would swoop in a cloud of Burberry Brit, her Louboutins clicking on the hard floor, and tuck Astrid into the front seat of her Mercedes. But even if I did that, there would still be difficult questions to answer. She would want to know how Astrid ended up in this state, and even though I know she'd eventually understand why I did what I did, it would be hard to get to that point with her.
I'd be angry. And what if she demanded we reach out to Astrid's parents? Could I be held liable for what happened? The thought makes me nervous, and my teeth find the edge of my thumbnail. I nibble on the skin there, then stop myself when I realize what I'm doing. I got a manicure this morning. The last thing I want is to ruin it, especially when I have a date this weekend. You don't let your standards drop when you're able to snag someone like Darren. Some women might think the chase is the most important part and let themselves go before they get the ring. I know better. No way am I letting someone like him get away. I've already proven how far I'll go to keep him, even if nobody else ever learns the truth of how dedicated I am to him. As I press my hands into my lap so I don't ruin my manicure, I tell myself I'm doing the right thing letting Cora know there's a problem. At least I'm not ignoring it. Other people might ignore what's going on, but not me. I'm a better friend than that. The rest of the afternoon creeps by, and when it's almost 6, I hurry to the parking lot where I know Cora will be parking. Sure enough, at 3 minutes past 6, I watch as her beater of a Bronco pulls up, belching smoke. She parks next to me, and I stop pacing as I try to smile at her. "Hey," she says, throwing open the door and stepping out of the car. "What in the world is going on?" "Cora." I throw my arms around her and feel her stiffen under my touch. We've never hugged before, and I know she's surprised. I'm just grateful to have someone here to help me through this. Not that I did anything wrong. It was all Astrid. That's what I have to keep reminding myself. "Things are really bad here," I tell her. "I'm glad you came." "Things are bad?" she asks, pulling back so we're looking at each other. Her face is pale. "What's going on?" I don't answer. I don't know how to answer. So instead, I lead her up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Astrid and I share is all the way at the end of the hall, and we walk past a mixture of open and closed doors without speaking to anybody. I unlock our door and pull Cora inside before closing it and locking it behind us. "Look," I say, pointing at Astrid's bed. The lump under her covers hasn't moved. Takeout boxes from the school cafeteria teeter in a stack next to her bed. I threw dozens away before I finally gave up, because she really could get out of bed and do it herself. What, does she think she can rot in bed forever? Eventually, she's going to have to get up and live her life, and when she does, she can clean up. "Is she okay?" Cora asks. I shrug. "I don't know. She hasn't been feeling the best, and I don't know what to do." It's a half-truth at best. No way am I telling her the truth, and I don't know what else to say. Cora walks away from me, her footsteps almost silent. My side of the room is neat and picked up, the exact opposite of Astrid's. Cora has to navigate around piles of clothes and books to get to her sister's bed. Slowly, she sits next to the blanket-covered lump. "Hey," she says, her voice soft. "What's going on with you? Is there anything I can do?" Her fingers dance over the blanket, and I watch as she gently tugs it down so she can get a better look at her sister's face. There's a soft sound, and it takes me a moment to realize Astrid's crying. When Cora looks back at me, I shrug. My tongue feels glued to the top of my mouth. I could tell her everything and explain exactly what's wrong with her sister. It would be the right thing to do, wouldn't it? No, I can't make myself do that. If I say it out loud, everyone will know not only what she did, but what I pushed her to do. They'll blame me, even though I was the one who fixed everything.
What's going on, Astrid? Cora asks, gently tugging the top of the blanket back so she can see her sister's face. Do you feel okay? Should we get you to the doctor? Astrid's eyes are closed. I watch, my heart beating hard, as she opens them to look at her sister. It takes a minute for her eyes to focus before she shakes her head. I don't want to go to the doctor, she says, her voice weak and cracking. I've already been to the doctor. Cora glances at me. I feel her eyes on me, judging me, trying to read me, and I do my best to look calm, in control. When I realize I have my arms crossed, one foot tapping quietly on the floor, I force myself to stand still. I don't want to look guilty. Cora tucks Astrid back in, the movement so gentle it looks like she's tucking in a baby. After patting the blankets into place, she walks over to me.
Do? She asks, her voice low. If Astrid is sick and already been to a doctor, why would you call me here?
I glance over at the lump in Astrid's bed before answering. It's nicer like this, when Astrid's face is hidden from me and I don't have to look at her and remember what happened. She's going to be okay, I say. Even as I speak, I realize it sounds more like I'm asking a question than stating a fact. Still, I can't seem to shut up. The doctor said she'd be okay, that she wouldn't feel good for a few days. You have to believe me, it was the right thing to do. Cora's face is pale. Britt, she whispers. What did you do? Chapter 58. Darren. I wince as my car door slams. Parking down the road so not Britt couldn't look out the front window and see my car was a good idea, but it'll be negated if she wonders who's slamming their door. I must be paranoid, because none of my neighbors call out to me to see what's going on. Nobody leans outside to yell at me to park in my own driveway instead of 3 houses down on the curb. More importantly, not Britt doesn't appear. It seems like nobody cares what I'm doing, and while I should be happy about that, I still feel dozens of eyes on me as I walk down the sidewalk to my house. Each step feels awkward, like I've never walked before, and I keep looking from side to side to see if anyone is watching me. I pause, desperate to spot anyone watching me before they notice what I'm doing. When I don't see any movement, I hurry up to the front porch. Cupping my hands around my eyes, I lean as close to the windows as I can without touching them. She's not in the living room. I can see into the kitchen, and she's not there either. Working quickly, I make my way around the house, peering in windows, wondering where she's gone. She's here. Or I'm pretty sure she is. Yes, she might have left the house without turning on the alarm. That's a possibility. However, I have a gut feeling she's in the house somewhere, doing something, and I can't find her. Is she snooping in my home office, taking an early afternoon bath, eating snacks in bed? Frustration makes me pause. After taking a deep breath, I force myself to stalk to the fence and look over it. She's not on the back deck, not in the swing, not... My heart stops. Britt's in the backyard, standing in the azaleas, right above where I buried her. There's a sour taste in my mouth, and I swallow hard. Without any saliva, it doesn't do any good. I'm gripping the fence so hard I feel my fingers going numb. My mouth drops open, and I hold my breath as I stare at my dead wife. No, not dead. She's very much alive. Even from here, I can see the pink in her cheeks. I can see how her chest rises and falls with each breath. She's not dead. She's alive. And she's back to right where I buried her. Oh my God. I step back from the fence, ice dripping down my spine. Oh God, what did I do? I see her face when I close my eyes. I see how her eyes bulged out, how red her cheeks became. I see the moment when she relaxed, giving in to death, and how I'd let her body fall to the floor. Then I'd turned away because I couldn't bear to look at her. In my mind, I don't turn away, watching her, and I see how she inhales, sucking a bit of air into the lungs I thought I'd emptied.
I see how she reaches up and touches her neck, feeling the bruises I left there. And I see how she plays dead the moment I turn back around. She's been lying to me this entire time. Tears burn my eyes as I hurry back around the house and down the street to my car. Make no mistake, I'm not crying because I'm sad about Britt. I'm not crying because I'm happy she's not dead. I'm crying because I'm angry at myself. Angry because I was such a fool and I thought she was dead. I didn't do a better job checking and making sure she couldn't come back to haunt me. Because that's exactly what she's doing. And now I have to figure out a way to stop her. I could intervene now, while she's in the backyard. She'd never hear me coming. She's too focused on soaking up the sun. The thought makes me stop. I'm reaching for my car handle and freeze, my arm extended, my fingers tense, as I think. What if I went back there right now and confronted her? I could tell her I'm on to her, that I know the truth, that she's alive and tormenting me. And I could finally end her. Garage and bashing her head in, and then doing the same to not Britt. And I almost do. I'm so close to doing that. But not yet. I have to be sure. Chapter 59. The Wife. I snap back to reality, my eyes still locked on the crushed flower petals I dropped at my feet. The sun beats down on me and I feel parched. I want a glass of water and a snack, and then it'll probably be about time to think about what to make for dinner before Darren gets home from work. He didn't want to go to the office, but I'm glad he did. Not because I need more time to snoop around the house. I'm finished with that. Rather, it's because he has to get back into his routine. I don't want people to suspect anything is wrong. I want the life Britt stole from me. I became Britt so I could finally live the life I was supposed to. Having Darren was supposed to be part of that. Unfortunately, now I'm not sure that's what the future will be. He's not stable, not safe. How long would he allow me to live Britt's life before trying to kill me too? No way can I let that happen. Not when I've put so much work into getting here. What if he has to die so I can live out my dream life without him? Maybe that's how this was always going to go. I just didn't realize it when I put everything into motion. He's dangerous, unhinged. Way can I stay with him and be safe? Not when he's losing his grip on reality. Was this all a pipe dream? Perhaps it was silly of me to think I could have every part of Britt's life for my own, after everything that happened. Still, although that might be the truth, there's part of me that doesn't want to end it, doesn't want to give him up. There's a bigger part of me that wants to survive. I have to be smarter than him, stay one step ahead of him. I'd say the man should get some therapy, but, he killed his wife. I highly doubt he's going to sit across from a gossip doctor and be honest about what's going on in his head. I consider that while I drain a glass of wine. For as long as I've known him, Darren has been completely in control of what's going on in his life. He's the textbook case of a person who has their life locked down. I don't know for sure, but I'd bet good money he knew from the time he was crawling that he wanted to be a lawyer. So he studied his butt off in high school and college, got into law school, and is now, who he is. The fact that he's suddenly questioning whether or not Britt is really dead is concerning, to say the least. I didn't move in here so I could worry about his mental health. The last thing I want is to have to tiptoe around him because I'm worried he might snap. What if that's exactly what's happening right now? Has he completely lost it? Did me showing up looking so much like Britt push him over the edge? What if he convinces himself he has to check if Britt is in her grave? No, he wouldn't, right? He can't dig up the grave where he buried Britt. Not only will the ground be harder packed now and more difficult to work than if he dug her up immediately, but what if someone saw him? We've gotten lucky so far, thank goodness. I'm not the type of person to believe luck will hold out for long, though. No,
I have to keep him from digging around in the backyard. That's the only option if I want to be the one who survives this. What do I do if he gets this idea in his head and I can't stop him? He's a dog with a bone when he wants something, and I'm terrified I won't be able to keep him from doing something stupid. He'll want to see her body. He'll want to make sure he actually killed her. Sweat beads on my forehead, and I wipe it off. There's water in the fridge, and I grab a bottle, then roll it back and forth across my forehead before uncapping it and taking a sip. This was supposed to be easy. I was supposed to move in here and take over the life I deserve. I had it all worked out. Everything was perfect. And what happened? He lost the plot, that's what. This is all on him. Any change of plans I have is his fault, not mine. The car driving up and down the road the other night obviously upset him, and I wonder if that's what has pushed him closer to the edge. Britt telling him she saw me following her doesn't help. He might not have believed her then. After everything that's happened, there's no way he doubts her now. Too bad it's too late for him to tell her that. First her stalker, then the letter at his office, the photos. Someone is messing with him, and that means they're messing with me and my future. And if it is her, that's a problem. It means she's out of control, and I no longer know her next move. It was one thing for me to be following Britt so I could drive her closer to the edge and get what I want. It's another entirely for someone else to be doing it to Darren when I might get caught in the crossfire. Exhaling hard, I let myself out onto the front porch and sit in the rocking chair. If anyone does do a drive-by, I'll be watching, and maybe I can figure out who it is. Before I can get comfortable, a delivery truck pulls up in front of the house. I sit up straighter as a woman gets out. She walks around her truck and opens the back doors before pulling out a huge bouquet of flowers. Surely they're not for me, right? If they were for me, she'd pull into the driveway, I'm sure of it. Unless she's not really sure where she's going. As much as I'm hoping she's going to take them across the street, she squares her shoulders and marches right up to where I'm sitting. "Mrs. Reed?" she asks as she plucks the small delivery envelope from in between a mass of lilies. "That's me." I swallow hard and force myself to get up to take the flowers from her. She hands me the vase first, followed by the card. I wait until she's back in her truck and pulling away from the curb before putting the flowers down and opening the small envelope. I read what's written there. Twice. 3 times. Then I turn and run back into the house. Chapter 60. Britt College. Cora stands quietly behind me as I finish my cigarette. She remains silent as I tap out another from my pack and light it. My parents would kill me if they knew some of the money they sent me each month went to buy cigarettes. Luckily, they don't ask, and I have no interest in offering that information for free. Besides, they're not going to cut me off, and what I spend on cigarettes is a drop in the bucket of what they send me. After taking a drag, I offer it to her. She shakes her head, and a chill dances up my spine. Cora knows. No way was she in our room with Astrid for as long as she was without figuring it all out. I'm sure of it. Cora isn't stupid. Astrid may have come from a family that can't offer them a lot of support, but the 2 sisters are not dumb. This is why I called her, so she could take care of her sister for me. But now that the time of reckoning is here, I want to drag my feet. "So I saw this paper on your desk," she begins. I cut her off. "You were snooping." "Nope." Her cheeks blaze. "It was on top of everything else. What did you expect me to do, completely ignore it?" I exhale hard, and smoke curls around the 2 of us. This is how I was brought up to handle things. You throw enough money at a problem, and it goes away. Even if they didn't mean to. And I did the one thing I knew would take care of the problem we were in. Not that my motives were entirely selfless, of course. "Why didn't you call me, Britt? I could have helped fix this."
Cora's voice is lower, and I'm glad. The last thing I want is for anyone walking by to hear what the two of us are talking about. I'm not letting it fall apart now. Astrid didn't want anyone to know. Whose was it? My mind races as I think about how to respond. Instead of answering her immediately, I take a long drag on my cigarette. A laughing trio of girls walks past us into the dorm. It doesn't matter. No, you know what? It does matter. She reaches to take my cigarette from me, and I jerk my hand away so she can't. Astrid texted me and said I had to be here tonight, and then I find her almost completely unresponsive in bed. Something bad must have happened for her to reach out to me and get me here. And how are you acting? Like it wasn't a big deal. Don't lie to me. Her eyes are wide and sparkle with tears, and I think she's going to cry. In true Cora fashion, she doesn't let them fall. Maybe texting her was a mistake. I thought she'd come here, see how bad off her sister is, and take her home. Into an argument with Cora wasn't on my to-do list, and I certainly never thought she'd want to dig into what's going on. Sometimes the easiest way to handle a problem is to hide it, and I thought that would be how she dealt with her sister. I can't help the bit of regret coursing through me when I think about this past week, and I have to fight to keep it from showing on my face. Who the dad was doesn't matter. She got pregnant, and now she's not. I shrug, dismissing all of the drama, all the pain, the tears, the horrible reality of this past week. 1, 2, 3 long drags, and I drop the butt on the ground before grinding it under my shoe to put it out. End of story. Not. She sucks in a breath and is silent for a moment before clearing her throat. Did the dad take Astrid to the clinic? Cora tries to sound casual. I can hear the desperation behind her words. I shake my head. He doesn't know. Who paid for it? Astrid can't. We can't. I stare at her, waiting for the pieces of the puzzle to slot into place. Cora's silent for a moment, her eyes partially glazed over. I can tell she's thinking, and already I don't like where her mind is going. When she speaks, her words are abrupt and short, and I'm surprised she changes the subject. Britt, that guy from the party, is he the dad? That guy from the party. That guy from the party. That's how she thinks of Darren? As some guy? He's more than that. He's everything to me, or I wouldn't have been willing to give up my friendship with Astrid to take him. Sure, she found him first. She was his first date, his first kiss, his first... That's all fine. I fully intend on being his last. What happened to Astrid is sad, but it had to happen, because I had to make sure there was nothing tying her and Darren together. She's the one to blame for her actions, and I wasn't going to let her take him or me down with her. The life I'm planning out with him doesn't involve her, and it certainly doesn't involve dealing with a child that's not mine. I'll have kids, but they'll be ours, not his and someone else's. He needed a clean break so he could be mine, and that's what I gave him when I drove Astrid to the clinic. If Cora knew the truth, she might think I'm being callous. Maybe she'd be right. I think it was the smart move for everyone. Britt, who's the dad? I'm mentally kicking myself for using Astrid's phone to text Cora. I thought having her here would help get my roommate out of bed and out of the slump she's in. I never thought it would go poorly, and it's backfiring on me if Cora is going to keep poking around to learn everything she can. I couldn't have let her rot in bed because I hated to have to look at her. Maybe there was something else I should have done. I don't know if you saw him at the party you came to, but he was there, I finally say. Your boyfriend? Her voice is flat as she makes all the connections I knew in my heart that she would, even though I didn't want her to. Her sister must have told her everything. Astrid got pregnant, and your boyfriend was the dad? I can't respond. The hole I've dug myself is deep, and I don't want to dig it any deeper. Let me guess. You got angry because Astrid and your boyfriend were together before you were with him, so you stole him from her,
and then you took it out on my sister. Am I right?
No. I shake my head to drive my point across. She's wrong. She's all wrong about how this worked out. And I have to be careful what I tell her. No way am I comfortable with her knowing the whole truth, that I took Darren from Astrid. And I'd do it again. I wasn't angry at her. I helped her. What, you think she wanted to be a single mom?
I saw your name on the intake paperwork, she says,
and I feel my heart skip a beat. Why wouldn't she lead with that? Why was she hiding that information from me?
You drove her, didn't you?
I nod. Of course I did. She had to have someone drive her. It wasn't optional.
You suggested it, didn't you?
When I don't answer, she continues. We're more than happy to do the research into what doctor to use. Am I right? And when the time came, I bet you swiped Daddy's credit card to pay for it all. Did you think you could throw money at it and make everything go away? Yes. Yes, I did. That's exactly what I thought. Exactly what I convinced Astrid. I told her over and over she didn't want to throw her life away and be a single mom. And you know what? She believed me.
Chapter 61. Darren. Saturday.
It's Saturday morning, and I feel like I'm coming out of my skin. I've never done drugs, but I imagine this slow-mo feeling I have, like I'm trapped in honey and time is moving faster outside of my body, is what tripping must feel like. I blink slowly, focusing on the woman across from me. Not Britt staring at me, waiting for me to respond to her question. And it hits me, I have no idea what she just asked me. All I can think about is the grave in the backyard, and the fact it may very well be empty. Britt runs through my head all day long, making it hard to focus on what's going on around me. I put all of my energy into surviving this week, and now all I want to do is take a shower and get back into bed. But when I take a shower, I think about what Britt looked like, her hair wet, turning under the spray. In bed, I lie on my back, my eyes locked on the ceiling, wondering if the woman next to me is Britt or not Britt. I think about my wife's body, cold and dirty from her grave, in bed next to me. Last night, I'd sat up, yanked by terror out of my sleep, and used the light on my phone to check. It was not Britt next to me, I'm sure of it. Her face was calm, her lips slightly parted in sleep. I'd shone the light over her face and head. There wasn't any dirt on her skin. No leaves or twigs caught in her hair. Britt's dead. She has to be. Still, she haunts me. When I'm in the car, I think about what it was like when she'd call me on my way home and ask me to pick something up from the store. It used to make me so angry, her not valuing my time the way I valued hers. She was my wife, so of course I did it anyway. I'm losing it, and my mind is going places it shouldn't. Britt is dead. She has to be. The picnic, not Britt says, and there's an edge to her voice, as if we've had this discussion more than once. Maybe we have. I don't know. I can't seem to concentrate on anything. After driving home yesterday and seeing Britt in the backyard, I don't know what to think. I don't feel like I can trust my eyes. I certainly can't trust this woman standing in front of me. She's working with my wife. I know that much from seeing them on the recording from the dump. I'm glad to have that figured out. One question remains. Where is the real Britt? I imagine her driving behind me, watching as I go to work and come home. It would be so easy for her to keep an eye on me, and I'd never know she was there. And what about driving by the house? What about her slowly driving past, her eyes searching the windows for a glimpse of me? I knew something was wrong, that someone was keeping an eye on me. Even so, I never once imagined it would be Britt. Was she lying about someone stalking her so she could set the scene to stalk me? To push me over the edge? How long have these two women been planning this? I'll come behind you, I say. and I can immediately tell by the arch of her eyebrow it was the wrong answer. She wants me there with her, wants me showing my face, even though that's the last thing I want to do right now. I'm sure she'll say things like, "It'll all smooth over and it's expected," to prove you've done nothing wrong. Maybe she's right. Even if she is, I can't go. I have something else to do first. My stomach really hurts. I lie. You go ahead of me and I promise 1 hour max and I'll be right behind you. 1 hour? Yeah, 1 hour. No big deal. I'm sweating. I can feel it beating up on my forehead and I want to wipe it away. Instead of doing that, I take a deep breath because I don't dare move in case she notices and thinks I'm lying to her.
Okay, 1 hour.
She pauses, thinking. If I don't see you in an hour, you will. I have to force myself to reach out and put my hands on her shoulders. It's the first time I've willingly touched her, and she manages to hide her surprise. Okay, I'll see you. She glances at my outfit. Jeans and a t-shirt aren't really what you need to wear to this, Darren. Put on some khakis and a polo or something. I nod. I will, after my shower. You do look a little sweaty, she tells me, her hand lifting like she wants to brush my forehead. I take a step back, and her hand falls to her side. Don't embarrass me, okay? You're better than this. She flaps her hand at me before turning and striding away. I don't move until I hear her grab her keys and purse from the kitchen counter. The door to the garage opens and closes, and finally she raises the big garage door. It takes her a minute of fiddling before she starts the engine, backs out, and shuts the door behind her. Finally. I'll shower before I go to the picnic. That much wasn't a lie. Before my shower, I have something very important to do. I pass the dining room table and pause long enough to look at the flowers arranged there. She told me she bought them, and I believed her. Now, though, I see there's a small card shoved deep in the foliage. My hand trembles as I pluck it out and read it. It's time to stop lying. A shiver races up my spine. Did she leave this note for me? Is it a threat? A promise that she's in control, that there isn't anything I can do to stop her? I don't know, and I can't wait around to find out. Pushing the worry out of my mind, I drop the card on the table and walk away. In the garage, I turn on the light before grabbing a pair of work gloves and a shovel. I have to move fast. I gave myself 1 hour, and as hopeful as I am that I can get this taken care of in 60 minutes, I remember how long it took me to dig Britt's grave the night I killed her. Surely it will take about that long to dig it back up. 62. The wife. If Bonnie asks me one more time where Darren is, I think I might scream. She's nice enough. Actually, she's lovely. The problem is her asking where he is only highlights the fact that I left the house 2 hours ago and he hasn't shown. I knew leaving him there when he promised he'd be an hour behind me was a bad idea. There was a feeling in my gut telling me I was screwing up by letting him stay behind. Did I listen to it? No. And I didn't because I was so desperate for things to be normal, for him to calm down, for me to have some time to figure out how to handle him. He's cracking, and I'm going to have to end this, so I can have a little privacy while I call him. Behind me, one of the guys is telling a joke, and everyone laughs. I don't turn back to see what's going on, even though I want to be included. I'm too worried about Darren. He hasn't answered any of the texts I've sent him, and while I'm getting the feeling I need to go home and check on him, I'm going to give him one more chance to pick up. The phone rings 3 times, and I'm about to hang up and get in my car when he answers. Hello? He sounds confused about who would be calling him, and my stomach drops. Right there on his caller ID, so why does he sound so unsure? Darren, it's Britt. I glance over my shoulder and throw Alex a grin when I see her looking at me. She's too nice, and the last thing I need is for her to walk over here and check on me. I wanted to see where you are. Everyone here is asking about you, and I don't want you to miss out on all the fun. Abe's grilling, and Alex brought these mango margaritas that are to die for. Where are you? I frown. Worry eats at me, but I can't let anyone here know something is wrong.
I'm at the work picnic. Are you still at home? I glance at my watch and do some mental math. Still at home, I can hurry back there and pick him up. It's clear he doesn't want to be here, so I'm going to have to remind him he doesn't have much of a choice. He needs to show his face, whether he wants to or not. He needs to act as normal as possible, especially considering everything that happened this past week. I'm sure his team is worried about him, and one good showing at a picnic isn't going to put their worries to bed. It will help, though. This is important. I was looking for you, he says, and I almost brush his words off until he speaks again, and what he says gives me chills. You weren't where I thought you were. You weren't where I thought you were. Darren. Thought you were? Darren, what does that mean? Where did you think I was? My grip tightens on my phone as I wait for him to respond. I already know what he's going to say. Here. At the house? He doesn't immediately respond, and I take a moment to glance at my phone screen as if that's going to tell me where he is. I shouldn't have left him behind. This was a terrible idea, and now I'm going to have to fix it. I don't know how, not when he sounds like, yeah, here, in the backyard. Fear roots me to the spot. I know I need to get my car and speed home. The desire is so strong. Unfortunately, I can't make myself lift my feet. Everything. The hot sun on my shoulders, the margarita in my stomach, the way his partners and staff keep turning to look at me. I can almost hear their whispers, their curiosity, their concern. Why would I be in the backyard? Because that's where I put you! He screams the words, then lets out a howl. And all I can imagine are the nosy neighbors tugging back their blinds, peeping over the fence, all of them trying to catch a glimpse of Darren as he completely melts down. And wondering what he's doing standing with a shovel in his backyard, screaming. I'm coming, I tell him. Go inside, okay? Go inside and take a deep breath, and I'll be right there and I'll explain everything.
I killed you!
He's not listening. I don't know if he even realizes that we're still on the phone. He's not yelling into the phone. He's just yelling, and that makes it worse. I'm coming! I hang up, and the spell keeping me in one spot finally breaks. Exhaling hard, I pump my arms as I run for my car. Is everything okay? Someone calls after me. I don't slow down, and I don't answer. No, everything is not okay. Darren dug up the grave where he buried Britt, and it's empty. Britt, college. A knock on the dorm door makes me look up from where I've been writing my essay for my Ethics of War class. It's a nightmare class, more so because it's held Mondays at 8 in the morning. If my boyfriend hadn't signed up, I never would have. Even though I hate early morning classes, I'm nothing if not dutiful, so I signed up as well. He wouldn't knock. He'd let himself in using the key I bribed some guy at the local hardware store to make for me. You're not supposed to be able to make copies of your dorm key for security reasons. I wanted Darren to be able to come and go when he wanted, so it was worth a shot. Honestly, the hardware guy had been falling over himself to help me from the moment I walked in the door. But the $50 I gave him didn't hurt. It could be one of my friends, I guess. So I brushed down my shirt and skirt before walking to the door and throwing it open. Cora stands in front of me, her feet spread wide like she wants a solid base for what's about to happen. One hand on a hip, the other raised to knock again. Oh, Britt, she says, her hand already dropping down by her side. I was worried neither of you would be in. Great. I don't have the time or energy to deal with her right now. I'm annoyed as I put a smile on my face and tilt my head to the side. Hey, Cora. I didn't know you were coming by. What's going on? I can't get in touch with Astrid, and I'm worried about her. She's not returning my calls or my texts, and that's not like her. She cranes her neck to look past me into the room, and I shift my weight to the side to block her view. I really want to check on her and make sure she's okay. Is she here? Oh, I say, my lower lip jutting out a bit. She's not. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Do you know when she'll be back from class? Oh, Cora. I can't keep the disappointment out of my voice. You can't be serious right now. She opens her mouth, closes it.
Serious about asking if you know when Astrid is going to be back from her class. Yeah, I'm pretty serious about that.
She crosses her arms and frowns at me. Oh, honey. I step closer to her, and as I do, the door behind me swings open a bit. Her eyes flick past me and lock on Astrid's side of the room. Even without her saying anything, I know exactly what she's thinking. The room looks nothing like it did the last time she was here. Astrid's posters on the wall, her bedding, her pile of clothes that always exists on the foot of her bed. Everything is gone. Britt, where's Astrid's stuff? Her stuff? Before I can brace myself, she's pushing past me into the room. It is set up exactly the same as it was when I texted Cora to check on Astrid 2 months ago. That's how long it's been since Cora was here. So, is it really fair for her to be surprised that things are different? Instead of Astrid's holy blanket, there's a cute pink duvet that matches mine. Her closet doors finally close all the way, her second-hand clothing no longer spilling out into the room. Where's my sister? Cora spins around to face me. In one fluid motion, I step away from her, my shoulder knocking into the person trying to enter the room behind us. What's all this? Genevieve is cute, with a button nose and enough freckles to make her look like she spends every afternoon at the pool. She's wearing a bright pink shirt with our university's name emblazoned on the front, and a pair of earrings that cost more than some cars. This is Cora, I say, gesturing between the two of them. She's Astrid's sister. Oh. Hey, Cora. Genevieve tosses her thick brown hair. Yesterday, the two of us had a full spa day, and I don't think we've ever looked better. Well, don't let me get in the way of whatever you two have going on, Rumi.
I'm gonna grab my essay and head on out. She scoots past me and picks up a folder from Astrid's old desk before coming back to the door. Cora jumps when Genevieve touches her on the shoulder. I didn't know your sister very well, Cora, but I'm so sorry about what happened. Chapter 64. Darren. Mud cakes my boots and stains my jeans. I started out wearing gloves and quickly ditched them because they were hot and uncomfortable. Now there's dirt under my nails, or what's left of them. Digging with my nails and scraping dirt out of the way with my bare hands means I ripped a bunch down to the quick. They're bleeding and probably should hurt. But even though I keep wiping away the blood, I don't feel any pain. I dug until I reached hard-packed dirt, which told me I hadn't gone any deeper when burying Britt. No matter how hard I look, there's no sign of her. No body, no jewelry, no sheet I wrapped her in. She's disappeared. Groaning, I grip my head and squeeze as hard as I can. It's been so difficult to think clearly since I killed, or did I, my wife. I don't regret it. I refuse to regret it. Now, though, I'm wondering if I even did it. How many times have I played it back in my head? I think about the feeling of her throat under my hands, how she swallowed hard against my grip, but couldn't get me to let her go. It's what I think about every night before I go to bed. I remember dragging her out here, how she sounded when she landed in the grave, the immense relief that washed over me. Maybe some people would think it was all a dream. They'd think I was making this all up. I know better. It was real life. I killed my wife. But then where is she? The sound of a car door slamming makes me stand back up. I'm filthy, covered in dirt, and look a mess. Unfortunately, there's no time to go inside and try to clean up before dealing with whoever stopped by. There's a fence gate at the side of the house, and I hurry to it to see who's here. At first, I think it's Britt.
and I feel dizzy. Bracing myself against the fence, I stare at her, cataloging every movement until I realize it's my fake wife. She bursts through the fence gate before turning and immediately locking it behind her. "What are you doing?" she hisses. Her hands flutter around me like she wants to knock the dirt off me. They never land, and I know instantly she's too afraid to make contact. "Are you trying to get the attention of the entire neighborhood?" "She's not in the ground." My voice sounds hoarse and strained. "I put her in the ground. I know I did." "Oh, she's not there, and I think she's not really dead." She glances past me, and even though this woman is not really my wife, I can tell in an instant she's not only assessing the situation, but thinks I've gone off the deep end. Slowly, like there's a predator behind me and I have to be careful, I turn and look back at Britt's grave. My eyes close as I turn, and I force myself to open them. No predator. No animal watching. No human about to call 911 and turn me into the cops. There's nothing. Except dirt flung on the grass, a gaping hole, azaleas ripped out and tossed to the side, and my shovel. "You tried to dig her up?" Not Britt sounds horrified. "What are you going to do? Bring her body into the house? What's wrong with you?" "I don't know where she is." I turn to the woman next to me. I don't like her. I don't trust her. I have to make sure she understands what's going on. I need her to listen to me, to believe me. My words are slow and deliberate so she won't miss anything. I killed her and put her in that hole. She's no longer there. Not Britt chews on her lower lip. "I think you need to go inside and rest," she begins. I cut her off. "Rest? How in the world am I supposed to rest? Don't you get it? Britt isn't where she's supposed to be." I reach out and grab her by the shoulders, my broad hands tight on her smaller frame. This time, I'm not touching her to try to make her believe I'm okay. Instead, I give her a little shake, then a harder one. Dirt from my hands smears on her shirt. "Darren, stop." "Stop? And then what? Rest?" My fingers dig into her shoulders. I have the sudden urge to grab her by the neck and squeeze. Somehow I manage to fight it off, for now. "Yeah, I think you should." She tries to step away from me, but I don't let her go. "Darren, you're hurting me. You need to relax a little, okay? Come inside, take a nap, and I'll fix the yard. Ow! I try to loosen my grip. I really do. But I can't. Chapter 65. The Wife. Darren is going to kill me. Darren is going to kill me. There's a strange clarity that hits me when I realize he's going to kill me, and nobody will be able to stop him. And look, how fortuitous that he already has a hole ready for me. He'll kill me and dump me and bury me, and try to use his cockamamie story about me leaving the country and falling in love with an Italian man. This time, though, there won't be a new version of me ready to step into the role of his wife.
Stop! I smack him across the face as hard as I can in an effort to get him to let me go. To my horror, his hands grow tighter. They're shifting up now, closer and closer to my neck. My skin feels electric. My mind races. I can't think of a single way out of this. Not now. Not when he's crazed and so much stronger than I am. Darren, you're hurting me! This time when I hit him, I use my nails, digging them into the flesh of his cheek as hard as I can. His eyes are blank, looking through me rather than at me, and I think I'm done for. But after a second, there's a momentary stutter, and I feel his hands grow slack. Just a little. Maybe just enough. Throw myself backwards, trying to break free from him. For a moment, I think he might come back to me. I think he might regain his senses, that everything will work out. But he closes his eyes and slowly opens them, that same blank expression written across his face. "I killed you," he whispers. I shake my head. I'm not Britt, remember? You and I both know I'm not really Britt. We talked about this.
He takes a step closer to me. I take one away from him. As I move, I think about what weapons there are in the house. There has to be something I can use to defend myself. I have to think of what it is and get to it before he can stop me.
You look exactly like her.
Yeah, I know. I'm not her. Everything is fine. I smile at him. He doesn't smile back. The gun. I have to get to the gun. If I kill you, you'll be back in the ground where you belong. I may have underestimated how close he was to cracking. Darren, we can talk about this, I say, crossing my fingers. I'm thinking about the gun in his closet and the likelihood the safe will be open again. That was pure luck it was open before, and chances are good he won't make that mistake twice. Still, if I could get my hands on a gun, I could handle whatever he thinks he's going to do. I've never shot one, but how hard can it be? You point and pull, and it goes boom. The only problem is I have to get up to the room by myself and hope the safe is unlocked. If I can get there, I might have a shot of making it out of here in one piece. If I can get away from him and get the gun, I can kill him in self-defense. Then I'll point to the hole in the backyard and tell people he was going to kill me. It won't matter what people think in private because in public, everyone will stand by me. It's a great option. It's my only option. I have to get in the house first. I have to get upstairs. I have to hope I can get my hands on the gun. There are too many variables for me to be comfortable with this plan, and I wish I had more time to think of something else. I don't see any other option. No way can I come out on top if he tries to attack me. If I don't have the gun to stop him, he'll do to me what he did to Britt. Him going to prison for murdering me is no consolation for the fact that I'll be dead. You look parched, I tell him. I'm going to get us something to drink. Stay here, okay? I inch back, and when he doesn't follow, I exhale slowly. This is going to work. I just have to be fast. The sun is directly overhead and beating down on the two of us. He looks terrible, dripping sweat with red cheeks, and I'm sure I don't look much better. I don't want to turn my back on him because of how afraid I am, so I have to force myself to turn around, then race to the back door. Get inside, get the gun. Or maybe a knife, whatever I can use to protect myself. Easy, barely a problem. I slide the back door closed behind me and lock it. The thud is gratifying, like it might be enough to save me. Still, even with it locked, I don't feel safe. I whip around to run for the stairs, and something hits me, knocking me to the ground. Chapter 66. Britt. College. Genevieve tosses me a brochure on Botox. We've been playing with the idea of getting ahead of any wrinkles that might start before they become an issue. Or a lot of people might say we're too young to worry about something like that, but why risk it? I barely glance at the brochure before dropping it on the bed next to me. She doesn't need to sell me on something that will keep me looking young. I'm down if she is. And what are our parents going to do? Tell us no? Cut off our credit cards? Yeah, right. Hey, about earlier, she says, you said that was Astrid's sister? What in the world was she doing here? I shrug and take a sip of my Diet Coke. Looking for Astrid, I guess. Yeah. Still, why would she come here when Astrid hasn't been around in, forever? Genevieve pins me in place with her stare. I thought she went home to her family. So Cora coming here doesn't make any sense. I have no idea where Astrid went, I say, even though it's not entirely true. Guilt over what I did to Astrid, what she forced me to do to her, has made it difficult to sleep these past few weeks. Just now do I finally feel like I'm getting over it. There's no reason to drag it all back up again now. And Cora showing up did exactly that. It was intrusive and upsetting, and now all I can think about is Astrid. Astrid, whose boyfriend I stole, but not to hurt her, to help him. Darren deserved better than her. better than her. He thought she was funny and smart, and that he could put her in nice clothes like a show pony and she'd be accepted by his parents. He could wish all he wanted that his parents would love her, and that wouldn't change the outcome. I knew better. I know how parents are. The judgment Astrid would have faced if she'd gone home with him to meet his parents. I saved her. Darren could do better. I knew he'd be happier with someone from a similar background, so I stepped in. Now he and I can be happy, and she finds someone who is more like her. I should have known she wouldn't see it that way. And then there was the baby. Once again, I saved her from doing something stupid. At the time, she couldn't see how detrimental having a baby would be because she had stars in her eyes. I saw how terrible her life was about to become, and I didn't want that for her. What, was she actually going to be a successful single mom? It's not like she has great role models in her life, and her parents certainly wouldn't step up and help her out. There was a possibility Darren might help her out, that his parents would make him step up to save the family name. I couldn't let that happen. A baby was a complication I wasn't willing to deal with. If he was going to have a baby, it was going to be with me. Maybe my parents were right all along. Astrid and I were too different for our friendship to last. By that, they meant she was too poor. Maybe it should have also meant that I was willing to do whatever it took to get the outcome I wanted, even if it meant hurting my friend. Maybe she'd still be here if she hadn't gotten pregnant. To what end? Nothing good was going to come from what she did. She forced my hand. I had to help her, and while she might not see it this way, she did this to herself. She's the one who dated someone better than her. She's the one who messed up taking her birth control. A crash of thunder rips me from my thoughts, and I walk over to the window to close it. I love having the fresh breeze in our room, but the last thing we need is for rain to blow in and wet our stacks of papers. As I reach for the window, I lean too close to some books stacked on a dresser and knock the entire stack to the floor. Genevieve jumps up to help, and I wave her off. "I've got it," I tell her, slamming the window closed before bending down to pick up the books. There are half a dozen of them, and I stack them back up where they belong before turning away. And turning back. Something isn't right. No, more than that. Something is missing. I feel my cheeks flush as I trail my fingers down their spines. Cora took Astrid's diary. Chapter 67. The Wife. My head feels like it's split in two, and I have to force myself to open my eyes and see who attacked me. For a moment, nothing makes sense. I stare at the woman, taking in her long blonde hair, the dark expression on her face, the rolling pin in her hand. Well, at least I know what she used to attack me. My vision is blurry, and there are two of her for a moment. When I blink hard, it clears, leaving one angry woman staring at me. "What was that for?" I ask. I want to hit her back. I'm on the ground, and she's standing over me, and with this possible head injury, there's no way I'm going to be able to have the upper hand until the pain disappears. "What was that for?" She hisses the words at me and shakes her head as if she's surprised I'd ask. "That was to get you in a position where you will actually talk to me, since you've gone completely off book." "I'm not off book." Slowly, so I can freeze if she looks like she's going to hit me again, I put my hands on the floor and push myself to my knees. I have to look down for a moment to catch my balance. Thankfully, she doesn't hit me again, so hopefully we can move on past the violence. "Really? You don't answer calls. You don't answer texts. I threw away my phone." I snap. Gosh, my stomach feels twisted. Who knew getting whacked on the head would make you feel like throwing up? "You threw away..." She groans and puts the rolling pin down on the counter. It thunks, and my eyes snap to it before I look back at her. "Why would you do that?" "Because I wanted the life I deserved." I don't know how to make this clearer to her. She's acting like this is completely unexpected, when really I feel like she should have seen it coming for years. Britt took my life from me.
She took my boyfriend and my baby and then lived the life I wanted so desperately. So I decided to take it back. After what happened in college, I knew I needed to change my appearance, my lifestyle, my personality. It took years to become the type of person I secretly wanted to be in college. You know the women, the ones so gorgeous that everything in life works out for them. They only have to snap their fingers and whatever they want is handed to them on a silver platter. How badly I wanted to be one of those women. So I became one. Then I laid the groundwork for Darren to leave Britt, never once imagining he would snap and kill her instead. It was easy planting evidence so Darren would think Britt was stepping out on their marriage, and he was all too quick to think the worst of her. I've been following Britt for months, keeping an eye on her and her marriage. It was shocking to see how unhappy she was, how nervous I made her when she caught glimpses of me. Of me. I wanted to see if the life she took from me ended up being as amazing as she'd obviously thought it would be. And maybe it was, but it started to unravel. She couldn't handle being followed, couldn't stand being watched. She lost it. And then it was my turn to be her. You were fine with all of this, I say, stabbing my finger through the air at her. Yeah, because he's a jerk. You wanted to change your lifestyle, your personality, your body. That's on you. I'm not letting you throw your life away for Darren. I'm not throwing my life away for him. Yeah, you are. She sighs and presses hard on her temples. He's not a good man, Astrid. Britt wasn't a good person.
You don't want to be like them. She's wrong. I've always wanted to be popular, to fit in, to be able to afford the things the cool kids could. Now I have it within reach and she wants me to give it up? Darren deserves one thing, and that's to die. He hurt you, and he hurt Britt. Maybe you wanted to be one of them, one of the plastics. Unlike you, I didn't go down this path so you could become some rich, snooty woman married to the guy you dated for like 2 weeks in college. I went down this path because I love you, okay? Now it's time to end it. She takes my hands and squeezes them hard. You know you're not really Britt, right? I yank my hands back.
It's that I thought you might be getting too into it.
She exhales, and when I don't answer, glances past me to the backyard.
What's going on with Darren?
Darren is struggling with his reality, I finally say. We were supposed to be at a picnic for his job, and he decided to stay behind to look for Britt. Her eyes snap to mine. Look for her? What do you mean by that? I shrug, suddenly feeling excited. He doesn't remember where he buried her. What she doesn't know, and Darren never will, is he was digging in exactly the right place. He can dig all he wants, though, because he'll never find her. She sighs, and it's clear she doesn't believe me. Come on.
You home?
I stiffen. This is my home. No, it's not. You know as well as I do that this was never going to be a permanent situation. You wanted to become the type of person Britt was, and you did that. Then you wanted to take over her life, and you let me. What, you're going to stop me now? Yeah, I guess I am. You've taken it too far. Was it fun, being his wife? Did it make you feel better about everything that happened when we were younger? Did you like waking up in bed next to him? It wasn't about him! I scream the words, and must surprise her because she takes a step back from me. Darren thought I was obsessed with him. I was obsessed with Britt.
That was why I put so much effort into becoming the exact opposite of who I was as a teen. Because she was my exact opposite. And then I stalked her, followed her, dying to know if she was happy with the decisions she had made, with the life she took from me. He thought the same thing, and never knew I don't care about him. I cared about her.
You mean Britt?
I nod. Yeah, I mean Britt. She's the one who pushed me to do this.
I don't think that's true. You know as well as I do,
She's the reason for everything, because she's the reason I didn't have him. If it weren't for her, none of this would have ever happened, because he would have been mine from the beginning. We would have been happy. All of this could have been avoided.
So you wanted to punish her?
She's not getting it. No. I take a deep breath and try to sound as patient as possible, even though I feel like screaming. This is like talking to a toddler. No, worse, it's like talking to a brick wall. I didn't want to punish Britt. Darren did that for me. She throws her arms up into the air.
Think she's been punished enough? I've been watching you and
You've been driving by the house
to keep an eye on you.
Just like you bought a black trench coat to match the one I had on when I was following Britt. What? Did you think I wouldn't notice you peeping around corners and stalking me the way I was stalking her?
Obviously, I knew you'd notice. I had to do something, and you weren't letting me talk to you.
I shake my head. Okay. She sighs and reaches for me, but I take a step back, so she lets her hand fall to her side.
Astrid, come on. You have to come home with me. We're leaving here. This is over. We have to end this.
I stare at her. How dare she call me Astrid? I'm Britt, I tell her.
No, honey, you're not. You're my sister, and I love you. Come home with me. I miss you. You had your time here with Darren, lived the life you wanted so badly, and now I want you back.
I turn to look out the window, and I'm not surprised Darren hasn't moved. He's still standing frozen in the middle of the backyard. I don't want to leave this house, this life. Darren is so close to the edge, and it would be easy to push him over it, to take this life for myself, to...
Astrid.
Cora's voice has an edge to it, and I finally nod. I'm coming, I tell her. She visibly relaxes, and that doesn't surprise me. She trusts me, which is why I've been able to get this far in my plan in the first place. It would be a good quality in most people. Poor thing, though. She's too trusting, too willing to think the best of people, too quick to turn a blind eye to everything I've done to get to where I am now. The men I've slept with to get money for plastic surgery, the way I slipped into Darren's life. It's that blind eye that made it possible for me to hide Britt in her basement. Chapter 68. Astrid. Diary. I guess it's stupid to write in this diary. I always thought people writing in diaries were losers because who doesn't have a real friend to talk to? Me, I guess. Britt would want to kill me if I told anyone what happened. I know she would. Besides, she's who I'd turn to if things were normal. They're not normal, and I can't talk to her. I can't talk to my sister, and there's no way I can go to my parents. They'd tell me I deserve it, that I brought it on myself. I can hear them now saying I should have known better, that it was insane of me to think someone like Darren would actually want to be with me for the long run. And maybe they'd be right. That seems to have been the case anyway. Guys like Darren don't go for girls like me, not for a serious, long-term relationship. It's an unwritten rule, and one I ignored. Wanted was to know what it was like to have someone like Darren want me, and then we actually got along. I think he really, really liked me. He didn't seem to care that my clothes are ripped and stained and from the thrift store, or that I'm way more goth than he is. Part of me kinda liked his clean-cut look, and thought perhaps I could be more like him. He inspired me to be better, to be more than just the angry, poor girl. And then he met Britt. No, scratch that. I introduced them to each other, and that makes this even worse. It was obvious from the moment they met I'd made a mistake. His eyes locked on her like he'd never seen a more gorgeous woman. And then he pursued her. He wanted her more than he ever wanted me. And I can't help but think it's partly because of how she looks, her background. Everything about her is better than I am. And she wanted him. My heart is broken. The worst part is Darren and I slept together. It's the first time I've ever been intimate with anyone before, and I thought it was special. I thought it meant the two of us were in it for the long haul, that he was going to put a ring on my finger. Stupid. That was stupid of me. It doesn't matter how much I loved him, because to him I was disposable. Not pretty enough, not rich enough, something. I wasn't enough like Britt, I guess.
It's been a week since he broke up with me, and he won't look at me. We pass each other in the quad, and he keeps his eyes straight ahead, like making eye contact is dangerous. Even the class we have together, the ethics of war, is uncomfortable. It's a smaller class because not everyone wants to meet and debate ethics at 8 in the morning, so there's only half a dozen of us. We should have to interact. He won't talk to me. I feel like I'm falling apart. All my life, I've been told I'm not good enough. My dad told me that over and over, making sure I understood I wasn't worthy of good things, and that whatever happened to me was my fault. So what if I changed who I am? What if I become the kind of woman Britt is? Or better yet, what if I became her? Chapter 69. The Wife. How many times have I snuck in and out of Cora's house this week without her noticing? Maybe if she worked a regular 9 to 5, it would be difficult for me to come and go undetected. Lucky for me, she's a nurse at a hospital 1 county over, and she's gone more than she's home. And when she's not saving lives, she picks up extra shifts at the dump. That's how she got those photos of Darren dropping off Britt's luggage. She was in the right place at the right time. It's also how I got my hands on the luggage. She gave it to me, just like she gave me Britt's phone to take her SIM card. The photos she sent him were dangerous and pushed him close to the edge. I bet she sent him that note at work, the one he blamed on me. Like I would do something that careless. And those flowers to me with a threatening note? Come on. She thinks she's the one in control. She's not. I'm running the show like I always have. She can stay in the shadows sending threatening photos and letters all she wants, but that's all she'll ever do. I don't think she has the guts to actually take control of anything. Besides, she works all the time, so the worst she can do is send photos and letters to try to ruin my plan. Her being out of the house so much is the only reason this worked out the way I hoped it would. If she'd been around more, she would have caught on to me constantly taking food and water to her basement and wondered what I was up to. Even if she caught on that way, she never would have heard Britt calling for help. Lucky for me, and very unlucky for Britt, the people who built this house soundproofed the basement, so they didn't have to hear their teenage son as he followed his dreams of becoming the next John Bonham. All that to say, you could scream for hours down there and nobody would hear a peep. Cora sits across from me at her small dining room table. She has a glass of Merlot and is taking small sips while she watches me. My mouth waters as I watch her drink, and I force myself to pick up my glass. I wanted to keep my wits about me, so I opted for a glass of water. Additionally, it's impossible for her to drug me if I get water straight out of the tap. Not that she would, necessarily, but she's upset with me over everything with Darren. I get it. This isn't how I thought things with him would end up either. Sometimes you gotta let the chips fall where they may. It's not my fault his guilt drove him over the edge. Some may call it a happy accident, I guess, because I do intend on sticking around long enough to keep the house, the money, the cars. I can finally become the woman I wanted to be after Britt stole him from me. This is the plan, she begins. I raise my hand to interrupt her. I don't think you get to come up with a plan all on your own. Listen to me. She waits, and when I don't speak again, she continues. You're done being Britt. No more playing around. He killed his wife. She fixes me with a stare, and I feel my heart drop. No way does she know the truth. She know the truth. She told me one time she hates basements and refuses to enter them because she never knows what might be waiting for her below. I think it's a little crazy of her to think like that, to let her imagination run away with her. But it did work out in my favor, didn't it? Right. Here's the problem, Astrid. You can't go back to being Britt.
That is over. He's going to end up dead if you do. And while you and I can both agree he's not a great person, he doesn't deserve this. There are laws and trials, and we can call the police. If he killed Britt... I don't like the way she's talking. Ice trickles down my spine, and I fight the urge to look towards the basement door. No way did she find Britt down there. Cora doesn't have a calm bone in her body, and I know she'd have called me immediately, or called the police or something. My head aches from where she hit me, and I'd love some Tylenol. I'd rather suffer than ask her for painkillers, though, not when she's obviously got the advantage. He did. If he did, he deserves a fair trial like anyone else in his position. You don't get to play judge, jury, and executioner and take that from him. I push my glass of water away from me and sit back in my chair.
Cora is taking this whole savior of the jerks thing to heart, and while it would normally be a bit endearing to see her wanting to help a kicked puppy, I'm not amused, not when it threatens me getting what I want. How about you listen to my plan? I'm thinking I go back to the house and let things fall where they may with Darren. He's not a good guy, and he deserves what's coming to him. I'll move into the house and be Britt. Anything you need, money, a car, whatever, I'll give it to you. I'll still have to dispose of the real Britt. Should I bury her in the backyard? That would work, and I can make time for that. Or I could call the cops. Has a kidnapped woman in her basement. I shift in my seat. That's what I'll do. Cora wants to throw me under the bus so badly? Fine. Why not give her a taste of her own medicine? Britt has no idea who dug her out of her grave. I pop down there to take care of her, never lingering long enough for a chat. Besides, I keep the basement dark so she can't get a good look at me. While Cora and I don't look as alike as Britt and I do, the resemblance is still there. There's no reason why she wouldn't believe it was Cora who had imprisoned her, and no reason why the cops wouldn't agree with her. I'll have to disappear, of course, to be on the safe side, which unfortunately means losing the house. It's a bummer, something I'll have to get over. At least Cora wouldn't be able to easily point the finger at me. So there's my plan. Pretend like I agree with my sister, then sneak back to the house and steal whatever I can from Darren. I can't take Britt's car because the cops would look for it eventually, so I'll leave it behind when I flee with her cash and jewelry. When I'm safe and hidden away, I'll call the cops and tell them Cora has Britt locked in her basement. I don't love it, don't love giving up the house and lifestyle I've worked so hard to have. It's better than nothing. And Cora will get what she deserves for meddling. Eventually, when I find another life to take, one that doesn't involve being married to a wannabe murderer, she won't be there to try to stop me. It's not my original plan, but I can work with it. She interrupts my thoughts. I wanted so badly to protect you when we were younger. Do you know that? I would have done anything for you, anything to help you, to save you. Want to know what I've realized? You're damaged, Astrid. Call me Britt. Anger flares in me, and I barely hear what she says next. She's rambling, and I can't focus on the words. No, I'm sorry I let things get this far. You need help.
Dangerous. I don't know what to do with you. I have to think of something, have to handle this. I don't trust you. All you do is hurt people. That's who you are. I thought you were different. I was wrong. You take from people and hurt people and... I scoff. Britt hurt people too. You're worse because you two were kids when she did what she did. Why didn't you get therapy? It would have helped. Instead, you became her, and then you pushed her husband to the edge. You're a terrible person, Astrid. I don't respond. I thought you'd get this out of your system and be a better person, but obviously I was wrong. Being kind is free, and you choose to do the opposite.
You'd get over this sick desire to hurt her, to get revenge. Why haven't you? You can't be allowed to. You're right, I say, cutting off whatever else Cora is rambling about. She stops and blinks at me in surprise. Darren should be punished, or at least left on his own to punish himself with what's going through his mind. I'll leave town. Leave him alone. She blinks at me in surprise. What changed your mind? Nothing. I know when to cut my losses, and now is the time. I only ask one thing of you. What is it? I sit back in my chair, feeling more confident this is going to work out the way I want it to. Out the way I want it to. Cora, bless her heart, has never been great at making a plan and taking control. I need to be sure she believes she's in charge right now and that I'm contrite. If I play my cards right, she'll fall for it. I have no doubt. I want a few days to get everything in order before I leave. I know it might not seem like I've built much of a life here, but I have, and I don't want to walk away from it without wrapping a few things up. I promise you, I won't interact with Darren. He'll never see me again. Now it's her turn to lean back in her chair. Her eyes flick across my face, and I know she's judging me, looking for any sign I'm lying. Sorry for her. She's not going to find one. I'm too good. Before I agree to that, there's one thing I want you to consider. Fine. She wants to dicker about this? She wants to go back and forth until we come up with an agreement we can both live with? I can do that, although I don't like it. I wish she'd take the deal and run, but... What do you want me to consider? I snap the words, before trying to soften them with a smile. Well, it's not so much something to consider as someone. I stare at her, unable to wrap my mind around what she said. Cora has always liked riddles, even though I hate them. And now really isn't the time for her to drop one into this conversation. Sweat pools under my arms. She can't know. I swear, if you don't tell me right now what you want... Hello, Astrid. The voice comes from behind me and is so familiar that I freeze in place. Chapter 70. Astrid. Diary. My period is late. It's late by over a week. And while I know I should be freaking out right now, I refuse. I went through sex ed in high school, and I know there are half a dozen reasons why your period might be late. You don't eat enough. You're under a lot of stress. You lose a lot of weight. Medication can mess it up. Too much exercise. Problems with your hormones. But, of course, there's the one big bad. The one thing every good girl hopes won't happen to her before she's married and settled down. Am I pregnant? Today was terrible, and even though I went to my classes, it felt like I was walking through a cloud the entire time. I have no idea what my assignments are because the only thing I could think about was getting to the drugstore and getting a pregnancy test. The sooner I find out if I'm pregnant, the sooner I can figure out what to do about it. It was stupid of me to sleep with Darren, no matter how much I loved him. I thought we were the end game, and I thought that sleeping with him would be enough to make sure he was always mine. Now look where that may have gotten me. Okay, I'm going to go check the test. And it's been long enough since I peed on it that I should be able to tell. One line is good. I don't want there to be 2 lines. Chapter 71. Darren. My 4th glass of whiskey goes down even smoother than the first 3. I stand, my legs unsteady, and leave the dining room table, my empty glass still in my hand. Maybe I'll have another. Maybe I won't. Again, my phone buzzes in my pocket, the sound like 1,000 bees in my skull. This time I pull it out and throw it against the wall instead of declining the call. I missed something, the picnic, and since then my phone has been blowing up. I can't bring myself to answer it, and I don't even look at the pieces of my phone scattered on the floor as I walk past them. I found some pills in Britt's medicine cabinet. Known she was taking something for her anxiety. Or was it not Britt who was taking them? Or was she even real? I can't tell what was real and what was fake. The Instagram account I'd swear she had? Deleted. Her phone?
Turned off. Smashed. Something. I don't know. I do know I tried calling it over and over, and she never picked up. She was a ghost in and out of my life, and while I wish I could ask my coworkers if she was even real, if I made it up, I can't do that. Not if I want to keep my job. And that's been tricky anyway, thanks to that stupid reporter, let me tell you. I had to pay a fine, and she took out a restraining order against me. Fine. Whatever. Then happy to let my partners look through my cases to prove I didn't throw any to get some extra money. I'm clean. I'm in the clear. Everything is fine. My head swims as I consider that thought. Everything is fine. Nothing is fine. I can't explain where Britt is. My phone rings again, and I turn and glare at the pieces on the floor. How can it continue to ring when it's in 5 different pieces? I killed her. I know I did. So where is her body? Why isn't it where I left it in the backyard? My phone rings again, and I spin around before reaching out to the wall for balance. The room swims, everything seeming to expand and contract at the same time, and my stomach churns. Moving slowly, I put my empty glass down on the sofa's sidearm and carefully walk closer to my phone. The screen is black and cracked. There are phone guts on the floor, and yet another ring. The doorbell. My legs feel robotic, my movements uncomfortable and jerky as I walk through the house to the door. Whoever's out there doesn't ring the bell again, and I'm grateful for the silence as I reach for the handle, unlock it, and swing it open. Hey, Darren, you okay? Jeremy's back from wherever he was this week. A funeral? That sounds right. Normally, I'd be happy to see him, but not today. Not now. Today. Not now. I give my head a little shake to snap back to attention when I realize he's still talking. I got back into town and called Bonnie to make sure the picnic was still going on, and she mentioned you didn't come. I thought I'd swing by and make sure you're okay. He eyes me curiously, like I'm a specimen in a petri dish. Right. I smile at him and reach out for the doorframe. Everything is spinning more now thanks to the whiskey. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't feeling my best. Britt made it to the picnic. Sure did. She went and hung out for a bit before returning home to take care of me. He glances past me into the house. Is she still here? No. Maybe. I don't know where she is. She popped out. I lie. Surely that will be enough to make him leave. I'm horrified to see that instead of waving goodbye and leaving me alone, he takes a step closer, like he's going to try to push through my door. Darren, it's just the 2 of us. Is everything okay? Yeah, I told you I don't feel so great. Right, I get that. Listen, I heard you kept leaving the office this week, that you were arrested, actually. More than that, you seemed distracted. You couldn't seem to focus when you were in the office. It's been a long week, I say, my tongue thick as I choose each word carefully. Whatever I have was coming on for a while, and it finally hit me. Okay, so shouldn't Britt's dead. Be here to take care of you? I can help you to the living room and... No, I don't need help. I can't help the edge to my words. The last thing I need is for Jeremy to come into my house. What if not Britt popped around the corner? What if she comes home and tells him everything? I can't let that happen, and I plant my feet as firmly as possible. Don't be embarrassed. It's goodbye, Jeremy. I have a flashback to slamming the door on that terrible reporter's foot and how awful she was about it. Thankfully, Jeremy has the grace to move out of the way and let me close the door. I do, then lean against it, breathing hard. When I turn around, my eyes land on a huge photo hung in the hall. My hand shakes as I reach into my pocket and take another pill. My mouth is dry, and I have to swallow hard to get it down. I feel the lump of it going down my throat. Only when that sensation is gone do I look at the photo again. It's me and Britt. Or is it me and not Britt? Who can tell? Chapter 72. Astrid. Diary. I've gone back and forth on whether or not I should tell Darren I'm pregnant and the baby is his, even going so far as to make a pros and cons list.
No matter what I do, I can't come to a good conclusion. If I tell him and he freaks out at me, what am I going to do? He's so smart and popular and successful, and there's no way he'd want to be a dad at this point in his life. I know I don't want to be a mom. I think about the little nugget of cells growing in me and... No. I told Britt everything. How I want to be a mom even though I know it's not the right move for me. How afraid I am that I'll screw up if I decide to keep the baby. How much it hurts to consider... Well, to consider ending it. And she'd listened. She'd been so supportive and promised me she'd be there for me and that she'd help me make the right decision when I was ready. She said she knows what the right thing to do is, even though I'm not entirely sure. All I know is I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Stay a mom? A single mom? One who hasn't graduated college? Britt told me she'd be there for me when I go to the doctor and she'd care for me when I got back, and I'm sure she would. Is that the right thing to do? I don't know. It's what she thinks is the right thing, and wouldn't she have my best interests at heart? I can't tell Darren. He doesn't want to have a kid, but maybe I do. I think I do. Maybe I can do it.
Do it. I mean, why not? How hard can it be? Isn't it like instinctual how to deal with babies and kids? Women do it all the time, and there's no reason why I couldn't do it, right? Yeah, right. I'm sitting on the bathroom floor in my pajama pants holding my pregnancy test, thinking I might be able to be a mom? Maybe if I'd already graduated college, it could be an option. Maybe if I had any support in my life, if my parents were there for me. Right now, the only person I really have is Cora, and what would she say if she knew the truth? I think I already know how disappointed she'd be. She'd tell me it was fine, and that she'd be there for me and take care of me.
I can't ask her to do that for me. My baby sister is still in high school. No, I can't put this on her. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it by myself. Tonight, I'll talk to Britt again and tell her I'm going to be a mom and I don't want to give this baby up. It's silly to feel so attached to a few cells, but I can't help it. My stomach is completely flat, and I haven't been sick yet. From what I've read in books, it's coming. It doesn't matter, though. Maybe this is what I'm destined to do. Maybe my entire life has led me up to this moment when I get to be a mom. This baby, they're meant to be, and I'm not getting rid of them.
Chapter 73. The Wife. I'd recognize that voice anywhere. I don't move, much like a prey animal being watched by a predator. Instead, I sit perfectly still, my breathing shallow, my hands tightly gripped together in my lap. Britt walks behind me and pulls out a chair to my right. As she slowly lowers herself to sit, I glance at her. If I thought she looked rough when I engineered us running into each other a week or so ago, she looks terrible now. Her cheeks are sunken and hollow, her eyes look dead, and since she has her sleeves pushed up a bit, I can see rope burn from where I tied her right wrist to a heavy piece of furniture in the basement to keep her in one place. "Britt," I finally manage. "Good to see you." She doesn't respond. Across from me, Cora clears her throat, trying to get our attention. Neither of us look at her. I barely notice as she rises from her seat and walks over to the kitchen counter. She moves slowly, as if she doesn't want to get caught on her feet, but I can't focus on her right now. Britt and I are staring at each other, too locked in to pay much attention to anything else. "You got what you wanted, didn't you?" she asks. I don't respond, forcing her to continue. "You wanted Darren. You had to have him, so you took him from me. I had a lot of time to think while you had me locked in the basement." To think while you had me locked in the basement. He thought I cheated on him, which is horrible. You and I know I'd never do that. I'm better than that. Better than you. I always have been. She pauses to let me feel the full sting of her words. You were stalking me. Cora told me everything, she says, and my eyes flick to my sister. It's annoying when she won't look at me. You were following me and tormenting me, and I would bet anything you planted the evidence I was cheating. She makes obnoxious air quotes around the word. You did, didn't you? You can do better than Darren, I begin. She scoffs. Oh, can I? How wonderful of you to say, Astrid. What an amazing friend you are. He's a murderer. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not dead. If I were, it would be your fault. I'm desperate for her to listen to me. Okay, you're fine, but he killed this girl, Molly. Are you hearing yourself right now? Do you even know who that was? No, does it matter? He killed her. He had her locket, and that's a trophy. I have to make her see what I do, how dangerous Darren is, that I'm not the threat. Molly was his little sister. I freeze. She died. It was an accident. He was supposed to be watching her, and she drowned. He didn't kill her. You don't know anything, do you? That's why he didn't want kids, no matter how often I told him it was an accident and he'd be a great dad. He never believed me. And you rolled up, thinking you know him, thinking you could waltz in and take over my life, but listen to me. I slam my hand on the table to get her to shut up. My mind races with what she said about Molly. An accident. I thought he murdered her like he tried to murder Britt. Now is not the time for me to work through what she just said. I have to recalibrate and figure out how I'm going to make it out of this. Fine, I came here to take your life, to become you. Instead, look what I did. I uncovered what a terrible man he is. You should be thanking me. Thanking you? Her voice drips with anger, and she slowly rises to her feet. I notice how she braces both hands on the table for support, like she's too weak to stand on her own. You turned my husband against me, and if Cora's neighbor hadn't wondered why a stranger kept coming to her house when Cora was away, I'd still be locked in the basement. You stole my life. You became me. Look at you. How much money did you spend to look like me? I don't answer. Instead, I think about all the photos of her I took to plastic surgeons and hairdressers so they could make sure I looked as much like her as possible. After all of my hard work, I look more like Britt than she herself does. Nothing to say for yourself, huh? Her cheeks are bright red, and she's glaring at me. Seems like you had everything planned to work out in your favor, right? Now that's not happening, and you don't know what to do. Nothing she can say will make me admit she's right. Yeah, that's what I thought. You talk a big game when you think you're the one in charge. As soon as you lose control of the situation, you're the same as you were in high school and college. She pauses, obviously readying herself for whatever else she's about to say. You know, I'm surprised you had it in you to become me and take my life. Had what in me? I'm grinding my teeth together so hard I can't tell if the pain in my head is from Cora's attack or from the pressure between my jaws. The strength. Was the strength, the grit. Because you sure folded fast when I told you to get rid of your baby. That's it. I don't think. I lunge. Chapter 74. Astrid. Diary. Britt thinks I should get rid of my baby. We got a pizza from the hole in the wall down the street and split it while watching a movie, and she told me she thought it was crazy of me to think I could be a mother. It hurt. I'm not going to lie. I've talked myself into being a mom. I've told myself how great I'll be at it. I was scared at first. Isn't everyone? But now that I've made up my mind and told her how I feel, she's acting like it's the worst decision I've ever made. I don't know what to do about it. Harder than me. Not only that, she's a better student. She studies and only goes out partying when I talk her into it. Britt picks up her side of the room and always has on nice makeup and is... Well, she's the person I think I could be if my life had been different. if Dad didn't drink away his paycheck, and if Mom wasn't more worried about keeping him happy than getting a job. And now Britt thinks I'm crazy for wanting this baby. Her life is charmed. She doesn't know what it's like to never have anything for your own, to feel like everyone hates you because you came from nothing. This baby could be the one person in my life who really loves me. Why would I give that up? Britt and I haven't talked about the fact she took Darren from me. It's a taboo subject, one neither of us wants to bring up in case it's too painful. I want to know why she thought it was an okay idea to take him from me, but I can't ask, especially not now when she knows the predicament I'm in. I don't want to listen to her, because if I do, she'll start to wear me down. I know she will. She's always been great at arguing and getting other people to come around to her point of view. Not me. Not anymore. That's the last thing I want to do right now. It took me a long time to convince myself keeping this baby was the right move, and I don't want to let her change my mind. But she's working hard. She made some really good points. I don't have money for a baby I don't know how to take care of. A baby I can't stay in college and be a mom. My parents won't help me. Darren doesn't even know the baby exists. I haven't told her the baby is his, and she kept referring to him as the father of the baby. Like the father of the baby won't want to have his chances at graduating and getting a good job screwed up. And the father of the baby wouldn't want you to throw your life away because of this. Not that I think I'd be throwing my life away, because being a mom doesn't mean you've thrown your life away. Still, she has a point when she puts it like that. And see, that's exactly why I didn't really want to loop her in and get her opinion, because I knew she'd get in my head exactly like she always does when she really wants something. Only this is bigger than her convincing me we needed a pink and gold rug for our dorm room instead of the black one I wanted, isn't it? This isn't some decor decision the two of us are arguing about. It's much more important. It's much more important. What really stinks, though, is even though I had myself convinced keeping this baby was the right move, the more I talk to her, the less sure I am. Now, of course, she's saying things like, "Can you imagine not being able to go to parties because you have a baby?" And, "Wow, that was a great night's sleep. Thank goodness there wasn't an infant crying and waking us up, although you won't be able to stay at college with a baby, will you? So I guess you'll be the only one being woken up." I don't know. Maybe she's right. Maybe I can't do this. I'm not smart enough or close enough to my parents or rich enough to handle a baby on my own, no matter what I might try to tell myself. That's the thing about Britt. She's great at talking you into something, even if it's not something you originally wanted. Or, in this case, she's great at talking you out of something you really want. It makes me angry I let her do that to me, but at the same time, she's always right. Chapter 75. Britt. It took 3 whacks over the head before Astrid stopped moving. Cora hit her 3 times, one right after another, breathing hard as she did, her eyes wide, her cheeks flushed. The moment she was by the counter, her hand resting on a meat tenderizer. The next, she darted across the kitchen, her hand raised before she brought the tenderizer down on her sister's head, over and over and over. I wouldn't swear to it in a court of law, but I think she was smiling the entire time. She's downstairs now, in the basement, digging around for a tarp or something she can use to wrap Astrid in. I hover at the top of the stairs, unable to force myself to walk down them. Astrid kept me down there for over a week, and the memory is too strong. I don't know if I'll ever be able to go into a basement again. Behind me, I hear a soft moan. Makes me feel like I'm coming out of my skin, and I whip around, one hand already out in front of me like I'm going to be able to defend myself. Britt. Astrid's voice is barely a whisper. I drop to my knees. She's alive. She's alive, and she's coming for me. I remember how she dragged me from the grave, her greedy hands yanking my rings from my finger. She'd been as surprised to see me alive as I'd been to feel her yanking on my hand. Then she'd pulled me out, and I'd thought I was safe. Until she locked me in the basement, that is. How brutal and uncaring she'd been. I can't go through that again. Britt, help me. My vision clears, and I see her hand on the linoleum floor. Her fingers twitch, and I feel myself relax. She's not coming for me. Slowly, because my muscles hurt and my entire body is screaming for me to turn and run the other way, I force myself to my feet and approach her. Astrid's on her back, her eyes wide as she stares at the ceiling. Blood pools around her head. Her skull is split, her blonde hair matted to the bone. I feel like I'm going to throw up. Thank goodness linoleum is a breeze to clean up, Cora announces, gently bumping me out of the way with her hip. I'd been so focused on Astrid that I didn't hear her come up behind me. She holds a packaged tarp in her hand and rips the plastic off. She's alive, I whisper, pointing down at Astrid. I thought you killed her. She's breathing. What are we going to do? Cora's hand on my shoulder is gentle. We're going to take care of her, don't worry. Astrid needs someone to take control for her, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to stop her from hurting anyone ever again. She's dangerous, evil. We have to do this to keep people safe. No, you screwed up in college, Britt, she says, and my heart beats faster with fear. You were young, practically a kid. You made a mistake. Everyone does. You won't do anything like that again, will you? No. My tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth. She nods. Good. Then don't you worry. This will all be over soon. She starts pulling the tarp open, and I take a step back. She's in a t-shirt, and I can see the muscles in her arms bunch as she works. Sure, she handles the phones at the dump where she works, but she still helps move heavy things there. She told me she has to transfer patients all the time at the hospital, too, so she's strong. Astrid's body, as thin as she is, isn't going to require much effort for her to move. Get the mop, Britt, Cora says. She moves the table and chairs out of the way before spreading the tarp open on the floor next to Astrid. I don't move. Instead, I watch as a single tear escapes Astrid's eye. Britt, the mop. Right. I turn and grab it from by the refrigerator. There's a bucket there, too, and I take it to the sink to fill it up. Behind me, I hear shuffling and dragging as Cora maneuvers Astrid onto the tarp. There's a soft moan. I hate to do this, Cora says, and at first I think she's talking to me. Her voice is too quiet, too intimate. I glance back at her. I'm not surprised to see her brush hair out of Astrid's face. You're my sister, and I love you. I wish I could save you. Don't you see that you destroy everything you touch? This is what has to be done to protect everyone you come into contact with. Surely you get that. My stomach twists. I turn off the faucet and carefully lift the bucket to the floor. The movement catches Astrid's attention, and she looks at me. Good. You mop, and I'm going to move her. I swallow hard. Where are you taking her? Where am I taking her? No, Britt. I saved you. And I'm not doing this on my own. Besides, I need you. I can't lift Astrid's body. No way can I pick her up, even wrapped in a tarp, and leave her... Where? The dump? Cora has keys to it, and maybe she's planning on putting the body there. Makes sense, although it seems really dangerous. Before my mind can run away with that possibility, she speaks again. Don't worry, I'll handle Astrid. I need you to handle Darren. Keep him occupied. Keep him occupied? Cora glances at me, her expression sharp. Yeah, occupied, so he doesn't look out the back window and see what I'm doing. He dug that grave for you, and Astrid wanted to be you so badly. It's the perfect place to put her, don't you think? Chapter 76. Astrid. Diary. Cora keeps calling and texting. I ignore every call, every text, because I can't bear to talk to her.
I feel lost, empty, alone. The more she calls, the more she texts, the more she tries to reach me, the less I want to talk to her. I need space, mostly because I don't think I can handle myself if she and I were to talk. So I have to go. Britt doesn't know I'm leaving. I didn't tell her because I don't want to see how she looks at me. Pitying, like I'm pathetic. And would she even try to stop me? I see the way she and Darren stroll around campus hand in hand, like there's nothing better in the world than being together. I see how he looks at her, how she gazes at him across the classroom.
And that's why I've stopped going to class. I've stopped going to the dining hall. I don't want to be anywhere they might be, which means I have to leave here. Even though this place is comfortable and safe, it's not like I can go home. No way can I face my parents. No. As much as I'd like to go running back to their house and sleep in my childhood bedroom tonight, the best thing for me to do is go the other direction. I can't let my parents know where I'm going, not when I know their concern wouldn't be for my safety. They'd berate me, judge me, and no way am I telling Britt. Cora is the one person I'll miss, and I'd love to reach out to her before I go. But I'm scared if I do, and if I tell her my plan, she'll try to stop me. Knowing my little sister, one of these days she's going to show up here without any warning. One look from her, one hug, and I'll break down. No, there's only one option for me. I have to leave all of this, Britt and Darren and Cora and Mom and Dad behind. But I'm not going away forever. I'll be back. Better. More beautiful. I'll be Britt. Epilogue. Britt. Darren's been gone 5 days, and I finally feel like I'm getting into the routine of being by myself. I haven't really left the house except to run to the store for more wine. The last thing I've wanted is to spend time around people. I want to be alone, to have time to myself, and they keep stopping by to check in on me. What I want is to heal, to let the bruises on my wrist fade, to forget about the fact there are now not 1 but 2 bodies buried in my backyard. I would have been, well, not fine with Darren being alive after him trying to kill me, but I could have gone to the police, let them get involved, told them he killed Astrid, and this would all be mine. As it is, Cora didn't like that plan and thought we should do what he did to me. She killed him, although I think he was half dead from a heart attack when he saw me walk back in the house like I owned the place. Like with Astrid, she hit him over the head, this time with a fireplace poker. She made me help her drag his body to the open grave and help her bury him. When it was all said and done, she filled his suitcases with his clothes and toiletries, so it would look to any prying eyes that he left town, then drove them to the dump where she works. And like that, Darren was gone. I know it's what he did to me, or what he wanted to do to me. Did he get what he deserved? When I close my eyes, I remember the caved-in back of his head, how heavy his body had been, what it had felt like to grip his wrists and help drag him across the yard. I've been inconsolable and in shock over everything that's been going on. All I want is to be left alone, and Cora has respected my wishes. Well, mostly. She texts every day to make sure I'm out of bed and to verify that I'm not going to the police. Why would I? I'm not the one who did anything wrong. I'm simply the one who gets to benefit and live a quiet life by myself. I'd thought about divorcing Darren, so I try to look at this like that's what happened. Even though I was worried about people looking for him, that hasn't happened yet. From what Cora said, having followed him, he was losing his mind, and none of his co-workers have questioned him up and leaving. They've been supportive, stopping by with casseroles and condolences. Most people would be happy to have so much support. I'm not most people, and I don't want to be friends with them, and I never ask them to stay long. Alex took it personally because she thought we were friends. It's not something I can worry about. She and I have never been close, and I don't know what gave her the impression that I want a deeper relationship with her. After multiple texts, I blocked her number. And Jeremy's number. Bonnie's. Everyone Darren worked with is blocked, so I don't have to hear from them. The doorbell rings, and I swear before putting down my glass of wine.
Where's the joy in finally being free of your husband if you keep having to entertain other people?
Who could it be? I mutter as I tap my fingers on the kitchen counter. It's probably Cora. She keeps coming around every day. Sometimes she's here twice a day, like she can't bear to leave me on my own, like she feels like she has to protect me. She's not my sister, but she won't leave me alone. It's like she's obsessed with me. That thought sends a shiver dancing up my spine. Instead of ignoring the door, which is what I really want to do, I slap a smile on my face and brush my hair back before making sure my sleeve is pulled down to hide my bruising. The last thing I want is for someone to see my wrist and get suspicious about what really happened to Darren. When I open the front door, I stop in surprise. Not Alex, or Bonnie, or Jeremy. I don't recognize the woman standing here, her shoulders back, her grip tight on her cell. Does she think she's going to have to call someone? Or is she looking to record me? My hand stiffens on the door. Can I help you? Mrs. Reed? When I nod, she continues, words spilling out of her. I'm Jenna Thompson, and I wanted to talk to you about... Reporter. Porter. I don't recognize her, but I recognize the haughty way she speaks, like she seriously believes she was sent here to uncover truths and hidden agendas. All reporters are the same, like they're going to be the one to uncover some horrific story, some necessary truth. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well. I lie, easily interrupting her. I'm going to have to ask you to come back another time. Not feeling well? She takes a small step forward. Now she's got both feet on my welcome mat, and although she hasn't crossed the threshold, there's a drop in my stomach that tells me she's a threat. Not really. I think I might be coming down with the flu. Oh, it's not from drinking too much? I freeze. Excuse me? She leans forward, conspiratorially. I've seen you at the store, Mrs. Reed. Been drinking up a storm? No. Yes. What do you want? I want to talk to you about your husband, Darren Reed. He's missing, isn't he? I haven't seen him around for a while, and believe me, I've been looking. I take a deep breath and slowly let it out. I can handle this. How many times did Cora and I run through the story that he had a mental breakdown and left town? There's no way she'll be able to tell the truth. Not when Cora has gone so far as to leave his car unlocked in the bad part of town so someone stole it. Oh, he's visiting family out of town, I say, making sure my voice is light and breezy. It's clear what her next question is going to be, so I continue without letting her get a word in edgewise. To stay behind this time because I wasn't feeling well. So he's alive? I stiffen. Of course he's alive. Now you need to leave before I call the police. You won't do that, she says. And now she's leaning forward so she can lower her voice and make sure nobody else hears her. You want to know why? Because you don't want to go to prison for killing him. I feel like I've been dunked in a vat of freezing water. What? I saw everything. But instead of interrupting you, I thought I'd watch you for a few days. Darren wasn't a good guy, was he? I don't blame you for killing him. There's movement behind her. He's in the backyard, she whispers, her face triumphant. I know who the woman was who helped you, although I'm going to find out. I get it, though. I really do. Still, I can't let you get away with it. Not when this story can make my career. I can get out of this. It wasn't me, I say, desperate for an out. My mind whites out for a moment. I'm desperately trying to think things through. I need to figure out how to handle this, how to get out of this. I can't kill her. It's not who I am. I've never wanted to hurt anyone, and maybe I can get her to see that. Maybe I can tell her the whole story. I can get her on my side, get her to tell the truth of what happened. Yes, that's what I'll do. Is good. I was horrified at first when I realized she's a reporter because I have no reason to trust her, but if I tell her the truth about my story, I can use her to my advantage. I'll tell her everything, and it will be fine. Come in, and I'll tell the truth. None of this was me. It was Cora. That's what I saw moving behind the reporter. Cora's hurrying up the path now, a brick from the border of my garden bed already in her hand. The end.